morning. Welcome to Edgbaston for day 2. This LV Championship match between Warwickshire and Northamptonshire. The good news is we're set fair to start today's play on time. Some blue sky overhead, few clouds, no immediate threat. And the aim is to get an extra half hour in today to make up some of the 23 overs we lost yesterday. Northamptonshire are resuming on 200 for 5. I'm Clive Eakin, Andrew Radd with me. Phil Britt will also be with us. And possibly Nicky Chowdhury, although we might have to wait till tomorrow to hear from Nicky. But anyway, 200 for 5. Ollie Hannon-Dolby described it as evenly poised when I spoke to him last night.
Yeah, wouldn't argue with that. Morning, Clive. Morning, everybody. Yes, I think that's a fair description. I think, as we so often say, the first hour this morning is going to be very, very important. Northamptonshire in with a chance of adding to their fairly meagre tally of batting bonus points, just the 3 so far this season. That said, those of us with really fairly short memories can think back just a few days to when these two batters resumed on the final morning for Northamptonshire 5 down against Lancashire, and I remember doing my 9:30 piece for BBC Radio Northampton saying, oh, these two can bat until lunch and maybe into the afternoon session. There might still be a case, an opportunity for Northamptonshire to set Lancashire something, and who knows what could happen. And the whole match was over in 45 minutes. So, yeah, Northamptonshire supporters listening to this will be hoping for something very much better. And as we commented yesterday, one interesting factor is that the second new ball will be due in just 7 overs.
Indeed, so Danny Briggs will get a few overs to bowl, by the looks of things. He's opening from the Birmingham. The first shot is driven by Zabe, and that's the first run of the morning. Not stopped in the covers by Ethan Brooks, who has started on the field. So that's... who's missing for Warwickshire there? That might be a cause for some concern. Or it might just be that someone's a bit late. 201 for 5. 2 opening bowlers. New ball bowlers are out there. Ollie Hannon-Dolby and Chris Rushworth. But somebody appears to be missing at the moment. Briggs round the wicket, gives it a bit of air, and it's pushed. Oh no, it's Rob Yates. I do beg his pardon. Ignore me. I saw the 7 and got diverted. I do beg to ignore all that. Just rewind that. So Warwickshire, as they should be. And that's a well-run single for McManus. Just played it to mid-on. Just forcing the fielder Rushworth to move a little bit to his right to stop it, and that just gave McManus time because he was decisive to scamper through for the single. 202 for 5. In comes Briggs. Comes down the pitch there, Zeb, and turns it into a full toss, but then doesn't get it away. And Briggs fields off his own bowling. It's his 3rd over for Danny Briggs. 6 runs have come off his first 16 deliveries. And he's left arm over now, and that's a little push again. It's a well-run single by Northants. Zeb just pushing it out to the offside, and a quick single taken.
And it's important that Northamptonshire certainly don't lose a wicket in this little period up to the second new ball, because what they won't want is Rushworth and Hannon-Dolby steaming in against the tail.
Briggs round the wicket to bowl to McManus, who sticks his front pad at that and goes past his pads to the wicketkeeper. End of the over. 3 singles off it. McManus on to 11, Zaeb on to 8, and Northamptonshire are 203 for 5 after 74 overs.
Fortunate here in Birmingham, Clive. I was just looking at 1 or 2 of the photographs put up by our colleagues covering the match between Glamorgan and Yorkshire down at Cardiff, and it looks fairly dismal there at the moment with rain and the covers on, and thinking that they may have quite a lengthy delay there. So we've been very fortunate here. I would say yesterday was just a slightly disjointed day because of the late start and the stoppages and the prolonged lunch interval and so on, but nevertheless we saw some interesting cricket, and Northamptonshire having one of their better opening days of the season. It's going to be Craig Miles to begin proceedings from the Birmingham end, running into bowl to the left-handed safe side with 2 slips in place, and he's in round the wicket, bowls to Zabe, and Zabe lets it go through to Michael Burgess. A few spectators in already. There was a little flurry a few moments ago, and we thought they might be sort of dusting off the house full signs or something, but I think that may be a little way off. But still the little phalanx of spectators over the far side, just next to the main scoreboard. But those that set up on the left-hand side of the ground as we look out, furthest away from the action. There were a few there yesterday, but not many there today.
There's one.
It's Miles in again, bowls to Zabe, who's playing defensively back down the pitch, and there's
no well, unless you count over there. There's one.
There is one there. And I can see there's a few a little bit further round at the city end of the ground, and a few a smattering as usual in the Holly stand. A few down below us in the pavilion.
I don't know if anyone's in the skyline today. You do have to have a head for heights to sit there, but it's quite a spectacular view. If you do have said head for heights.
This is high enough for me, I think. There we are now, quite high enough. Fine conditions over the city as Miles is in, bowls to Zabe, and even with this old ball, Miles managing to get that one to bounce and move away off the seam, and Zabe playing at it, goes past the outside edge. McManus comes down and offers a helpful word of advice. Northampton's Red Bull vice-captain, of course.
I think Miles has been quite unlucky not to have got a wicket in this innings.
Yeah, he's bowled well,
so
isn't he?
He's bowled pretty well,
Yes. Well, plenty of time for him. This, of course, his first championship match for Warwickshire this year, although, as we were discussing yesterday, has played on loan up at Durham. Here he is in again, bowls to Zabe, who's on the front foot, pushing it out to point. And there's no run. Yes, there's a little bit of blue sky up above, and it's fine over the city.
We have number 18 bowling to number 18
That's
here.
right, yes. Well, there are people, I'm told, that can memorise and can tell you every squad number of every county.
Oh, that'd be useful. I'd bring them around.
That'd be worth employing, I think. Save a job. Here's Miles in, bowls, and again fending at it, safe Zabe, and it goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Michael Burgess. I think Lewis McManus, we were discussing last night, if you were with us right at the very end of the day, big appeal for a LBW by Ed Barnard when McManus padded up. I was talking to one or two of the Northamptonshire players, and last night the feeling was that, let's just say, they thought it was very close.
Funnily enough, let's describe this delivery.
Here's Miles to finish the over. In bowls to Zabe, and Zabe, I think we'll give him the benefit of the doubt this time, pulled the bat inside the line, goes through the keeper, end of the over, 203 for 5. McManus 11, Zabe is 8.
There was a suggestion from the Warwickshire camp, and I'm sure Ed Barnard wasn't part of this suggestion, that while it looked very good at the time, having looked at the replays, they just wondered whether it wasn't quite nipping in enough.
Well, that was the only thing we said, that it might just have missed leg stump, but I still think it was. I think very, very close.
That would have been given out more often than not.
Yes, I think so.
Clearly, it's the umpire's job, and he decided it was not out, and that's that. 203 for 5. Briggs round the wicket, bowls, and that's pushed back to him. Somebody, I won't say who, some of the Warwickshire camp said to me that they are good umpires, but we weren't getting anything from them today. But then you always think that when you're the bowling team, don't you? Briggs comes into bowl, gives it a bit of air, and it's clipped to mid-on where it's stopped by Chris Rushworth. And there is no run. 203 for 5, Northamptonshire. And Briggs bowls, and that's pushed out to the offside. It is no run.
Bird life around Edgbaston this morning.
This next one is pushed out the offside. He could do it again on with it here, Briggs, because Warwickshire are still -2 on the over rate. And since he's probably only going to bowl for another couple of overs, he comes in to bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. So that'll be a bit of a concern for Warwickshire.
Yes, with a new ball due, the over rate's not going to improve a lot, is it, you wouldn't think?
Briggs round the wicket, bowls, and it's played out to mid-wicket where Rob Yates fields, and there's no run. Tidy over, there's a maiden over, so after 3 off the first over of the morning, 2 maidens bowled by Warwickshire. 203 for 5, 76 overs gone.
And we'll, of course, keep you up to date with what's happening elsewhere around the country and the other county championship matches. Also keep an eye on the second 11 championship. There's a round of matches starting there today. Interesting to see that Northamptonshire are playing Nottinghamshire up at the Lady Bay ground, the Not Sports ground, very close to Trent Bridge, where we usually park for Trent Bridge. Here's Miles running in towards us, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Safe Save. Goes through to Michael Burgess. They're playing Nottinghamshire there today, and Northamptonshire captained by Adi Sharma. He's a fine young batter, made 100 last week for Buckinghamshire, who beat Devon by a ridiculous margin, over 500 runs, to win the National Counties Championship title. And Adi Sharma was a member of the winning Bucks side, and he captains Northamptonshire seconds today, age 17. And we'll come back to that in a second as Miles is in, bowls to Zabe, who's on the back foot, playing it back down the pitch. No run. And Northamptonshire second team coach Graham White was asking me last week if anyone had ever captained Northamptonshire seconds in a championship match at a younger age. I suspect the answer is no. It's not an easy thing to check. The only, and I was actually talking to Phil about this beforehand, the only other one I can think of who would have captained Northamptonshire fairly young in my sort of era is Miles. In again, bowls short, and Zabe this time sways out of the way, watches it go through to the keeper. Would have been Alan Fordham, who I'm pretty sure, if memory serves, captained Northamptonshire seconds. It would have been sort of early 80s when he was, I think, maybe still at school, might just have left school, might have gone up to Durham University, but he was, I suspect he would have been in his teens, but I think maybe not quite as young as Adi Sharma. So congratulations to him on that honour, and hope it goes well in this match. Here's Sharma. Here's Miles rather, and he's got Zabe as he caught behind down the leg side. No, he hasn't. Had one of these yesterday, didn't we? Little shaping to play it down the leg side. I mean, from where we are, and we're not behind the line, and we're also quite a long way away from it, it wasn't apparent that there was any noise or any deflection. It
would have been Glover, there'd been anything, I think.
Yeah, again, the appeal to me slightly lacked conviction, but anyway, it was not out.
I commentated on my rugby game at Lady Bay a couple of years ago.
Right, well, I commentate on the car parking there, which can sometimes get a bit hairy, but here's Miles. In again, bowls to Zabe, who's beaten outside the off stump. This is a torrid start for Safe Save at the hands of Craig Miles, who really is running in with intent from the Birmingham end, and McManus is just coming down and having a chat. So we were talking yesterday about Safe Zabe's season. His figures going into this match: 474 runs at 31, just 150. But the number of times he's got in and not gone on this year I'm sure will have frustrated him, and also, of course, the coaching staff. Outside the off stump, left alone by Zabe, just short of a length. Goes through to Burgess, end of the over. That was a maiden, 203 for 5, with McManus on 11, Zabe on 8, and Chris Rushworth is starting to warm up ahead of the second new ball with a very splendid high kicking routine. Is he not auditioning for Strictly, is he?
I don't know whether he's planning to do one over the old ball just to get into rhythm before the new ball arrives. We're still 3 overs away from that. And the way Miles is bowling, you'd think he would continue with the old ball.
Bowled beautifully this morning, hasn't he?
Yeah. So Danny Briggs, one slip in place. Comes in round the wicket to bowl to McManus, who pushes out to the offside. There's no run. 203 for 5. Just those 3 runs added in the first over, 3 singles, nothing since then. Briggs, flatter delivery, it's played back to by McManus. to Briggs, who actually doesn't field it cleanly, but it doesn't matter. There's plenty of time to pick the ball up. And he's in again. And that one is edge just past slip. It's going to be the first boundary of the day, I think. It is, goes over the ropes now, but it was a loose shot and just beyond the reach of slip. 4 runs. McManus is on to 15, 207 for 5.
There's moral victory for Danny Briggs, but McManus pushing forward, finding the outside edge, and as you say, it wasn't a chance. It flew well wide of slip, but if there'd been a second slip or a gully, I think McManus will be on his way back.
Briggs bowls, and that's gone past the outside edge. McManus playing a forward defensive. Michael Burgess behind the stumps takes it. Burgess recently signed a new contract. There had been some speculation that he had a loan spell at Sussex during the T20, and there was some speculation that he might look to return down south, but that ended when he signed a new deal with Warwickshire. Briggs bowls, that's driven nicely enough, but straight to Ollie Hannah-Dobby at mid-off. And so there is no run. And he's in again, Briggs. And that's left by McManus. So that's one streaky boundary in that over to McManus. Is on 15. And Northamptonshire 207 for 5.
The other championship matches being played. 2 other games in Division 1, of course. Down at Canterbury, Kent continuing to pile on the runs against Nottinghamshire, 394 for 5. Now, just seeing how many overs have gone, because they're just underway again this morning. They're 99th, so Kent certainly ought to pick up 4 batting points, and maybe the 5th one is a little bit. They still have, 11 overs to go to get another 50 runs. Could do it. Here's Miles, in and bowls to Zabe, who pushes forward, and it just manages to get on top of the bounce and runs it down to long leg for a single. So I think Safe Zabe will be very happy with that single. Gets him away from Craig Miles, who's given him a little bit of a working over in the first couple of overs of the morning. But Zabe goes to 9 and Northamptonshire to 208 for 5. So chance for Kent to pick up maximum batting points there against Nottinghamshire. And
they'll end up with 24 points on that match. That'll put the cat among the pigeons a bit, wouldn't it?
Just. And they're underway also between Lancashire and Middlesex up at Old Trafford. Middlesex 145 for 8. Sam Robson, who opened, is still there, 56 not out. With him, Toby Rowland-Jones on 15. Toby Rowland-Jones only tends to play one way and can be very, very effective, as he proved in the Middlesex run chase against Northamptonshire, as Miles is in and, well, Safe Zabe or Lewis McManus. Miles is putting the ball past the bat this morning, and he's done so there as he beats the forward defensive stroke of McManus, who goes down and has a little suspicious or nervous prod of the pitch. Yes, he in that game at Merchant Taylor School, which finished in a draw with the scores level after a fascinating afternoon, it was really Toby Rowland-Jones going and putting bat to ball, I think, that made Middlesex realise they could win it. And it turned into a very, very exciting finish. Here's short goes Miles, and McManus is up on his toes and has cut that away through backward point for 4. Raced away to the short boundary, down to the front of the Hollies stand. So McManus goes to 19 and Northamptonshire to 212 for 5. 38 away from what would be only their 4th batting point of the season.
A misdirected short ball from Craig Miles. It is now 30 these two have added after Warwickshire took 3 wickets for 11 runs in the final session yesterday.
Yeah, very important partnership this for Northamptonshire. Here's Miles in again, bowls to McManus, and that's going to be 4 somethings. It's gone down to fine leg. Did he get bat on it? No, he didn't. It's just off the pad.
I think Craig Miles protected his bowling figures there, because he made a rather belated, polite appeal, as if to say to the umpire, it did come off the pads, you know.
Yes, well, it did. Umpire Neil Pratt concurred, but it's gone down for 4 leg byes, 216 for 5. So 8 balls to go before the second new ball is due, and then you feel we're into the sort of the business part of the day, really. But so if these two are still there, Northamptonshire will be pretty happy. Here's Miles in again, bowls to McManus, who's playing defensively back down the pitch. Miles fields in his follow through, and there's no run. Just lost a little bit of sunshine that we had early on. Certainly when I got to the ground this morning about just after 8:30, it was very pleasant. A walk around the ground, back of the holly stand, but lost the sunshine at the moment. But the birds twittering, as you can probably hear. There's a nest somewhere near where our effects mic is. Coming over loud and clear this morning. Here's Miles in, bowls short, very short, and McManus has nothing to do with it. Ducks underneath it, goes through to Michael Burgess. End of the, well, one assumes is the penultimate over of the first new ball. 216 for 5, 79 overs gone. McManus is 19, Zabe is 9.
So Danny Briggs on bowl the 80th over of the innings. And we bowl it to safe Zabe. So these batters have had their scares this morning, but they've had 16 runs in 6 overs. Now we've got a slip, a shortish mid-on for Zabe, who defends that back to the bowler. There's no run. And Dalby is twirling his arms that limber up. Quicker ball from Briggs, which is just guided down towards backward point by safe Zabe, and he's able to move into double figures with a single. He's on to 10, 217 for 5. Warwickshire beginning to get into that need a breakthrough stage, so they do have the new ball to come. They'll be hoping to keep Northants down comfortably below 300, whereas Northants will be looking to get comfortably above it. That's pushed out to point. There's no run. Warwickshire's batting has at times looked a little frail lately, particularly against Surrey when they were rolled over cheaply twice. Briggs bowls. He plays back to that McManus to mid-off. There's no run. So they may not be full of confidence. They have got Rob Yates back, who missed the Surrey game. In comes Briggs, and that's solidly defended by McManus. So this ball is probably going to be used for one more delivery before it's popped back in the box and used for training. That's driven to mid-off by McManus. No run. End of the over. 217 for 5. See if they do take the new ball out. I'm not a fan of taking it halfway through and over. If you're going to take it, just take it at the start of the over. Ollie Handel will be certainly going to bowl.
To see if it hasn't been brandished to the scorers yet.
No.
So, and he's now bowling it hard into the ground, so I rather suspect. There we go.
We got it now. Okay.
So umpire Neil Pratt has brandished the new ball to the scorers.
Well, that old one's retired. Yeah, well, it lasted the full 80 overs, that old one. I don't think it got replaced at any point.
No, surprisingly. It's one of a few times this year, but it hasn't. But our scorers, Mel Smith and Terry Owen, fully appraised of the fact that the new ball has been taken. Nice to see. Mel popped up to see us this morning. It was very nice to see, I say. Go back a long time with Mel, and he's a very, very good umpire in Northamptonshire before taking up the scoring duties here at Edgbaston. And here's Alan Dolby with the new ball, and first ball with it is outside the off stump. Good carry, as you would expect, but Zabe able to leave it alone, and does so. Goes into the gloves of Michael Burgess. 3
for 29 in his 19 overs yesterday. Well, really well, miserly bowling. Got a couple of wickets later on, having got one early in the day. Hasn't got a fifer yet this season, so there's a chance here with 5 wickets still to play for. He needs 2 more.
37 wickets coming into this match, so 40 now as Hannon Dolby is in, bowls to Zabe. Again, back of a length, and Zabe running it down towards backward point. There's no run. Smartly fielded down there by Ed Barnard. Just go back to one point we were talking about right at the start of the day, Clive, about Adi Sharma captaining Northamptonshire second 11, age 17 as he is today. And I was speculating about Alan Fordham. I just had a look, and the first time Alan Fordham captained Northamptonshire in the second 11 championship was in 1984, May 1984. Here's Alan Dolby in bowls and an attempted drive by Zabe, and he's caught behind. So the new ball does the trick at once, and Zabe not able to resist that one outside the off stump. Goes for a drive, gets the edge, regulation catch for Michael Burgess. It's a 4th wicket for Ollie Hannon Dolby, and not the start to the day that Northamptonshire were hoping for. Zabe goes for 10, and Northamptonshire 217 for 6.
Yeah, so the partnership eventually added 35, steady things a little bit. I did 17 this morning, but Hannah Dolby strikes again. Burgess now has 3 catches behind the stumps. And Warwickshire have their second bowling point.
Yeah, it was, again, it was just a little bit loose, wasn't it, from Safe Zabe. Just having a look at that one again and just trying to sort out the line. It was up. I mean, it was, you know, you say it was up there for the drive, but it's never a good look when you go for quite an expansive stroke. Third ball with a second new ball, and just finds an edge, and you're on your way back. And it's again another frustration for Safe Zabe, who's fought hard there for 10 runs. Faced, you can see how many balls he'd faced. Actually, he was in there quite a while, but he doesn't go on. And now Tom Taylor comes to the crease. Taylor had a really good, as Ed Barnard did, of course, a really good one-day cup. And particularly with the bat, made 200s. He'd never made a list A 100 before, and then he made 2 in the competition this year. One at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire, one at Worcestershire against Worcestershire at Northampton. Both of them in a losing cause, but also hit 42 off 23 balls to win the match against Sussex. So he had a good competition in the 50 over with the bat. He's been less successful in red ball cricket this year, and he's facing his first ball from Hannon Dolby. Still with just the 2 slips, and Hannon Dolby beats him at once outside the off stump, and it goes through to Michael Burgess. Taylor in the championship this year, 198 runs at 14. Made just the 150. That was again a hard working effort down at Taunton. Coronation weekend back in May. And batted a long time with Sam Whiteman, who was in there nearly 7 hours for an unbeaten century to save the match, and Taylor's contribution did a lot towards that. Now, I have to say I was a little bit surprised they'd only got 2 slips in with the new ball. They've now got 3 in for Hannon Dolby, running into bowl to Tom Taylor, who's in behind that solidly enough. Plays it back down the pitch, no run.
It's a bit of a test for a number 8, though, to have to face a new ball right at the start of a day.
Yeah,
He's effectively an opening batter here.
No, it's a tough gig for Tom Taylor. I say he's I think certainly in white ball cricket you would reckon there's many that feel he should be batting, you know, top 5 or 6. It'd be interesting, obviously, to see how Worcestershire use him, because he'll be heading to New Road at the end of this season on a 4-year deal. Here's Hannon Dolby to finish the over, and that nips back. Appeal for LBW, bit high, I think. Not out, says umpire Pratt, and that's the end of the over. A successful one for Ollie Hannon Dolby, who strikes with a 3rd ball with the second new ball. It's 217 for 6. Atlantis is 19. Tom Taylor yet to get off the mark.
A wicket maiden for Hannon Dolby. He's now 4 for 29 off 20 overs. Remarkable figures. So you'll be able to compare notes, Tom Taylor, with Ethan Brooks, who's heading to New Road as well next season.
There's a lot of player movement, isn't it? It's a little hard to keep up. And then those that are going on loan to different places, and some of them are going on loan before a permanent move, and others are going to a different place to where they're going to be on a permanent move. You need a very large diagram.
Chris Rushworth, just the 1 wicket so far. he takes a new ball from the pavilion end. Right arm over, bowls. Oh, that's got straight past the outside edge of McManus.
It's a beauty.
Good start from Rushworth.
That's just beautiful. He's a little bit wide of the crease, and it pitched maybe if it was on off stump, maybe just a little bit outside, but moved away and beat the outside edge. It was full, and well, it's just absolutely right on the money with his first ball with the second new ball.
Rushworth bowls, and that's solidly defended by McManus, who is on 19. 217 for 6. Northants edging their way towards that 250. That would give them a batting point, but they'll want quite a bit more than that. Rushworth turns to bowl to McManus, who pushes that to mid-on. And that's fielded there, there's no run. And Rushworth, ball in hand, turns, runs away from the pavilion. He's just got 2 slips in place for McManus. He bowls 2. That's gone well down the leg side. A little bit of a wild delivery from Rushworth, but he's protected by his wicket-keeper Michael Burgess, who makes a good stop. Well, he seems to have... Has he hurt himself there, McManus? Burgess stayed
Yes, he's
crouching down there. On his knees, as if... It might have hurt him a little bit, might have caught it with the edge of his hands. If he's expecting sympathy from his teammates, he's not really getting much. But it was a good stop from him. Saved what could have been 4 byes. Rushworth in, that's more accurate delivery. It's driven to mid-off by McManus. Rehearses the shot. Haven't got a run from the new ball yet. Northants. Rushworth has the ball given to him by Danny Briggs after a bit of vigorous polishing by Briggs. And he's in, and the open face of a bat there, McManus runs it down to third, and he'll get the first run from the new ball. He's on to 20, 218 for 6. I'll be doing an update in just under a minute on BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. It's actually got quite grey and cloudy overhead, but I don't think there's any immediate threat weather-wise.
Yeah, I was just having a look on the radar, and there's a little bit around that we weren't quite expecting, but it's to the south and west of us at the moment, so hopefully it will stay there and it won't come over our part of Birmingham.
So it will be Hannon Dalby to continue, naturally, looking for a fifer. Bowling to McManus, who got a single towards the end of the last over. And just 2 slips in for McManus. As Hannon Dalby comes in to bowl, that's pushed to mid-on for no run. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston for the second day of Warwickshire's County Championship match against Northamptonshire, and Warwickshire have made a breakthrough this morning. Northants 218 for 6. It came with the first over of the new ball. Ollie Hannon Dalby having saved Zabe, caught behind by Michael Burgess for 10. Hannon Dalby's 4th wicket of the innings, 3rd catch for Burgess, and Warwickshire will hope that with this new ball they can make more inroads into the Northants innings. Northants 218 for 6 in the 82nd over.
So Hannon Dalby going wide outside the off stump, and Lewis McManus leaving well alone. goes into the gloves of Michael Burgess. 218 for 6 it stays. Yes, there's a bit of cloud over to our left, isn't it, which is over to the sort of the west. There's just a little bit over in the sort of the Welsh borders at the moment, but
I'll just bring Phil in for a bit.
okie doke. So Phil will be joining me in just a second as Clive goes off to mop his fevered brow, have a lie down. Here's Hannon Dolby in, bowls outside the off stump. Really good carry. It bounces, as you would expect with a second new ball, and is taken by Michael Burgess, who was down on his knees a little while ago, but looks okay now. 218 for 6. It stays. Just to finish, I started to talk about second team captains just before Sabe was out. And Alan Fordham captain Northamptonshire in the second 11 championship for the first time in 1984 when he was 19, so not as young as Adi Sharma, which I rather thought would be the case. Here's Hannon Dolby in, bowls again to McManus, who's stretching forward this time, playing it defensively back down the pitch. Hannon Dolby deflects off his boot into the onside, but there's no run. Morning, Phil.
Good morning, Andrew. Good morning, everybody.
So you know the weather here. It's are we going to be okay? It's just to say the radar suggests there's a bit about, but it's not. Doesn't look to be necessarily heading our way at this stage.
No, I think we'll get some later on this afternoon.
Oh dear. Forecast for tomorrow.
Around about 4 o'clock, I reckon it'll start to do some showers.
Here's Hannon Dolby from the Birmingham end, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by McManus, goes through to Michael Burgess.
And if that forecast is as accurate as the one I gave yesterday, which said it would be getting dark and we'd lose the last 5 overs, it was the most beautiful evening. There wasn't a cloud in the sky.
Well, I tell you, the most accurate weather forecast I had yesterday was the lovely chap that is on the car park here at Edgbaston, just the part of the ground where we park our cars, right over the far side of the ground, the other side of the main scoreboard here. And I was having a chat to him when I got to the ground yesterday morning. As Hannon Dolby runs in again, bowls to McManus, who he was looking to leave the ball alone. It came down off the face of the bat, dangerously close to the off stump. It just managed to, from McManus's point of view, miss the off stump. It was retrieved by Burgess, but an anxious moment for the Northamptonshire vice-captain. End of the over, 218 for 6. McManus is 20, and Taylor yet to get off the mark. Taylor will face the start of the next over from Chris Rushworth. And he said, have you got a coat? Because I hadn't got a coat with me, and I said, well, there is one in the back of the car. And he said, well, you'll need it because you'll probably have to walk round later on, and it's going to rain. And I said, is it going to rain all day? He said, no, it's going to rain 3 times today. So he said, we'll get some play, but it will rain 3 times. And he was right. So it's the most accurate weather forecast,
That's
local
the
weather
man.
forecast.
Go and find that man, he'll tell you.
Was from an extremely pleasant and friendly chap on the car park at the far end of the ground. There you go.
Chris Rushworth runs away from us at the pavilion end and bowls. Tom Taylor is forward defensively to that. Oh, well, he was right. It rained before play. Delayed the start. It rained at lunchtime.
Just before lunch and then just a little bit afterwards as well. So
oh, yeah.
Sort of.
Sort of 3, yeah, okay.
But we never let the facts stand in the way of
no,
a story.
It's a
but
good story.
It's pretty much. He was pretty much right.
His accuracy is why he's round the back of the ground in the car park, you see. Rushworth is in and bowls, and Taylor again defends this down to mid-on where Rhodes does the fielding. There's no run.
Well, I did praise him for his weather forecast this morning, and but at that time, so I came into the ground, would have been just after 8:30, and it was lovely. It was beautiful, quite fresh morning with the sun out, and as I had to walk back round the ground from where I have to park at the back of the Hollies stand up here, it was very pleasant, but a bit less so now.
Rushworth again comes in and bowls. And this one is driven by Taylor straight back into the stumps at the non-striker's end, and a shot which possibly could have brought him 4 runs ends up for nothing.
Yes, Taylor will have unhappy memories of batting against Kent when Ben Sanderson drove one back, and he said he middled it better than almost any other shot in his career. Little deflection onto the stumps, and Taylor had to go.
That's awful way to be out, isn't it? Yeah, it happens. Taylor waits as this next one is in and down the leg side, and Burgess goes sprawling across to his left full length and stops it, and then looks a bit disconsolate, maybe because he's hurt his hand in so doing.
Well, he was down on his knees, wasn't he, a couple of overs ago?
Yeah.
So whether he's just got a little bit of a bang on the thumb or something, and maybe just might need taping up or something, but he's not entirely comfortable out there, is he?
I don't think Taylor got a touch on that. I don't think he's looking down disconsolate because he dropped a catch. Anyway, Rushworth comes in again and bowls, and Taylor will get runs this time, turning it away down to long leg for a single. That's all it'll be. 219 for 6. McManus moves on to 20. Taylor moves on to 1. He's off the mark.
You're talking about young captains, Phil, and mentioning the 1911 championship victory, which of course for Warwickshire was sealed at Northampton. Frank Foster wouldn't have been very old that season.
No, he wouldn't have been.
Early 20s?
Yeah, he certainly wasn't 17, that's for sure,
no.
but he would have been very early 20s, yeah. Exactly how old I could check. This one goes through outside the off stump, and there's no run.
Well, when Ricardo Vasconcelos was appointed at the start of last season, 2022, to captain Northamptonshire in the Championship, in the end it wasn't an appointment that lasted very long, but he was, I worked out, the youngest appointed Northamptonshire captain, as opposed to those that have done it the odd game. The youngest officially appointed Northamptonshire captain since Tubby Viles, just before the First World War, who would have been captain of Northamptonshire when Frank Foster was captain of Warwickshire. But
he was 22,
yeah.
Frank Foster, when Warwickshire won the title in 1911.
Remarkable. Here's Hannon Dolby in bowls to Taylor, who's beaten outside the off stump. Well, this is very, very tough going. We were saying it's why Northamptonshire needed really McManus and Zabe to bat deeper into the day and to try and make sure they were out there as top order recognised batsmen when the new ball was taken. It's a tough ask. Fine player though Tom Taylor is. This is not an easy examination being set by Hannon Dolby and Rushworth. Here's Hannon Dolby in again, bowls to Taylor, and it's gone off a leading edge. And is he caught at backward point? No, he's not. Landed just in front.
Yeah.
Just in front of him. He was working, looking to whip it away in the general direction of Birmingham city centre. So through mid-on or mid-wicket, and it went off a leading edge down to backward point, and I don't think it quite carried. They didn't claim the catch anyway.
No, Miles, who was the fielder, he never sort of looked like trying to claim it. I think it just he got it on the half volley pretty much.
Just landed in front of him, but nevertheless, it was a full shot from Taylor, who faces Hannon Dolby again, takes a step down the pitch. He's hit on the pad, and Hannon Dolby, that's a polite appeal, but without any great conviction. If I say he took a step down the pitch, he took 2 steps down the pitch. Not looking entirely comfortable at the moment, Tom Taylor. No, well, as I say, he had a terrific one-day cut with the bat, but his championship form with the bat has been not as good as a player of his ability would expect. 198 runs at 14s with just 1 half century. And that was back in May. Here's Hannon Dolby in again, bowls to Taylor. That's solid enough, plays that up to mid-off. And there's no run. Yes, there was wonderful accounts of when Warwickshire did win that title at Northampton in 1911. And they drank all the champagne that had sort of been laid in for the occasion. And Pat Darnell, who was Secretary of Northamptonshire at the time, had to send out for some more because they basically supped the lot. I think both teams in the old pavilion, that's now the Spencer Pavilion, had quite a party by the sound of it. Here's Hannon Dolby in bowls to Taylor. He's whipped that away through square leg, just behind square. They're going to come back for 2. Are they going to venture a third? Chris Rushworth already to the ball, so they settle for 2. He sends in not the best throw, was it? Not the best of returns to Michael Burgess, but nevertheless still only 2 runs, takes Taylor to 3 and Northamptonshire to 221 for 6. We're in the 85th over, so the 5th over with the second new ball.
I'm just watching Miles, who's at backward point, who's got the most peculiar warm-up. He's rolled himself on the floor. Now he's wriggling like he's doing some sort of snake dance out there. Most of them twirl their arms round and lift their knees, but Miles has developed his own pre-bowling warm-up. He must have been given the nod.
Here's Alan Dolby, and again bowls to Taylor. Again takes a step down the pitch, plays it up to mid-on, where Brathwaite fields, and that's the end of the over. 221 for 6, with McManus on 20. Taylor is 3. It's going to be Rushworth to continue at least for now. Yes, if I tried to do that sort of Craig Miles routine, I'd be in bed for a week. I think I'd have to be winched out of bed. 221 for 6 it is. Well, rather an overcast late morning now here at Edgbaston, with cloud has really banked up, hasn't it? And I just hope we're not going to get any interruption. Just to remind you, in case you're working out your hours for meals today, the 3 2-hour 10 sessions, so lunch will be at 12:40.
It's only 10 minutes, isn't it? So your dinner won't have gone that cold. Rushworth starts a new over. The first ball is flicked down by McManus, down to fine leg, and a good tumbling stop down there by Hannon Dolby. Saves 3 runs. 2-2-2, all the 2s. 2-2-2 for 6. McManus moved to 21. Taylor is on 3. Rushworth just the 1 wicket, which he got early yesterday morning when he got Azad out for just a single. Cool. The first wicket to go when Miles took the catch at backward point. He's in again and bowls, and this one is edged, but down past second slip and down to third man. Third man, not a position which you hear too often in the Championship cricket, but Warwickshire have employed a third man, and it restricts Taylor to a single. 223 for 6. Yes, that side, going back to that 1911, it must have been very strange, really, because I'll just break off. Here's Rushworth comes in again, bowls and through to Burgess. There's Foster at 22, without a great deal of experience, although a terrific all-rounder, captaining a side of players who, many of whom are in their late 30s and even early 40s, and have been playing a significant amount of cricket for Warwickshire through the early years of their first-class status. So it was coming into that side to take all those people on. It was a bit of a job. This one beats the McManus outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Again, there's no run.
But I suppose where Foster benefited, where a lot of other amateur captains at the time didn't, was the fact that he was absolutely good enough to command a place in the first choice side,
absolutely.
as he proved in the next couple of years with England, of course.
And of course it was tragic, really, that the war and prevented him, and
had a motorcycle accident.
He had a motorcycle accident during the war, and that then been to put an end to his career. In comes Rushworth, who again goes past McManus's outside edge and through to the keeper, ball shaping away from McManus. Yeah, it was like many of them, wasn't it? They're unfulfilled, not just in cricket, but in every walk of life. You know, that the loss of that whole generation of young men.
And he finished up, I think I'm right in saying, in St Andrew's Hospital in Northampton.
He did. He died in Northampton. Yes. Yeah, in Northampton. 1958-ish, I think it was. In comes Rushworth bowls, and this is just dropping. But did it carry to second?
No, I don't think it did. It's a bit of a theme here, isn't there? There's a few that are just being edged and not quite carrying. But Rushworth finding the edge. You know, again, you can give Batter a bit of credit there, I think, for playing with Lewis McManus, who playing with quite soft hands. The result, it didn't quite carry, but they're certainly finding the edge. They just need, from Warwickshire's point of view, it to go to hand a little bit more. But
Yeah, Sam Hain didn't take it cleanly,
No.
which doesn't help, because then you're not. If he's taken it clean and they don't claim it, then you've got a good. But you're never quite sure when the ball's spilt, as that one was.
Pretty sure it landed.
Yeah, I think you're right.
In front.
2-2-3 for 6 it is. So McManus 21, Taylor's 4, and we've added 23 runs this morning for just the loss of that 1 wicket.
And it is going to be Hannon Dolby to continue into his 23rd over. 9 maidens, 4 for 31. 2 slips in. Keeper standing up as Hannon Dolby bowls to Taylor, who's forward, playing it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Relative of mine, Wilfred Timms, who played for Northamptonshire back in the 20s and early 30s as an amateur, became a schoolmaster at Charterhouse School, taught modern languages, and he captained Northamptonshire during his first season when he just left Northampton Grammar School. I think he was quite 19, and he was playing in the side, with George Thompson and Bumper Wells, who were into their 40s and had been playing for 20 years. Here's Hannon Dolby in, bowls to Taylor, plays it up to mid-on this time, no run by way of variety. And I remember asking him about it. I had a chat with him not long before he died, and he said, it was ridiculous that he was literally just out of school, but because he was an amateur, he was captaining his hard-bitten professionals, and Dick Woolley, Frank Woolley's brother, and people like that. But he said they were all lovely, and they tried, absolutely no attempt to take advantage or to be difficult or anything. It was a different world, my goodness. Here's Hannon Dolby in and bowls to Taylor, who turns that down to long leg. Rushworth comes across the field, and they'll come through for a single. Takes Taylor up to 5 in Northamptonshire to 224 for 6. And I asked him about George Thompson, who's obviously long been a hero of mine, and I chance to write a book about him a couple of years ago, and he said he was just a sort of nice genial presence in the side, and he said he basically captained the side. He told me what to do and I did it, but for the look of the thing they had to have the amateur
How long did he play for?
Wilfred Timms made his debut in 21, scored 154 against Essex in his second match, and played on and off until 1932. Here's Hannon Dolby in, bowls to McManus and beats him outside the off stump, goes through to Burgess, and in fact he
remaining an amateur throughout.
Oh yes, yeah, he was.
So you obviously come from a wealthy background, then, Andrew?
Not at all. He was. He lived in Clark Road, which is one of the roads down the side of the ground, the back of the West Stand, and remembered watching from his back window when he was 6 years old, watching Bumper Wells make the winning hit when Northamptonshire beat Lancashire in 1908 by 1 wicket. Here's Hannon Dolby, an appeal for LBW as McManus is stretching right forward. He must have got outside the line and was playing at it, and again the appeal lacked a bit of conviction. Not out, says umpire Pratt, and I think rightly so.
They're taking a lot of convincing, these two umpires, aren't they?
I haven't given a lot so far. No, it was a little bit of a contrast to Northampton's previous matches, probably fair to say.
It's funny, isn't it? You get to some games and it's like a trigger. You've got to virtually hold their hands, tie their hand behind their back, but and other games.
You will remember, Phil, and when I started doing this nearly 40 years ago, you had 1 or 2 umpires on the panel, and if you looked and you saw they got 2 of them together, you thought this has
not going to last 3 or 4 days.
This has got 2 days in the days of 3-day championship cricket. This has got 2 days written all over it.
And there used to be ones you knew if there were bad weather about, you wouldn't be playing a great deal.
Absolutely. Hannon Dolby in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by McManus, goes through to Michael Burgess, end of the over, 224 for 6. McManus is 21, Taylor is 5. Wilfred Timms actually still holds a Northamptonshire batting record against Warwickshire. He and I think it was, I'll check this up, I think it was Fanny Walden put on a lot of runs against Warwickshire sometime in the 20s, and remarkably it's stood since for very nearly 100 years. But
it's amazing how those records come up every now and then. You sort of get a partnership and you look see what the record is, and you go back in 1927 or something like that. It's beating. It's a pity when they actually drop out of the record books. Rushworth starts a new over. Taylor leaves the first ball outside the off stump.
He's there. Northamptonshire's 7th wicket record against Warwickshire, 229. By Wilfred and Fanny Walden. Great Fanny, who was, of course, a footballer as well as a cricketer. Later became a Test umpire, one of the shortest first-class cricketers. And that was at County Ground at Northampton in 1926, so it stood very nearly a century.
He must have been a bit of a rarity then as an amateur skipper who wasn't from a wealthy background. This one is left outside the off stump and through to the keeper, because there weren't most of the captains.
Yes.
Were from,
you know,
like Foster was from, his family, but obviously became the Foster brothers, which was well known throughout the country as, for every schoolboy,
yes.
every person from the age who's probably over the age of 55 will know that they bought their school uniform from Foster brothers.
Yes, that's right. A lot of them. I mean, I'm actually doing a book on Northamptonshire captains at the moment, and a lot of them were in trade, brewers and that sort of thing.
Yeah. Rushworth bowls, that's a beauty, and Taylor sort of plays forward to that, and the ball pitches and seams away from him, and Rushworth not getting any luck this morning, but beating the bat. And, he's making the hard going here for Northants this morning. Just added 24 runs, and we've had 50 minutes play?
Yeah, just a little bit more than that. In fact, no, it's been hard work, and that's testament. We're into the 15th over of the morning, and that's testament to how well Warwickshire have bowled this morning.
There's Rushworth coming in again, bowls, and again this time Taylor lunges forward but takes the bat out of the way, and there's no run.
Yeah, Wilfred was very, very ordinary sort of Northampton background. A lot of the family on both. It's my grandmother's side, and they were very much in the shoe trade, as of course so many people were. But he went to Northampton Grammar School and then went to Cambridge. Didn't get a blue because he was there at a time when they got such a astonishingly strong batting side. But he played a lot of cricket at Cambridge.
Rushworth bowls. This is driven beautifully down the ground. This time he doesn't hit it into the stumps, and it goes straight for 4. Lovely shot from Taylor. The one he tried in the previous overs when he crashed into the stumps at the bowler's end, but this time it goes between bowler and those stumps and down to the pavilion steps.
Yeah, best shot of the morning, I would say.
Lovely shot, yeah.
It was a lovely bit of timing by Tom Taylor, who I'm sure, knowing him as I do, will be very, very keen to go out with Northamptonshire on a high note.
Let's Rushworth into him and bowls, and Taylor leaves this one. It goes through again to the keeper, end of another over. That's Rushworth getting to the end of his spell this morning, you think? He's
maybe
had those early overs, but he's taken the new ball. And
well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because Miles bowled a lovely little spell at the start with the old ball, and I mean, he kept doing save outside the off stump for a pastime, but presumably, although he did bowl 3 or 4 overs at the start, I'm sure he'll be wanting to get back on and have a go with the new ball. I think there's a little bit of rain in the air.
Did you see some?
I just saw a little bit of movement. Maybe not. The umpires were just having a look around, but it's just a little bit hazy over towards the city now as Hannon Dolby starts a fresh over, bowling to McManus, who's up on his toes, plays it out in the onside. Dan Mosley comes across the field, and there's no run. And he
usually, Andrew, the ground staff are straight out, and you can see them by the hover cover.
Yeah, they're not, are
they?
They're
not, no.
So
I think it might be okay.
Very much more about it than I do. Perhaps it's my ageing eyes, but it just looked as though it was.
And there's usually umbrellas. Only needs one drop, and somebody puts an umbrella up.
And everybody sitting behind them tells them to put it down. Here's Hannon Dolby in again. Bowls to McManus, who plays that nicely away through mid-wicket. Very full, whipped away by McManus. It's running out towards the boundary, the longest boundary. They've come for 2. They'll turn for an easy 3rd. And as Clive mentioned yesterday, we've seen a lot of 3s in this match so far because there is a very, very long boundary over towards the city side of the ground. It's 2:31 for 6 now. McManus goes to 24.
The outfield as well I think it's a bit slower than it's been during the season. It's just holding the ball up. So rather than perhaps where you'd expect it to go on and run on for 4, certainly it's a long boundary on the one side, but just holding up a little bit in the grass.
It was certainly a little bit slower yesterday, wasn't it? The first part of the day when we had that little bit of drizzle at the start of the day. Here's Hannon Dolby, and again bowls to Taylor, who leaves it alone. Burgess is standing up, and it's a good take.
It is, because he's got no... he sees the line the bowler delivers it from, and then Taylor moves out of that. He gets blocked, and then suddenly he's moved out the way and the ball's on him, and it's incredible how they can do that. We were talking, Clive and I were talking about this yesterday, but it really is, I have to say, it's
lovely bit of keeping, isn't it?
Terrific work by the keepers.
Well, now the ground staff are moving towards
they've heard you. You see they've heard you, Andrew.
Here's Hannon Dolby in again, bowls to Taylor, who's flayed that away down to third man, through the kitchen sink at that. It goes down to third man, is well fielded down there by Craig Miles. But they're through for a single. Taylor goes to 10, Northamptonshire to 232 for 6. Wilfred initially became master in charge of cricket at Oundle School in Northamptonshire.
Okay,
was there for a few years, then moved on to Charterhouse, and he formed a partnership in later years with George Geary, the great Leicestershire and England professional, who was cricket pro at Charterhouse, and one of probably their most celebrated young player that came through their hands was Peter May. But Wilfred retired, obviously, years on, as Hannon Dolby is in bowling to Taylor, to McManus, who pushes forward, and there was some hesitation as to whether they were going to get a single. It ran just in front of square, and Dan Mosley had to make a bit of ground to retrieve. The result is they are able to come through for a single. It takes McManus to 25 and Northamptonshire to 233 for 6. And when he retired, he stayed living in a house almost on the Charterhouse estate when I went down to see him a couple of years before he died, in the mid-80s that would have been, and they were still living very close to Charterhouse School down at Godalming in Surrey, lovely part of the world, and fascinating man to talk to. Very glad I had the chance to do so. Here's Hannon Dolby in bowls to Taylor, who plays that up to mid-on. Brathwaite Fields, end of the over, 233 for 6. McManus is 25, just too short of his highest championship score of the season, which was made in the previous match against Lancashire.
Gosh, he's had a quiet season.
He has. Well, going into the Lancashire match, he was averaging 10 in championship cricket. He got a couple of 20s in that one, 27 and 25, which just pushed it up a little bit. Yeah, I mean, for a player of Lewis McManus's quality, he obviously had the setback fairly early in the season when he broke a thumb, and obviously that kept him out for a while, and he hasn't quite got going since, but a talented player, very talented.
Rushworth to continue into his 21st over, and he bowls, and this one is caught behind. He's got the outside edge. McManus, we've just been talking him up, but he has gone for 25, and a good diving catch, a low catch for Burgess, his 4th catch of the innings, his 2nd of the morning, and Northants have lost their 7th wicket. They're 233 for 7, yes, and Rushworth 2nd.
Yes, I fear that was a touch of the commentator's curse, wasn't it? We were just talking about how he's battling through his struggles, but on that occasion it was a good ball. I think he probably had to play at it. It took the edge. Good low catch by Michael Burgess, as you say. He's having a really good match so far behind the Timbers. 233 for 7. Conditions, I mean, they're not pleasant for batting. I think there may be a little bit of dampness in the air, perhaps. It's quite overcast, and
it's another interesting one, though. That one, as we've seen with many of the slip catches, didn't quite carry through, and Burgess in the end had to go down very low to take it. It was again a good catch, but it was not far off the surface. Yeah, umpires are looking at having a chat. The ground staff are all waiting by the hover cover, but one good thing is I don't see a single umbrella out at the far end.
That's good. There's just one or two in the Hollies stand that are perhaps just shifting backwards, but anyway, we'll take the opportunity while the wicket has fallen. I'll make way for Clive to come in and join you, Phil.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. I'll be back in a few minutes. As players stay on, the umpires are still pointing to the skies, and I don't think where they're pointing is where the weather's coming from. I have to say, looking over the back, it doesn't look particularly inviting. If you
ground staff clearly are expecting to be hauled into action any moment.
You probably wouldn't go to the beach on a day like this.
But only for a nice walk.
Well, exactly. Mind you, I haven't been too many days this summer where you would want to go to the beach. 2.33 per 7. The new batsman, Simon Kerrigan. Seems to take him a long time to get this man to the wicket.
Time him out.
So, Northamptonshire still need 17 more runs for their batting point. Rushton will continue his well, he's got 2 wickets now. He's in and bowls. And Kerrigan, ooh, that first one. He'd shaped to play a sort of shot into the offside, then changed his mind, and it was a ball which was short and rose at him. And in the end, he sort of just jabbed down on it, but he comes down, has a look at the wicket, fired into the surface, and really welcome to the wicket, Simon. And in the end, he did well to play it down, because that could have gone anywhere.
I mean, the last pair took a bit of the shine off the new ball. They lasted nearly 9 overs, but only 16 runs added in that time.
This next one is another short one. Kerrigan really dodges inside it and doesn't look at all comfortable with that, but the ball goes harmlessly in the end past him through to the keeper, but he did his best to get into the position to be hit. Well, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ground staff out there. That's a lot today. We've got
Kent, by the way, didn't quite make it to maximum batting points. After 110 overs, they are 430 for 6, so they got 4 batting points.
It's a hard task, this 450, isn't it?
I'll tell you how many people have done it in a minute. It's not very many.
Well, this one is, next one goes past Kerrigan's outside edge of his bat.
If I can find the right... I'm having to do everything on my phone at the moment for complicated reasons I won't bore people with.
I think we don't think we're going to be on very long, Clive. The rain has now arrived, and in fact, yes, the umpires have said, "Come on, off," and you can hear the hover coming up. Sorry, just
so well, let's quickly do this. And if I say 1, 2, well, in the first division there have been 4 occasions. Kent actually are one of them. Warwickshire are one of them as well. But there have been 4 occasions where teams have managed to get maximum batting points. It's happened more often in the second division, but only because Durham have done it an incredible 6 times. If you take Durham out of the equation, then there's not many in the second division either. So it is very difficult to get maximum batting points. I don't think Northants are going to get maximum batting points. If they do, it's going to be a very entertaining.
We're going to be here a long time as well.
Well, we can't be, can we? We've only got 21 overs to get them in. Anyway, yes, so unfortunately rain's come down. We weren't really expecting this, but there we are. We will lose time, of course, because we were already adding an extra half hour at the end of the day to make up for lost time yesterday. But the game's moved on reasonably well this morning. The Northants have only added 33 runs in, 16.4 overs. But Warwickshire have taken those 2 wickets. Save Zabe of Ollie Houndolby for 10, Lewis McManus of Chris Rushworth for 25, both caught behind by Michael Burgess, who now has 4 catches behind the stumps. So we will take a little break. There is plenty of cricket going on elsewhere, of course, which you can follow on BBC Online, and don't forget the live cricket page as well. And you can follow what's going on in all the games. I'm not sure we're going to be off for too long, but we are going to be off for a bit with Northants. 2:33 for 7.
well. That's 4 in a row.
Shout to catch, there's no on that.
afternoon. Welcome back to Edgbaston, where we are resuming it. The official resumption time is 12:05, but I think they've decided we might as well get on with it. Having decided that 8 overs have been lost, I'm going to do an update anyway on BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR in about 1 minute and 12 seconds time. But the Warwickshire players, fielders, are already coming out there, with Northants to resume on 233 for 7. Rain's cleared nicely. It didn't fall very heavily. It's quite a breeze blowing, actually. The clouds are moving quite quickly, so it could be changeable, but that little shower left us fairly quickly. We won't make up those 8 overs, though, because we were already on the extra half hour to make up for time lost yesterday, so we won't be able to make those up. The batters walk out to the middle, hoping to take Northants to at least 1 and preferably 2 batting points from their point of view. They want to get to 300, but that does seem quite a long way off now. They found it quite difficult this morning, only just 33 runs in 16 overs and losing 2 wickets in the process. Update coming up in a few seconds' time. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where we've just had a bit of a rain break. Having had about an hour's cricket this morning, we are about to resume with Northamptonshire 233 for 7. So Warwickshire have taken 2 more wickets this morning with the new ball. Ollie Hannon-Dalby having safe as Abe, caught behind for 10. Hannon-Dalby's 4th wicket, and then Chris Rushworth got his 2nd when he had Lewis McManus caught behind just before they came off for 25. 4 catches on Michael Burgess behind the stumps. Rushworth and Hannon-Dalby continuing their hope to wrap up this and Northants innings as soon as possible. We're back underway with Northants 233 for 7. And the first ball was just nurdled out onto the onside by Kerrigan for no run. Odd scattered shower, we're being told. The odd scattered shower, that's an expression. Scattered shower. In comes Rushworth to bowl. Right arm over, and that's goes past the outside edge taken by the wicketkeeper. I mean, that's hedging your bets, really. Yes. You're saying, well, it might rain, or it might not.
The radar at the moment, I've sort of been keeping an eye on this, and there's a bit down to the southeast of us here, and there's a bit to the northwest, but I don't think that's going to trouble us because it seems to be going a bit further north. That's quite heavy, in fact, but Stoke-on-Trent's getting a bit of a dousing at the moment, I think, but it's not too bad here. So I think we'll be all right. But 79 overs remaining in the day, and it's going to be Ollie Hannon-Dalby, who's been, well, certainly the pick of the bowlers in the innings so far. 24 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 37. Wicket of safe Zabe this morning. Caught by Michael Burgess, who also held the catch to dismiss Lewis McManus off Chris Rushworth for 25. Tom Taylor, not depending on him if Northamptonshire are to get at least 1 batting bonus point. Risk of mentioning it rather too often. Northamptonshire have only managed 3 all season so far. Here's Hannon-Dalby in, bowling to Taylor outside the off stump, keeper standing up, and that's another superb take by Michael Burgess. It was a little bit of width outside off stump. I think it seamed away as well. It bounces a little bit, as it will with the new ball being relatively new, only in its 11th over with it. This is quality keeping from Michael Burgess.
His wicket keeping has really come on since he joined. Well, I remember him saying to me he was very conscious of who he's taking the gloves off in Tim Ambrose and having to match that standard. I think he's pretty close to doing that.
4 catches for him so far as Hannon-Dalby is in, bowls outside the off stump and right on cue. He misses. He misses one. It was rather similar to the previous ball, and there was a little bit of width, and this time it bounced off the gloves. No damage done because it wasn't a bye or anything like that. It was retrieved by second slip Sam Hain, but it's absolutely the case, isn't it? As soon as you talk somebody up, they go and miss one. And I think he also might have got one on the thumb earlier on, and he was down and obviously a little bit of discomfort early on, but he's kept beautifully in the innings so far. Here's Hannon-Dalby in again, bowling to Taylor, who's edged and caught by Hain at second slip. Easy as you like. Little bit of extra bounce maybe, but Taylor just pushing at it. It's 5 wickets for Ollie Hannon-Dalby, his first 5 for this season. So congratulations to him. Straightforward catch to Sam Hain, took it to his right. Taylor goes for 10 and Northamptonshire 233 for 8. And as one of our Twitter correspondents, William at Fourth Slip, mentioned just before they came back on for rain, if all of cricket Twitter sort of clubbed together, could they buy Northamptonshire a batting point? Well, they can't, and it doesn't look at the moment as though Northamptonshire will necessarily gain one of their own out of their own merits. 233 for 8. They still need another 17 runs. Warwickshire need one more for their third bowling point.
Yeah, Alan Handleby's 12th fifer of his career, and they've all come fairly late in his career. His first one, I remember, or it might have been his second one actually. He might have had one beforehand, but he was quite emotional when he got one a few years ago because it had been so long. But he gets them a bit more regularly now, though you say he's the first of the season.
Well, there's absolutely no doubt that he's thoroughly deserved it in this innings. He's bowled quite beautifully. His control, his discipline has been flawless, really. He's been really, really good. Terrific foil for Chris Rushworth, who says an attacking bowler, and sometimes he'll give the batters a chance. And yesterday, when he didn't have the best of luck, a few inside-outside edges that ran away for 4, but Hannon Dolby's been superb, and 5 wickets to his name as Ben Sanderson, who's re-established his position at number 10 in place of Jack White the previous game, because he's had this wrist issue. He broke a bone in his wrist, which certainly hindered his batting, because his left wrist, so it hindered his batting quite a bit. So for the previous match he found himself batting below Jack White, which will have, I'm sure, have narked him enormously. But he's now back to number 10, Ben Sanderson, with White to come. And Hannon Dolby running in to bowl his first ball to Ben Sanderson, who pushes it out into the covers, half thinks about a single, decides against it. Wasn't one there. Fielded by the Warwickshire captain, Will Rhodes. And there's no run. 233 for 8. Northamptonshire having lost Safe Zabe for 10, Lewis McManus for 25, Tom Taylor for 10. 2 wickets this morning for Hannon Dolby. 1 for Chris Rushworth. Second new ball doing the trick, just the third ball with it, accounting for Safe Zabe. And here's Hannon Dolby from the Birmingham end, running in to bowl to Sanderson, who's beaten outside the off stump. Goes through to Michael Burgess. If memory serves, Clive, it was Sanderson who was in when Northamptonshire scored their first batting bonus point of the season down at Taunton. I think he was in with James Sales, if I remember rightly. Just checking my notes. Yes, it was Sanderson and Sales. Well, the chance for him here, but a few more needed on this occasion as Hannon Dolby's in, bowls to Sanderson, plays it out to square leg, where Dan Mosley fields, and there's no run. Applause for Ollie Hannon Dolby, successful over for him. 5 wickets in the innings, 233 for 8, and 2 batters both on naught, Simon Kerrigan and Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, it's an opportunity here for Warwickshire to try and wrap this innings up. You so often see lower order batters holding teams up. But with still a relatively new ball, and Rushworth and Hannon Dolby having had a bit of a rest in the break, they'll fancy their chances. 2 slips in place. Rushworth bowls, it's left by Kerrigan, taken by Burgess. There is no run.
Middlesex all out for 194 against Lancashire at Old Trafford, and Sam Robson has not carried his bat. He was last out, bowled by Luke Wells for 86 out of 194 all out. So no batting points for Middlesex, who have managed even fewer than Northamptonshire this year.
This next one is just on leg stump, and it's turned around to mid-wicket for a single. I know in a sense it's too late, but worth pointing out from Northants' point of view that Warwickshire have actually conceded 3 8th wicket century partnerships this season. Balderson and Bailey put on 145 for the 8th wicket for Lancashire here. Gregory and Davey put on 105 for Somerset at Taunton, and Compton and Everson put on 100 here at Edgbaston before Everson was out for 99, if memory serves me correctly, which was the wicket that clinched the match. Poor old batter out for 99, and Hassan Ali celebrated in full celebration mode. He had clinched the match. Let's go down the leg side. Let's take over the wicketkeeper. Welcome to listeners on Sports Extra. With the news that Northants at 2:34 for 8. It's been slow going for Northants today. We did have a rain delay. We had about an hour's play. We started on time, and then we had about half an hour off due to rain. We've just come back on, and Northants have added 34 runs thus far today. This will be the 19th over they've faced. Warwickshire had the new ball available within 8 overs of the day as Rushworth bowls and Sanderson tries to work on the leg side. There's no run. Ollie Hannon-Dolby was first to strike. We had Saif Zaib caught behind for 10. That was 2:17 for 6. Lewis McManus battled hard, eventually caught behind off Chris Rushworth for 25, 2:33 for 7. And just a few moments ago, Tom Taylor edging Hannon-Dolby to Sam Hain to go for 10, and that was the 5th wicket for Ollie Hannon-Dolby, his first fifer of the season. Rushworth, who's got 2, is bowling to Ben Sanderson, who leaves that, and Michael Burgess dives to his right and takes the catch. So Warwickshire on top this morning on what is now a reasonably bright day, though the floodlights are on. The clouds are moving across the sky fairly quickly. We did have that brief interruption for rain. Lost 23 overs yesterday. We've lost 8 so far today. We'll get 8 of those back out of that 31 at the end of today, all being well, with the extra half hour added. In comes Rushworth to bowl to Sanderson, who works that to mid-wicket. It will be, won't be cut off. That was very nicely timed and placed by Sanderson. That's 4 for him. And that's got Northants going a bit. 2:38 for 8. I'm Clive Egan. Andrew Rad sitting beside me.
Yes, it's the old batting points this year. It's a bit of a slow bicycle race, isn't it, between Northamptonshire and Middlesex. Middlesex bowled out, as we mentioned a moment or two ago, for 194 by Lancashire up at Old Trafford. So Middlesex, another innings goes past without them picking up a batting point. They're now on 2 batting bonus points for the season. Northamptonshire have picked up 3, and of course they are just 12 runs away, possibly from a 4th. So it could be the open top bus dusted off at Wantage Road if this happens.
Everyone on the edge of their seats in Northampton.
Here's Hannon-Dolby from the Birmingham end running into bowl to Simon Kerrigan. 2 slips in place, short, and Kerrigan somehow manages to shovel it onto the onside for a single. Craig Brathwaite comes in from mid-on to field. It wasn't a stroke of great beauty, and Simon Kerrigan rehearses it, and rather than try and make it look a little better than it was as inelegant in the rehearsal as it was in the actual performance. But nevertheless, it's a single. 2 to Kerrigan, 2:39 for 8. 11 runs away from a batting bonus point. Northamptonshire picked up 1 on Coronation Weekend back in May down at Taunton, and 2 at the end of July up at Old Trafford against Lancashire. Here's Hannon-Dolby in bowls to Sanderson, pushes forward, it beats the dive of backward point. It runs down to the short boundary down in front of the Hollies stand where Miles fields, and there's another single. Sanderson to 5, Northamptonshire to 240 for 8. Match being played on a pitch well over towards the Hollies stand side. I think you were saying yesterday, Clive, is it 24 strips, and this is number 22?
That's what I count. 21 I count. I counted 24 strips on the what's called the square, which is actually very rectangle. And this is 21st. If you took it from left to right, this is the 21st out of 24.
Kerrigan on strike again as Hannon-Dolby comes in and bowls down the leg side, and Kerrigan doesn't manage to get anything on it. Little tickle down to fine leg was what he was looking for. Doesn't make contact. Craig Miles is warming up down at third man. I thought he bowled a beautiful little spell this morning with the old ball from the Birmingham end. It was just him and Danny Briggs getting through the last few overs to take Warwickshire to the point at which the second new ball could be taken, and he beat Saif Zaib countless times outside the off stump, and in the end Zaib was happy to get a single and get down the other end. Here's Hannon-Dolby in again, bowls to Kerrigan, who just watches that go through outside the off stump. There's a bit of blue sky over the city of Birmingham now. It's quite a pleasant early afternoon. It's frustrating yesterday, wasn't it? The time that we lost it just sort of disrupted the narrative of the day, really. It made it a slightly disjointed day with...
Pretty much lost the middle session, didn't we?
Yeah.
It's been frustrating all along because it's not as if it's been heavy rain. Those argue that maybe we could have played in some of it. It was that light, the rain.
Here's Alan Dolby running in again to bowl to Kerrigan, and this time he's got something on it down the leg side. It's beaten the dive of Michael Burgess. It's gone down for 2. Rob Yates tied his up. Bat on it? No. Leg by. Just clipped the pad on the way through. So 2 more onto the total. 242 for 8. It's sort of game within a game at the moment, isn't it? It was Northamptonshire looking for that. We talk about hen's teeth. Something perhaps even rarer than that. Batting points for Northamptonshire this year. But they're 8 runs away from it. And it's going to be Simon Kerrigan facing Hannon Dolby. And he's in, bowls outside the off stump to Kerrigan, leaves well alone. End of the over, 242 for 8, 5 to Ben Sanderson and 2 to Simon Kerrigan. We have, in theory, 25 minutes or so until lunch, but of course if another wicket falls then we're into the realms of having to play until the innings ends. So heaven knows when we'll get lunch today, but it'll be at some point.
We're back with our online friends only now, so the exclusive club we're back with now. So thank you for being out there. I know Kent all out subsided a little bit, not that it's still a big score they got, but they were all out for 446 in the end against Nottinghamshire. But you should see how Notts fare there. In comes Rushworth. That's left by Sanderson, taken tumbling stop by the wicket-keeper.
Well, I can tell you they've lost a wicket in the first over.
Oh, crumbs.
They are 1 for 1, Nottinghamshire. Ben Slater has gone. Caught Jack Leaning, which would normally be in the slips, you would think, off Michael Hogan for a duck. Third ball, 1 for 1.
I mean, Notts, of course, only got promoted last season. If they lose that game, that might suck them into the relegation vortex a little bit. It looks like 3 teams battling for the one safety place, but a few above could still be drawn in, and that's from Rushworth. Sanderson tries to work on the leg side. There's no run. Doing just about include Warwickshire and that, and they'd have to have a pretty traumatic finish to the season, but it's not beyond the bounds of possibility. Need to accumulate some points to make sure they're safe, but they of course have higher ambitions. Realistically, well, they can't win the title now, and realistically I think second place is probably gone, but third place is certainly within a reasonable grasp if they finish the season strongly. Rushworth bowls, and that's edged, and was that dropped at second slip?
I think it might have been. It was a very, very good effort. It's edged.
Sam
Oh,
Hain.
it was a terrific effort. That would have been a wonderful catch if he'd held it at full stretch to his right hand. It just about carried, and he's disappointed because he didn't manage to hang on, but it really would have been an absolute screamer if he'd held on to it.
I mean, it looked like a deliberate shot to run it down to third, and got it a
Keep
bit
off the
finer than he
jaws.
intended.
And again, we've talked about this already this morning, it only just carried.
Yeah. Rushworth into Kerrigan. 7 more needed for a batting point for Northants. That's defended solidly by Kerrigan to backward point. They're not in too much of a hurry unless they believe they can get to 300, which of course it's not impossible. I suppose we take each step as it comes. But 16 overs after this one still to go for the bonus points. Warwickshire, of course, still need 1 more wicket to secure their third bowling point. So, I mean, if they are still there after 110 overs, they won't be far short of 300, I wouldn't have thought. Rushworth comes in to bowl to Kerrigan, who leaves that one, taken by Burgess.
We need to congratulate our friends in the northeast. Durham are officially promoted. They were officially promoted 10 minutes ago.
Gosh.
So according to our friend and colleague Martin Emerson, 12:11. He's recorded the time, so Durham congratulate. Well,
I mean, strictly speaking, and I know I'm being very pedantic here, but you never really are until the final game because you can't have points stopped.
Well, and Durham know that.
Durham particularly
know that more than anybody.
I mean, I was thinking of more orthodox point deductions, but that's left. There's no run. But yeah, I mean that's Durham really have dominated that second division, so it might be a trip to Chester Street for Warwickshire next season if they make sure they stay in the first division, and that's your incentive for Northants. And true to have 4 days in Chester Street, potentially, because you never know in the first division because there's 10 teams. You don't go away to everybody.
No.
But 2:43 for 8.
I very much enjoy going to Chester Street, but the driving is
it's a journey, isn't it?
It's a serious hike up there, but it's a lovely place to watch cricket, and one of the friendliest grounds in my experience around the circuit. But anyway, congratulations to Durham. Put an asterisk next to that, subject to confirmation. Sanderson on strikers. Hannon Dolby is driven back over his head by Ben Sanderson for 4. We'll take that, says Sanderson. Takes him into double figures. He goes to 10. 247 for 8. Ben Sanderson will, of course, if you ask him nicely, talk you through every delivery of his 46 against Kent earlier this season, career best.
Well, Ollie Handel, might just be saying to him, just try that again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Quite like to have seen him do that.
I'm just wondering what the reaction will be if Northamptonshire do. I mean, it really doesn't necessitate any sort of celebration, really, with 4th batting point of the season. But I just wonder if there'll be an acknowledgement to the crowd or something. Anyway, we'll see. Still 3 runs away. Sanderson facing this ball from Hannon Dolby, and Sanderson drives back past the bowler again, all along the floor this time, running up towards the boundary. Don't think it's quite going to get there. It is. It's reeled in just inside. They're going to come back for 3, and that is Northamptonshire's 4th batting bonus point of the season. A nation rejoices. 250 for 8.
Where are the fireworks?
Sanderson goes to 13. There's probably 50 or 60 people just about ready to run on. No, they're not. That's not true at all. Anyway, it's a batting bonus point. 250 for 8. And Sanderson goes to 13, brings Simon Kerrigan on strike.
There was a season a few years ago where Warwickshire couldn't buy a batting point to save their lives, so we know what it's like.
Here's Hannon Dolby in bowls, and there's an appeal for LBW as Kerrigan comes a long way across and he's out. 6th wicket for Ollie Hannon Dolby. He did come a long way across, and the umpire, Neil Pratt, took his time, had a think about it, and sends Simon Kerrigan on his way. So that's the 3rd bowling point for Warwickshire, and Northamptonshire at 250 for 9.
I mean, this clearly didn't happen, but it's almost as if bowler and batters have had a chat before and said, look, you get your batting point and then let us have the bowling point and we'll carry on. But yeah, great stuff from Ollie Hannon Dolby. Now his career best is 6 for 33, so he does need another wicket to get a career best.
Well, he's got Jack White coming out, and with Jack White's batting, you never quite know what you're going to get. He has got a 50 this year. In the same innings that Ben Sanderson made his 46 against Kent, he made 59, which was not only his career best, it was so far and away his career best, it was almost laughable. But he played well. He's got a good eye, Jack, but as I say, you never quite know what's going to happen, which mode he's going to bat in. His highest score before this, going into the season, was 15 not out, and he made 59 against Kent and batted pretty well. But anyway, he's coming out to join Ben Sanderson, who's probably saying to him at the moment, you see, this is why I should be batting at number 10 and you should be batting at number 11, because did you see that shot? And he'll be talking him through it. There's deep in conversation as Jack White comes out to the middle, left-hander of course. 250 for 9. Oh, it's almost got a bit of sunshine as well. So now 9 wickets down, of course. We won't take lunch just yet. It could be an elongated session. On the other hand, if Jack White hasn't got the batting head on today, then they may be heading in very shortly. 250 for 9. White facing his first ball from Hannon Dolby. Round the wicket, he's bowled him. So Hannon Dolby is going to be on a hat-trick for the start of the second innings. White goes, bowled by Hannon Dolby for naught. A career best for Ollie Hannon Dolby. 26 overs and 4 balls, 10 maidens, 7 for 48. Jack White goes, bowled by Hannon Dolby, first ball for naught, and Northamptonshire all out for 250.
Brilliant effort from Ollie Hannon Dolby. All the players go over, shake hands with him. I was talking to him about him wanting to get to 50 this season. Modest chap, he said, I was very lucky to get to 50 last season. I'd like to do it again. Well, he's now on 44 with 2 matches to go, 2.5 matches to go. So there we are. Get that ball in the museum then, Phil. Career best for Ollie Hannon Dolby.
So 250 all out in 94 overs and 4 balls. And let's hear the applause for Ollie Hannon Dolby as he comes off the park.
Just raises the ball in his hands. Big smile. He loves his cricket. He's a modest chap. But brilliant performance from him.
So Northamptonshire lose their last 5 wickets for 50 this morning, which is pretty much on a par with what happened in the previous match against Lancashire. 250 all out. Hannon Dolby, just to repeat those figures, 26 overs and 4 balls, 10 maidens, 7 for 46. Chris Rushworth, 23 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 71. Craig Miles, 15 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 41, but unlucky this morning, could easily have had a couple in that spell with the old ball. Ed Barnard, 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 36. He'll feel it should be 2. Will Rhodes, 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 26. And Danny Briggs, 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 12. There were 20 extras, and Northamptonshire all out for 250.
Chris Rushworth is probably saying to Ollie Hannon Dolby now, well done, mate, but you still haven't got the best figures of the season for Warwickshire, because he's got a 7 for 38 this season. Only the 3rd time a Warwickshire bowler has taken 5 wickets or more in the innings this season. So there, and what's the last? I make it the last 8 wickets lost for 79.
I concur entirely.
Having had that really good partnership between Gay and Karen of was 145, was it 147? Yeah.
But that, I'm afraid, Clive, is the story of the season for Northamptonshire. You know, they've had a partnership, but still not really making the sort of headway that they would expect. 200 for 5 this morning. You and I were talking right at the start of our commentary that they'd be looking, you know, 300, get north of 300, but once again falling well short of that. Very few runs from the lower order. Certainly in the back half of the season they were at the start, and obviously you talk about 8th wicket partnerships, and Northamptonshire had a century one in the first game of the season between Rob Keogh and Gareth Berg, but the rest of the innings just really folding in a bit of a heap this morning. So I make it, we're probably going to have, what, 1 over, 2 overs before lunch? It's going to be a short session, isn't it?
Yes.
The innings ended.
I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking, I'm going to get my lunch now. But
No,
yeah, I suppose we will be back. Yeah, you're right.
I think we're going to have just maybe an over or 2.
It's a little awkward one for a Warwickshire batting team that might not be huge. I mean, they got Craig Brathwaite, only his 2nd game. He did okay, I think, at the Oval. Without making big runs, but I wasn't there, but I'm told that he looked reasonably sound. Rob Yates, who missed that game, sorry, he'll be keen to make an impression. But Warwickshire's batting, perhaps, well, it was particularly grim at the Oval. Only was Michael Burgess in the first innings and Dan Mosley in the second made any sort of impression. So there's a few of them I feel they're in need of some runs.
Last 8 for 79 in 38 overs, just to tie that stat you mentioned, Clive. And yeah, from 171 for 2 in the 57th over when Emilio Gay was out yesterday, to 250 all out in the 95th today. Interestingly, talking to Emilio Gay last night, and he was saying, we'd been saying on commentary. I know that it was more the overhead conditions yesterday that made batting quite testing, but he was saying it was one of those surfaces yesterday where you never felt as though you were quite in. So it'll be interesting to see what Warwickshire's take is on it today.
I'll give you. We'll indeed see. I mean, as we all know, of course, every batter says the pitch is a minefield, and every bowler says nothing in it. But Ollie Handorby actually did say he thought it was a good cricket wicket. He said you can score runs on it, but there is something in it there for you. So so I don't think this is a gimme by any means to Warwickshire in terms of matching and passing Northants' innings.
Well, Jack White has been far and away Northamptonshire standout bowler this year. In fact, if he's not Player of the Year this year in the Championship, come the end of season Beano, then somebody's going to have to do something fairly spectacular in the last 2.5 games, I think, to take that award away from him, because he's been a standout player for Northamptonshire this year, day in, day out. Ben Sanderson's bowled nicely when he's been fit. Obviously, he's missed a bit of cricket this year, which hasn't tended to happen too often recently. And the rest, there's not an awful lot there, really. In terms of the stats, so they're going to need to overperform in the context of the season if they're to get a first innings lead here. And of course, Northamptonshire have only managed a first innings lead once this season in the County Championship, and that was the only match they won against Middlesex back in April.
Elsewhere, Notts have rallied a bit after losing that earlier wicket, 15 for 1, replying to Kent's 4-6 at Canterbury. Haven't got back on at Old Trafford after Lancashire wrapped the Middlesex innings up. Rain has delayed. Rain at Old Trafford, surely not. Middlesex all out for 194. At Cardiff, Yorkshire 423 for 5. They're going along rather well. 164 not out to Shan Masood there for Yorkshire. Sussex, having bowled Leicestershire out for just 108, are 7 without loss in their second innings, which means they lead by 161. Derbyshire bowled Gloucestershire out for 377, which is I think a bit of a comeback really from Derbyshire's bowlers. Gloucestershire looked to be heading for something bigger at one point, but anyway, Derbyshire 6 without loss in reply. Those are the games currently.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, if Sussex were to get a win there over Leicestershire, I mean, that's going to do there.
So, did Durham clinch promotion without even playing? Then is that what's?
Yeah, they've.
I see.
Leicestershire needed to get full points, I think, and they obviously didn't. So, because they were bowled out so cheaply, that confirmed it for Durham. But if Sussex were to beat Leicestershire in that match, then that pushes them right up into the almost pole position for the promotion places. It'll be a bit of a blow to Leicestershire. Of course, Worcestershire is still up there fancying their chances. Glamorgan aren't out of it yet.
Yes, they've had a bit of a torrid time in their current game, but yeah, it's pretty open, isn't it, that promotion battle? Well, it will be when you've got 8 teams. You know, there's never going to be that much between sort of top and bottom, really, unless somebody is absolutely completely dominant, which Durham have been, to be fair, or unless anyone has an absolutely disastrous season. It's going to be tight, so yeah.
Well, from a selfish point of view, I'm not really very keen on Sussex being promoted, because assuming Northamptonshire are relegated, I rather like going to
I did leave instructions with Adrian to make sure that Sussex were promoted when I did the one-day game there, because I'm with you. Hove seems to be the commentator's favourite venue. It's just walking along the front in the morning. Absolutely. On the way to the cricket. That's
the old
that's what makes it so.
Past all those wonderful old Regency squares, and it's like something out of a Patrick Hamilton novel, isn't it? It's wonderful stuff.
Yeah.
But, anyway,
so, come on, Sussex.
That's all to be decided, but it's fascinating that there's so many teams still involved in it. And of course, as far as relegation goes from Division 1, it's almost certainly going to be 2 out of Kent, Northamptonshire and Middlesex, although, as Clive was saying and has been saying throughout this match, if Kent were to get a win over Nottinghamshire, it could bring Notts into it. Notts are 7th in the table, started off with 114 points from 11 games, so they've still got 2 to go after this, as have Northamptonshire, as have Middlesex, as have Kent. So there's still a little bit of cricket to be played there. And of course, at the top end of the table, Northamptonshire will go to Surrey next week. interesting that history repeating itself, because of course when Surrey came to the Wantage Road at the back end of last season, I don't think Surrey could actually mathematically have won the title there, but they could have taken a very, very big step. And of course Northamptonshire in the end managed to thwart them on the last day, and the points that Northamptonshire took from that draw, largely thanks to fine centuries in the first innings from Emilio Gay and in the second innings from Saif Saib, at least kept Hampshire interested and kept Essex interested. But in the end, of course, Surrey wrapped it up. But Northamptonshire go to the Oval next week.
And presumably, if Essex are playing at the same time, then Surrey, well, they certainly could clinch the title, couldn't they? Because they start 18 points ahead of Essex, so they would need Essex not to win, I guess. And then if they did win, that would clinch them the title. But there we are. That's
so it could feel a little bit like the jester at the wedding at the Oval.
well, we had it here when Essex won the championship here, and Warwickshire went down on the same day. That was a happy day for Warwickshire supporters, watching Essex celebrate winning the title while they look forward to second division cricket the following season. There we are. So Northants in the very distinctive red. You're probably going to tell me what colour do you call those caps then, so I don't get it wrong.
I think maroon is
fine,
is,
and the numbers match as well.
Yes. Well, they've as I said, they've changed the caps this year. They've gone away from the cap players used to have the caps with the gold piping on for about the last 15 years or so. Those that have actually been awarded their Northamptonshire cap, but they've changed it this year because John Sadler, the head coach, said he wanted everybody looking the same on the field, whether they were playing their first game or their 300th, and so they've got the player numbers on and so on, and those that are capped have got a little badge on to show that. But I think they look rather smart in the field there.
But this is I'm sorry, this is where cricket is ridiculous, isn't it? We're losing 10 minutes here for the sake of bowling one over. If we'd gone to lunch at the end of the innings, then we'd have got an extra 10 minutes play in. We're going to have one over before lunch. I mean, Northants will won it, gives them a sort of double chance, if you like. And batters will feel they're in a bit of a no-win situation. Just back to lunch, guys. And we're straight away underway. And Yates leaves that outside off stump from Sanderson for no run. Starting from the Birmingham end, so two overs in a row now from the Birmingham end.
The issue is, though, Clive, it's you will be talking about common sense applying there, so we can forget about that.
I mean, I get it. I suppose they have to have rules, but I don't know. Anyway, that one is left by Yates. Needs to make him play here, Sanderson. He has an opportunity here, bowling it over with a batter in an almost no-win situation. 3 slips and a short leg. 250 is the total that Warwickshire are applying to. They look for their 5th championship win of the season. They've won 4 and lost 4. So it would be neat, I suppose, if they drew this, and there'd be 4 across the board. That's Sanderson bowls, and that goes out past the outside edge. That was a good delivery. Yates playing forward to that. And he goes down the pitch and does a bit of prodding. I want to make absolutely sure it is just one over. Brathwaite in particular at the non-striker's end.
It's not subtle. That's not subtle, Craig. He's come all the way down just to have a little chat and make absolutely sure, yes. Depends which clock they're going on. I think by my watch this would definitely be the last over, or the only over, but depends which one they're going on.
Sanderson bowls, and that's played to a point by Yates. It's a dot ball. So Northants with something to bowl at. I think if we could bowl Warwickshire out for well, anything less than 250 really, then it gives them a chance to set a challenging target, batting 3rd. Warwickshire will be looking to try and get ahead clearly, and Yates, oh, he's nibbled at that one outside off stump. I think he did definitely play at that. And he survives it as it goes through to wicketkeeper McManus. 3 slips in place. Cowden has taken position at slip with Emilio Gay at 2nd slip and Tom Taylor at 3rd slip. Sanderson in, and that comes a little bit of an edge, but it will be the first run of the innings. Rob Yates turned to look for a second, but it wasn't to be had. Safe Zabe drew the ball in, but Warwickshire on their way, 1 without loss. And we go to lunch, do we? Yes, we do.
Just waiting.
Or
I
do
think
we?
in theory, it's Rob Bailey's got
Okay.
to see if he's going to be at the bowler's end, but he's not. So there we go. The,
Well,
the chances of Rob delaying lunch, I have to say, are slim.
But honestly, cricket, what? If anyone's here for the first time this championship match, we're thinking, what's going on? Where are they going? So there we are. So Warwickshire have reduced the deficit to 249. At lunch, they are 1 without loss with Rob Yates, a magnificent 1 not out. And Craig Brathwaite's not put a foot wrong. He's yet to score. And there we are. So interesting morning. What do we have? We had 51 runs scored and 5 wickets taken on the day with Northants. We did have a delay, by the way, if you're thinking that's very slow. We did have a half-hour delay because of the weather. And Northants, 250 all out. Warwickshire are 1 without loss and reply. We will see you in about 40 minutes for the next exciting session of this fascinating championship match. And this is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where it's been a remarkable day for the Warwickshire bowler Ollie Hannon-Dolby. He has taken a career best 7-wicket haul as Northamptonshire were bowled out for 250. Hannon-Dolby getting 4 more wickets today to add to his 3 yesterday, including the last 2 off consecutive balls. So he will start the next innings on a hat-trick, and he's also passed 500 wickets in all formats. Warwickshire tidying up the Northants innings pretty efficiently today. 50 runs added for the last 5 wickets this morning, putting Warwickshire seemingly in a strong position. They started their innings, had 1 over before we went for lunch, such as the vagaries of cricket. They are 1 without loss.
Go back and right. When you get back to that hotel, when you get back there, you let them get to you. You let them get to you. It's been 20 years. You expect me to go to you. You expect 27. 20 years. Talking about professionals.
Please welcome back our umpires Rob Bailey and Neil Pratt.
I went the top 3 cut off. I also won the top 1.
Together with the Northants team led out by Luke Wright. Welcome to the Nottingham Warwickshire batsman Craig Brathwaite and to face the first ball of the afternoon session, Rob Yates. And to bowl the first over from the Brilliant end, Jack White.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Edgbaston. It's raining. So the players have come out and I think they're going to have to turn around and go straight back in again. Well, that was the best commentary stint I think we've managed all season.
Well, the timing there was extraordinary, Clive, because they were when they left the pavilion, it wasn't raining. By the time they got out to the middle, it is, and it's now actually raining.
It's the heaviest we've had.
Rather heavily, it is. Comfortably the heaviest we've had. The hover cover. Fortunately, the ground staff were on hand, and the hover cover will be out fairly shortly. The spectators who are out in the stands are now scurrying for cover. So after having, you couldn't make it up. After having the end of the Northamptonshire innings, a 10-minute break, 1 over, 40-minute break, back on the field, and we're off again.
So if he'd gone straight to lunch, which would have been the sensible thing to have done, I guess we'd have had about 20 minutes of play as opposed to 1 over.
Yeah, that's right.
So there we are.
I don't think this is probably going to be a long interruption.
It's already eased off, isn't it?
Passing shower, yeah, it's a lot less heavy than it was. That said, it's already heavier than it was for most of the time we were off the field yesterday.
Well, there we are then. That was exciting. Other matches continue. You can follow those on BBC Online. But here, sadly, having not officially resumed from lunch, but having come out there with the intention of doing so, the players are back in for rain. As Andrew was saying, I don't think it's going to be too long a break. There's quite a breeze blowing today. The Warwickshire flag is blowing keenly, so the weather's sort of blowing, because that's why it's changeable, because the clouds are blowing across pretty quickly. So for the time being, we'll take extend our lunch break.
Keep a watching. I should have had another pudding.
Oh, well, I could have avoided the indigestion of wolfing me food down in time to get back on. Anyway, we will be back as soon as there is any play. Sadly, at the moment, and these are overs that will be lost and won't be clawed back, we have to say, with Warwickshire 1 without loss, replying to Northants is 250. Rain has stopped play.
Following the umpire's inspection, play will resume at 13:40. A further 5 overs have been lost.
Well, hello again. Welcome back to Edgbaston. This time, I think we are going to be able to bring you a bit of cricket. If you're just tuning in, we had lunch at the regular time, having lost 8 overs during the morning session. We all came out, well, the players all came out after lunch, and the batters were probably about halfway to the crease when it suddenly started showering with rain. That rain, although it was relatively heavy, did not last very long at all, and we are back having lost 5 overs, and we're back now to resume this afternoon session. So there's now 66 overs left in the day. Warwickshire resuming on 1 without loss, an unbroken stand of 1 for the first wicket between Yates and Brathwaite. They're replying to Northants' 250. Warwickshire had 1 over before we went off for lunch. It's actually somewhat... I mean, they've tried to make the rules a bit more flexible, but don't always succeed. Sometimes it can seem a little bit...
No, I think to be fair, I think it's just the weather and conditions and the timings have slightly conspired against everyone today. It's just one of those things. But as like you say, it's in fact, I was just when I was downstairs getting lunch in the Tom Dollery lounge, and the always sort of helpful staff. They said they didn't really go out for 1 over, did they? I said yes, I'm afraid they did. So from that point of view, just the look of the thing, it's it's not great, but as I say, it's just one of those things. Jack White it is going to be to pick up the attack from this pavilion end. Brent Sanderson bowled the first over, which went for a single. Northamptonshire all out for 250. Warwickshire 1 for no wicket, and we are just getting underway with White running in round the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Yates outside the off stump. Left alone goes through to Lewis McManus. 3 slips in place for Jack White and a point. Cover. Rob Keogh, sort of more of a straight extra cover than an actual mid-off. Proctor at mid-on, safe Zabe in there at mid-wicket, and Ben Sanderson down there doing a bit of bending and stretching down at long leg. Well, we've got some sunshine now, which is very pleasant, illuminating the city of Birmingham, and his White in bowls. Strangled appeal for LBW as Yates comes across his stumps, looking to try and play it out in the onside, but Rob Bailey not interested. White, who's been Northamptonshire's standout player of the season, as I was saying before lunch, Clive, I think if he isn't going to win Northamptonshire Championship Player of the Year accolade, somebody else is going to have to do something fairly remarkable in the last couple of games, going into this match with 35 wickets at 29, and he's put in such a shift across the whole season in terms of the number of overs he's bowled. Here's White in again, bowls and finds an inside edge of Yates's bat. They go down for a single. McManus shies at the stumps and hits them at the striker's end, but Brathwaite was home, so Yates goes to 2 and Warwickshire to 2 for no wicket. Little discussion. I was popped down into the press box at lunchtime, see a couple of old chums, and just we were saying how far short of par we thought Northamptonshire were, and the consensus there was that actually not that far short. They were undoubtedly below what they would hope, but I think we talked yesterday quite a lot about 300, and I think that would have been not much more than that. I don't think it's the easiest surface to score quickly on, as Emilio Gay said yesterday.
Well, they were put in, of course.
They were put in, and it's one of those, I think Emilio Gay was saying yesterday, pitch you don't necessarily feel in on, but nevertheless, probably, well, if Warwickshire 500 for 3 at lunch tomorrow, then that'll be made to look a bit stupid. But here's Jack White running into bowl to Brathwaite, who's just turned round a little bit by that when it goes off a thickish outside edge down to Sanderson, who's now up in the ring at backward point, and there's no run. Still 3 slips in.
That was Brathwaite's first ball, and he also did something which I don't see very on these. I wasn't even sure that it was allowed. He did this thing of picking the bail up and bashing it into the ground with his bat to make his mark. I wasn't sure that was still allowed anyway.
No, it used to be. It used to be quite common at one time, wasn't it? Taking the bail off, or certainly scratching it, but well, he did it. Nobody seems too fussed. Here's White in, bowls to Brathwaite, beats him outside the off stump. It goes through to Lewis McManus. If Jack White had a £1 coin for every time he's put one past the bat this season, then
buying the drinks.
Well, he'd be buying the drinks, and he might be able to head off at the end of the season a bit further afield than his beloved Cumbrian Fells. He might be heading off to the other side of the globe. He probably would be quite happy, actually, spending the winter tramping up and down the Cumbrian Fells and lakes. Here's White in again, bowls to Brathwaite, who plays it out on the onside. Taylor comes in from mid-wicket to field, and that's the end of good first over from Jack White. 2 for no wicket. Warwickshire replying to Northampton, just 250 all out. The floodlights are on, so just the thought maybe that there may be a few more showers possibly heading this way in the course of the afternoon, but at the moment we have bright sunshine, and very welcome, as ever, for those that have braved the rather less than ideal conditions and are still in place at the far end of the ground.
Brathwaite made 16 and 9 on his first Warwickshire game against a very difficult game, as Warwickshire struggled with the bat. He lasted a fair while in the first innings. Sanderson comes in to bowl to Yates, who missed that match, and Yates turns that round his pads nicely and will get a single. So he's started with 3 singles, 3 without loss. Warwickshire. He spoke very warmly about county cricket, and it was quite, Mike Taylor did the interview, and he was greatly refreshed that in these days of franchises and players all going over the world, that Brathwaite's supposed to do it again. He spoke very affectionately about wanting to play county cricket. He's got 4 matches potentially. This is his second. 3 slips and a forward short leg. Sanderson, that's left. Warwickshire, the victims, classic victims of your overseas player doing just a little bit too well in Hassan Ali, who wasn't seemingly all that close to the Pakistan Test team when he arrived to Warwickshire this season, but he did so well and created such an impression that Pakistan thought, I'll tell you what, we'll have him. So they lost his services, sadly. But he was fun to have. He had a Imran Tahir style celebration.
It's a good job nobody takes any notice of the county championship, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
They're always being told.
Well, perhaps the Pakistan selectors, one might suggest, take more notice of it than the England ones do. But anyway, that's played down by his feet by Brathwaite, and there's no run, 3 without loss.
Such is the nature of Northamptonshire supporters. Slightly sort of fatalistic view that I've already had 1 or 2 messages about. So when are they actually going to be down?
We're trying to calculate that, weren't we?
Yeah, well, if Northamptonshire were to lose this game and Kent were to win, then it becomes
pretty close.
Yeah.
Sanderson bowls, and that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. Plenty of life left in this match. Northants will hope to maybe bowl Warwickshire out for a couple of hundred and give themselves a good first innings. It could be one of those matches that so often happens it revolves around the 3rd innings.
Yeah.
3 slips in place for Northants. Plenty of hand clapping, plenty of shouting going on. The players trying to keep them, cheer themselves up. It's never easy when you're struggling in a season. Sanderson bowls, and that's nicely played off his toes. Just slightly over pitch by Sanderson, and Brathwaite just guides it towards long off. He didn't hit it very hard, and well, that's lots of 3s in this match. Although that 3 was actually to a short part of the ground, a short boundary, but there was no fielder there, so they had time to run 3. Brathwaite's off the mark, 6 without loss.
Long chase for Luke Proctor up towards the main scoreboard, but again, every time I suppose the outfield might just dry out a little bit, we just have another sprinkling of rain, don't we, just to slow it up, despite the fact that gone a bit high-tech today, the ground staff, because yesterday when they took the rope round, they had somebody on the other end of it who had to run up and keep up with the tractor to take it round, but they actually had 2 motorised vehicles doing it today.
Sanderson comes in to bowl round the wicket. Oh, that's a good delivery. A little bit of bounce, goes past the outside edge of Yates, who nibbles at it, goes through to wicketkeeper McManus, but Yates survives. He got a single that over. Brathwaite got a 3. They're both on 3. Warwickshire 6 without loss after 3 overs.
Talked about those other matches. Kent 446 all out against Nottinghamshire down at Canterbury. Nottinghamshire 45 for 2 in reply. Middlesex bowled out for 194 by Lancashire at Old Trafford. Lancashire 29 for no wicket In Division 2, Yorkshire 455 for 6 against Glamorgan down at Cardiff. They had some rain today. Shan Masood still there, 175 not out. As Jack White prepares to bowl his second over. Running in with the pavilion behind him. In and bowls to Brathwaite, who's playing it up just to the onside of the stumps. And Proctor comes across from mid-on to field and there's no run. At Bristol, Gloucestershire 377 all out. Derbyshire 35 for no wicket. And at Hove, where the game certainly moved on this morning, Sussex 262 all out. Leicestershire bowled out for 108, which made sure that Durham were mathematically certain of promotion, barring any deductions or anything like that. Come back to that one in a second as White is in, bowls to Brathwaite defensively forward. Almost a carbon copy of the ball before, plays it up to the onside of the stumps and Proctor fields at mid-on. And in their second innings, Sussex 45 for no wicket, so they're 199 runs ahead.
Well, obviously Adrian's passed on my message then. For them to get promoted.
Yes, absolutely.
What a dedicated pro Ollie Allen-Dolby is. Just taking 7 wickets with the ball, career best. He's been out on the nets with Mark Robinson doing some more work.
Here's White in again, bowls to Brathwaite, pushes it out into the covers. Kerrigan comes in from extra cover to field.
Probably practicing his batting with a view to maybe making a century in a 7 for the same game.
Pivotal all-rounder status.
Yes.
He just bowled beautifully though, didn't he? And
I think it's yesterday, the fact that when he wasn't taking wickets, he looked up the score, we thought, blimey, it's hard, he conceded a run. He was going for about a 1 and over.
it's a very, very impressive performance. Here's White. Running in again to bowl to Brathwaite, who's playing that up to Keogh at mid-off. And there's no run. Stays at 6 for no wicket. We have 63 overs in the day after this, so it's going to be what, 4 hours. Looking again, I would think around about sometime after 6 o'clock.
Warwickshire,
If we go, I was going to say if light permitting.
If Warwickshire bat the day, then I guess they're probably going to be about 50 runs behind by the end of the day.
Yeah. Here's White in, bowls to Brathwaite, turns it off his hip, just behind the square. In fact, the umpire Neil Pratt has to step aside to let the ball go past him. Taylor chases it back towards the boundary and they're through for a single. Brathwaite to 4 and 7 for no wicket as a plane comes in to land at Birmingham International over to our right, just over those 2 big blocks of flats that we can see and some more building work in progress. Some good grounds around the world for those of us that sort of like public transport. Is always the trains, the trams at Old Trafford if things get really dull. Here's White in, bowls to the left-handed Yates, and it was one of those that I think Yates pulled the bat inside the line, but after the ball had gone past, it goes through to the keeper. 7 for no wicket at the end of the over. 4 to Brathwaite, 3 to Yates, and I suppose also one of the great ones was the old days when they used to play at Swansea, at St Helens, and you could see the ferries going in and out across to Ireland.
It's a shame that venue's gone. I mean, it was a bit. It had character, shall we say?
Yes, it just, you know, facilities were a little basic, but it just had an awful lot going for it. It was a lovely place to watch.
Very nice Welsh cakes available there.
Yes.
We stand when the venue stops being used. Ben Sanderson to bowl the 5th over of the innings, still with 3 slips in place. Brathwaite defends that in 4, plays it to the offside. No relation to Carlos Brathwaite, who captained the T20 team here last season. Number 29 on his back, sorry.
I say one of the other nice ones for trains is Newlands in Cape Town with the railway stand there. You can sit and watch the cricket and just lean over the back and watch the trains rattling down to Musenberg.
Well, that's a tight as well. Maybe it wasn't as tight as I thought because there was no reaction from the slip cord. He leaves it. Brathwaite.
It didn't bounce,
That's
did it?
what I was thinking. Yeah, it must have been fairly well wide, but height-wise, if he left it on height, then he was potentially in trouble. So Warwickshire needing a bit of a pick-me-up in this match as Sanderson comes into bowl. Let's play it back to the ball. It's a no ball. I think Warwickshire only bowled 1 no ball. I better check now for the entire innings, which is not a bad effort.
That is entirely correct.
Okay, but Sanderson's just over. Are you happy there, Sanderson, as well? Are you sure, Ump?
He's bowled a few this year, Ben Sanderson. He went through a period last year when he seemed to bowl quite a few mid-season, and the sort of Cheltenham game and Canterbury. But he's bowled a few this year.
Can we introduce the klaxon to make it more exciting? All over those
Well, he could try.
mocking sound effects you get. This next one is left. There's no run. No free hit, of course, for the championship. Well, it's still, I can't still get my head around why we have 2 for a no ball and nowhere else in the world does.
No.
So when we rock up for international cricket, we have to remember it's only 1 for a no ball. So it just seems a little unnecessary for us to do it differently from everyone else. However, it's almost as if it's a rule change they haven't been bothered to change back. Sanderson comes into bowl. It's going down the leg side, taken by McManus, who then has his slip cordon on their toes by sort of backhand throwing it high in the air.
Well, it would be almost like playing a format of cricket in England that nobody else plays anywhere else in the world, wouldn't it? But
I did bowl a bit of a long hop there, didn't I?
and I went onto the back foot and, yes, clothed it just over mid-wicket for 4.
So 9 of 28 balls are Warwickshire, to use that lingo, and that's pushed out the offside. There's no run. 9 without loss.
Well, I have to say, Northamptonshire, we were talking yesterday about going for their first championship win here at Edgbaston since 2000, since Matthew Hayden led them to promotion. I have to say, at the moment it's a bit of work to do, but well, you never know.
Sanderson bowls to Brathwaite. It's a bit of an inside edge onto the leg side. It feels like sort of match where you do have to work hard. You have to work hard for your runs because they're not sure the ball's coming onto the bat too quickly, but you also have to work pretty hard for your wickets as well. There is something there. Solihan Dolby said, and he proved it today rather well. But you sense that you actually have to work pretty hard in this game. 9 without loss. Warwickshire replying to Northants 250.
Yes, 2000 was the season that Darren Cousins had come back into county cricket after any number of back operations, and it was absolutely astonishing that he managed to get himself back on the park and bowled for 2 or 3 years. He was absolutely superb. Former Essex fast bowler, so he finished his county career with Northamptonshire. What a wholehearted trier he was. Fantastic warrior. White in, bowling to Yates, who turns it out towards mid-wicket. Safe save, who's very quick across the ground. Comes round to field and there's no run. Proctor was going round to cover him behind, but no real possibility of a single.
They knew their fielder there. As soon as they saw Safe Save chasing the ball, and any thought of trying to grab a quick single was...
He's one of the better ones in this side. Probably him and Rob Keogh in terms of outfielders. James Sales, I would argue, is the best on the staff, but sadly not fully fit at the moment. Is White bowls to Yates, who nicks that wide of third slip, all along the ground, perfectly safely. That goes down to third man in front of the main scoreboard for 4. Takes Rob Yates up to 7, and Warwickshire to 13 for no wicket. In those days, I mean, you know, there was still quite a big debate, I remember, and I'm sure you'll recall this as well, Clive, around about 2000, because I think that was the first year of actual promotion and relegation, and there was still a lot of argument about the effects it could have on county cricket, and in a sense some of those are still being rehearsed a quarter of a century later. Still differing views, I think, as White comes in, bowls to Yates. Down the leg side, looks to try and get a little tickle down to fine leg. Doesn't get anything on it. It's taken well by Lewis McManus.
Well, I suppose I'll confess, I think at the time I wasn't very keen on the idea, but now I wouldn't go back, I have to say.
Would you not?
No.
The only thing that worries me about it, and I accept all what we're saying, the fact that we're talking about promotion and relegation and what do they need to do and all the rest of it, so it does generate interest. There's absolutely no doubt about that, and I accept that entirely. My only reservation now as then, as White comes in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Yates, and I suspect that was quite a tight leave, but nevertheless, all the timber intact, so no problems for Yates, stays at 13 for no wicket, is the fact that it can encourage counties to go for sort of short-term thinking, short-term signings. If Northamptonshire were in a comparable position with 1 win, 7 defeats or whatever, and going to finish in the bottom end of the table at this stage of the season, as White is in, bowls, it's hit on the pad as Yates thrusts the pad out towards the ball. It runs off the pad down into the slip cordon, but there was a slightly half-hearted appeal from Jack White on the basis that although he hit him outside the line, he wasn't playing a shot, but I think it would have been an element of guesswork there, so not out is the verdict from umpire Bailey. They would probably be inclined to play, give experience to a couple of younger players, perhaps from their youth setup, rather than bring an overseas player in for three games. Here's White in again, turned out into the onside by Yates, fielded by Zabe, and that's the end of the over. 13 for no wicket, 7 to Yates, 4 to Brathwaite. So that's
I get that,
absolutely
get that. I suppose I would argue, I wonder how valuable experience that would necessarily be if there's very little sort of jeopardy in the game, if you like, and you look at for example, experience any of the young Warwickshire players who played in that last game of the last season, when they're trying to stay up, and having that being competitive, I think. Another fear I would have is that I suspect in practice we'd have moved to almost having 2 divisions within 1 division anyway, and that's could be pretty grim for the teams at the bottom half. I don't know, but Sanderson comes in to bowl, and that's left. And it's 13 without loss. Also, to be honest, given that we're only getting 14 championship matches, and if anything they want to reduce that, then I don't see how you can, unless you introduce some sort of conference system, you can't.
No, fair enough. No, I mean, I have to say, I was a big fan for the couple of seasons that we had it, or 3 seasons I think it was, of the all play all. So you had 17 4-day matches, you played everybody.
Yeah.
To me, that was the ideal county championship.
Yeah. Sadly, I don't think there's any chance of going back to that. That's pushed out to the offside. There's no run.
No, I think you're right, Clive. I think it's one of those, the genie's out of the bottle now, isn't it, really? And it's not going to go back in. So yeah, as I say, I thought that was a good championship. And I mean, the other thing is, from the spectators' point of view, it did mean that over the course of 2 years, you got to see, if you're only watching at home, you got to see every county.
Well, that is an issue now, and I'm glad they've stopped regionalising the 50-over competition, because Sanderson, now right arm over, comes into bowl. It's pushed to the offside. There's no run, because when they had the T20 and the 50-over, you were playing the same teams. It did mean there were a lot of teams that you just never got to see. That's improved a bit, but I think we were discussing this at one point in the T20 commentaries. Do we really need to regionalise the T20 competition, I wonder? Warwickshire, I was working out, Warwickshire have never played Middlesex in a T20 match. And we're a little bit more fortunate in the Midlands because the groups have changed over the years, so at least we have had a bit of variation as Brathwaite plays off the inside of his bat onto the onside for 1 run, rather, 14 without loss. So I'd be tempted to make. I suppose the issue of that was that you want the Bears v the Pairs every year, I suppose.
Yes, yeah. Well, that was always one of the arguments of the championship, wasn't it? That you wanted to, whatever it was, you would want to try and, if possible, have, this is obviously pre two divisions, you'd want to try and always have Northamptonshire, Leicestershire at bank holidays and all this sort of thing, and counties were then able to choose, weren't they, and be able to say we want to play. But of course that's now gone.
But the Roses match used to continue with it even when they went in the same division as a first-class game. It used to be on telly. Sanderson around the wicket bowls, and that's played down to onto the leg side. It might be off the pads of Rob Yates. It is. I used to be in the Granada TV region when I was young, and it used to be great when the Roses match would be shown on.
Well, it would be on everywhere, wouldn't it? But it was the first time I think most of us had, because it used to be on ITV mostly, wasn't it? And it was the first time most of us had seen cricket with commercial breaks. How times have changed on most broadcasters, except the BBC, of course. But so I was thinking rather strange, I remember.
Sanderson bowls, that's play back for bowlers, no run. When I was in South Africa with Worcestershire some years ago, I watched some cricket on their telly, and they had a commercial break literally at the end of every over, and quite often the ads were the same. It did rather do your head in, I have to say, after a while. 15 without loss. He'll be doing an update in just over a minute for local radio. Yes, it's changed a bit. I think it was Steve Chalker wrote the history of the county championship. I think he might have made the point. Yes. When people say that county cricket supporters are very conservative, inflexible, the amount of changes they have seen through over the years.
Absolutely.
Anyway. Jack White to bowl from the pavilion end. Just describe this while I wait to do my update. That's going down the leg side, taken by the keeper. I'm biding my time on Jack White, but it will come eventually. 15 without loss. Warwickshire, so quite well placed. I shall tell listeners in a moment. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are batting now at 15 without loss, having bowled Northants out for 250. Ollie Hallen-Dolby taking a career-best 7-wicket haul. And so far, Warwickshire have managed to respond without too many alarms. The odd false shot, but Rob Yates on 7 and Craig Brathwaite on his home debut, the West Indies batter, on 5. Warwickshire 15 without loss.
So, Jack White plodding back to his mark. You want to let us know what you think about County Championship format, or indeed anything else for that matter. Do please get in touch with us.
Blimey, you set one off there, haven't you?
through
the touch paper and
through Twitter at Old Man Rad. It's just always interesting to know what people are thinking. Here's Jack White in, bowls to Yates, plays it out to the covers, and Tom Taylor, particularly sprightly and energetic, comes in from extra cover to field. Imagine he'll be in the attack before long. There's a bit of rather watery sunshine bathes the ground here at Edgbaston. Yeah, at Old Man Rad, and yours is, Clive, just remind me.
At BBC CWR Sport.
There you go. So please do feel free to share your views. As I say, if I had powers of dictator, County Championship, we would go back to play all 17 matches, 4 days, and you play everybody in the course of a season. Round the wicket comes Jack White. Yates trying to work it into the onside, maybe gets a little edge on that. It drops down off the pad, and there's no run. And I accept you could have, perhaps the prize money that would encourage as a sort of incentive for sides to finish as high as they can. But you would hope, it's first-class cricket, you would hope they'd be wanting to win as many games as possible anyway. But I do think that would encourage more the development agenda, possibly more than we have at the moment, with some counties anyway. Here's White in bowls outside, the off stump, left alone by Yates, and certainly those behind the stumps were thinking that White might have done Yates on the angle there, but it was a good leave. So often you see left-handers who are very, very good judges of where their off stump is, and that was very much the case there with Rob Yates. 15 for no wicket it is. Northampton just striving for an early breakthrough.
I mean, my idea is equally pie in the sky at the moment, I guess. I mean, 2 divisions of 9 playing 16 games, but that's not going to happen either.
I think anything as White is in, bowls to Yates, who plays it out to extra cover. Taylor fields and there's no run. End of the over, 15 for no wicket. 78-5 to Brathwaite. I think anything which would be your suggestion and indeed mine that would involve playing more Championship cricket probably realistically isn't going to happen at the moment. But we're giving ourselves powers of dictatorship and we can do what we want.
I mean, I like the idea of 2 divisions of 9, even if you're not playing 16 games, but I understand why they don't do it, because it's hard enough to schedule all the cricket in without having to have a situation where 2 teams can't play in every round of matches, which is what you'd get if you had 2 divisions of 9. So I understand why they need an even number, really. Sanderson comes in to bowl to Brathwaite. That's left. And there's no run. I recall when the internal committees and studies they do from time to time, gone back a few years now, they came up with the idea of 4 divisions at one point, didn't they, involving the minor counties and various others. Blimey. That didn't happen.
I mean, it would be absolutely lovely to get the national counties involved. I think it'd be terrific. But how practical is it, considering a lot of most of the national counties players have got jobs?
Yeah. Sanderson comes in to bowl, and that's left outside off stump. It's not left. He played. The one we're talking about, he did play at that Brathwaite. Plodded at it. It goes past his outside edge. Who's in answer the Northants field? There's something to say for having a different format as well with the national counties. Sometimes watch Herefordshire play in some nice Herefordshire grounds.
Brockhampton.
Yeah, I don't get that much. I get to Eastnor quite a bit. Colwell's another one. In comes Sanderson, that's left.
Of course, Alex Russell, Northamptonshire leg spinner, who's 12th man in this game. He has played national counties for Herefordshire.
I saw Felix Organ play against him the last time I saw them, and then I saw him play against Warwickshire just a couple of weeks later. So that was a slightly odd one. But yeah. I remember going to one Herefordshire match and some batter was putting the ball all over the place, just hitting all parts of the Eastnor. I asked who it was. It was a chap called Ed Pollock. I did mention him to Ashley Giles, and I'm sure it was down to me that he signed it. But anyway, in comes Sanderson to bowl, and that's going down the leg side. There's no run. The other one I remember is Alvin Calitran after he retired. Played a bit for Herefordshire, and bless him, he was only interested in hitting every ball for 4. So what would happen, and I watched one of his innings, is you would have about 25 minutes of absolutely sumptuous batting, and then he'd get out because he was trying to hit every ball. But it was fun while it lasted. He played some glorious shots. Sanderson to Brathwaite. Okay, he plays forward to that. He's struggling a bit this over. Brathwaite. Sanderson scores him problems. It was just an orthodox forward defensive. He's just rehearsing it again, but a whistle past his outside edge. He's not looking overly comfortable out there at the moment, Craig Brathwaite.
Watching Buckinghamshire play Bedfordshire at Marlow quite a few years ago when Wayne Larkins was playing for Bedfordshire, and sadly, you want to see one of your old heroes get some runs. Sadly, he was out twice in the day. Which is a bit sad.
This Sanderson bowls, that's played down the pitch, there's no run. Yeah, she's sometimes mindful of what W.G. Grace probably didn't say, but I felt that when I saw England against India and Sachin Tendulkar came out, and he was out almost straight away. I felt a bit cheated. I was looking forward to seeing him bat. It feels as if he should have just put the bails back on the stumps and said they've come to see me play, not you.
Wonderful. Well, yeah, I mean, yes, I do remember. In fact, I was reminiscing about this recently with Ian Peck, who's has been Northamptonshire's vice chair. He's just one of those that's stepping down from the board, but terrific servant he's been to Northamptonshire over the years. Good man, and he was captaining Bedfordshire against Gloucestershire when they played in the NatWest Trophy in 1985 at Luton. Here's White in, bowls on leg stump, clipped down to Ben Sanderson at long leg for a single by Rob Yates. He goes to 8, and Warwickshire to 16 for no wicket. And one of my great heroes, D.S. Steele, David Steele, was just finished for Northamptonshire. He was playing for Bedfordshire, and I thought it would be Northamptonshire. I think we're playing away somewhere. I think we might have been playing Ireland. So I didn't go to that one, and just thought I'd go down to Wardown Park and see Steely take on Sid Lawrence and Courtney Walsh. Here's White in, bowling to Brathwaite, pushing it up to Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run. And unfortunately, Ian Peck was captain, and Steely went in to open, and Courtney Walsh cleaned him up for naught, unfortunately. And my old chum John Wake made a few. That's made 37, which he will talk you through, because he talked me through them fairly recently again, but nearly 40 years on. But yeah, I do think there's a lot to be said. There's White. He's in and bowls to Brathwaite, plays it out into the covers, saves Zabe. Energetically coming across towards backward point, comes in front of Sanderson to field, and there's no run. To have a competition that does involve at least first class and national counties, because I thought it was, and I've said so on commentary a number of times before, that when they used to have the NatWest Trophy and Gillette Cup before that, with the national and minor counties involved in the first round, it was a terrific day. And you had some, you'd only probably get, once every couple of seasons a giant killing act or a potential one, as White's in again, bowls to Brathwaite, runs it down to Sanderson at backward point, and there's no run. But just the interest of looking and seeing players, up and coming players that you perhaps played county cricket before. In the local league, certainly it was wonderful. You'd always be looking out to see, such and such who plays on a Saturday for the club in our league is playing for Buckinghamshire or Bedfordshire or Oxfordshire or whoever. And you'd look to see how they get on. He got such and such out. It was a wonderful day, and it generated a huge amount of interest. Here's White in again, bowls to Brathwaite, plays it up to Zabe, who's now gone into a sort of short mid-on position, silly mid-on, just on the drive.
Yeah, they were good games. They weren't always great matches, to be fair, but they were good occasions. You're right. I remember actually, I think Warwickshire were playing the minor counties, who were in one of the competitions at one point at Lakenham, and I was chatting to one of the Warwickshire players. He was having a bit of a moan about coming to players like that. I said, "Well, look around you. Look at all these people. There were kids and all sorts here who never normally get to see top cricketers." It's played on the onside, there's no run. I have to say, Brian Lara, who was captain of Warwickshire, did an absolutely sterling job that day. He really engaged with the locals. So that was good. I think it was Bedfordshire who came here once and reduced Warwickshire to about 30 off for 6. And Ashley Giles came in, and I think he was dropped early on. But he managed to eke out a partnership which got them to something, and they did eventually just about win it.
Well, it's rather funny you say, because the match that was going through my mind, and I only remember this because I used to edit the Northamptonshire League handbook many years ago, and you'd always look to see if any of your league players had done something exceptional, and come on to that in a second, because Ben Sanderson's starting afresh over to Rob Yates, who's playing that back down the pitch, and there's no run. And I think it might have been Matt White, I think, who played for Bedford Town then, and was playing for Bedfordshire, and he got Brian Lara out, if I remember rightly. I'm just trying to find the match now, and he got featured prominently in sort of picture spread of him knocking over the great man. Here's Ben Sanderson in again, bowls to Yates, who's forward, playing it up to Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run. And also in 87, when Buckinghamshire beat Somerset at High Wycombe, and the two Buckinghamshire opening bowlers were also the Wolverton opening pair, Steve Edwards, Steady Steve, little left armour, and Chris Bouden, who played a bit of first class for Northamptonshire. And they bowled out, or helped bowl out, Somerset to get a famous victory for for Bucks. Here's Sanderson in again, and Yates is playing that up to Kerrigan at mid-wicket, and there's no run. I found the match. I think I found the match.
Just while you're looking, Brian's just reminded me. I found Brian that Stevie Grizovic summarises for me with me in Coventry City games. It's bowled Viv Richards out with a no ball in Shropshire plays Somerset.
Well, that's
fortunate.
Yeah, this was the Brian Lara bowled White 23. It wasn't the game that you were talking about. The Warwickshire were in trouble because they got 360, but that was a red letter day for Matt. Anyway, that's played up to mid-on by Rob Yates. Sanderson plugging away as he does into his 6th over. No wicket for 8.
Counties are always regarded as a bit mean if they put the opposition in, particularly on an out ground, because it meant it was probably going to be a shorter match. But there we are.
Well, so I remember Northamptonshire losing to Cheshire at Bourton Hall by 1 wicket in 1988, and of course Northamptonshire got to the final the year before. That was an interesting day. Sanderson in again, bowls to Yates, who steers it down. I think deliberately. He was trying to go wide of 4th slip, didn't manage to elude the grasp of Tom Taylor. So there's no run, stays at 16 for no wicket.
It was a game that Warwickshire played. Where was it? I can't remember where it was, but it had rained quite a bit, and being an outground, difficult to dry it. We were hanging around for ages. They even got a helicopter and flew the helicopter. Not great for your...
Is Sanderson in bowls, and it hits Yates high up on the thigh pad as he's aiming to work it into the onside. No run, end of the over, 16 for no wicket. 8 to Yates, 5 to Brathwaite. I think that was at Luton.
The one I'm thinking of, I don't think was. It might have been. It might have been. I might be wrong, but Anyway, the helicopter hovering over, I don't think it had any effect, by the way, but the theory was a helicopter hovering over the ground would dry it. Not great for your sustainability. But anyway, we got to about half 4, 4:45, and in those days, of course, you had a reserve day. There was a freelancer there who was absolutely going to cash it in the next day, because I couldn't stay the next day. And I was just doing reports, and the local newspaper guy wasn't able to stay, and I think a couple of the national newspapers. This freelancer was clawing all this business for the next day. We started at about 4:45 or something, and Neil Radford came in and absolutely ripped through this minor county side with the help of 1 or 2 umpiring decisions, which suggested the umpire didn't want to come back the next day either. And that is just... short of slip. There's a few heads in hands there, but I think it bounced. I don't know whether second slip is thinking, should I have dived in front of first slip there? Because it bounced well short of first slip, who's a bit back. He's just pointing to where the ball landed.
That would have been a decent start for Tom Taylor, wouldn't it?
It would. Yes, Tom Taylor into the attack.
It landed just in front of, just in front of slip.
Anyway, Taylor comes into bowl to Brathwaite, right arm over, and that's clipped away for 4 by Brathwaite through square leg. So just to cut long story short, they bowled him out for next to nothing and won the game at the end of the day, and the poor old freelancer didn't get any of his business the next day. 20 without loss.
There are some wonderful stories of those sort of matches. I think there's a great tale of when Glamorgan played Cornwall down in one of the Cornwall grounds, out with Camborne or Truro or something, and the great Alan Gibson, father of our colleague Anthony, I think was covering that game, and Tony Lewis, who's captaining Glamorgan, was getting a bit crabby because the fielders were encroaching on the outfield. The spectators were encroaching on the outfield.
Taylor comes into bowl and opens the face to the bat there, Brathwaite, but doesn't get a past third slip. It's nice Emilio Gay making a nice stop.
Yeah, Gay at second.
I say make a nice stop. It might have been a little bit of personal cost. He's just wringing his right hand slightly. I think he's okay. It was stopped going down. There's no fielder at third, so not sure he saved 4, but he certainly saved 2 or 3 there.
There's an umbrella up at the far end.
Yeah,
of the ground.
and the ground staff. There's a couple of the ground staff sitting on the hover covers. This is getting a bit tedious. This is rain coming back and forth. Taylor bowls to Brathwaite. It comes off the thigh pad to square leg for a thigh by, and it's 21 without loss.
Well, I've got the radar up here, and it doesn't look as though there's anything very much in the vicinity, but perhaps there's a little shower, I think, down to the south of the city centre, so maybe we're just catching the edge of that.
There's 4 umbrellas up, I can see, or 5. Oh, I never understand the crowd putting the umbrella up. It's almost as if you're waving to the umpire saying,
Cooey, yes.
We don't want to watch anymore. I was going to suggest bringing Phil in, but maybe we'll wait a few minutes to see whether the rain does come or not, rather than have him in for 2 seconds. Taylor bowls, and that's a 4 defensive by Yates. So a solid enough start from these two. It's slow going, and I think that is the way with the batting on this pitch. But the only time really that batters have got on with it is during that partnership between Gay and Karoon in the Northants innings, where for a period anyway they scored reasonably briskly. Generally, it's not a 450 and 110 over pitch, I don't think, this. Taylor comes into bowl, and that's turned round to mid-wicket for no run by Yates.
And 21 for no wicket it is, and I think I'll vacate this seat and let Phil come in and join you for a little bit, Clive, and I'll be back on later.
Thank you, Andrew. So a solid enough start from Warwickshire. Rob Yates on 8, Craig Brathwaite, I keep wanting to call him Carlos. Craig Brathwaite on 9, 21 without loss. Northants 250 all out. And Warwickshire scoring less than 2 and over at the moment, so Northants have at least managed to maintain some control, and they've beaten the bat a few times. Saw an edge in the last over which bounced just short of slip, leaving second slip to wonder whether he should have dived in front of him. And Sanderson comes into bowl to Brathwaite with 3 slips in place. Brathwaite plays that down to the ground for no run. Decent visitor numbers in the museum.
Yeah, not bad. Rain helped.
Yeah.
I have to say, we're one of the few areas on the ground who say, "Oh, it's raining. That's good. That'll get more numbers in." So it wasn't bad. Sold a few books, and
I noticed MJK Smith was signing some books.
Yeah,
in
it's
the
a
lounge
new book out
yesterday.
about him. Yeah, which has been released. I think it was released over the weekend. It's available in the shop here at Edgbaston.
Sanderson into bowl, and that was just a little uppish from Brathwaite. It was a prodded sort of defensive shot, but the ball was in the air momentarily. Had there been a short leg, they would have been interested. There is a shortish mid-wicket, about just over 2 pitches away, but it bounced well short of him. So Sanderson's still asking questions, but frustratingly for him, he hasn't quite made the breakthrough. But like Ollie Halland-Dolby, he's just not conceding runs. 8 runs from this is his 7th over. He comes in now to bowl to Brathwaite, who again just defends that, plays it down the pitch.
It's clearly a wicket you're going to have to work hard on to get runs. And,
well, I was saying earlier, I think it's one you work hard on to get runs and to get wickets. It's that sort of.
Yeah.
It's not a pitch that's going to.
I wasn't on there, but that is Ollie Halland-Dolby's career best.
It is.
Yeah.
It is his career best.
Yeah.
He needed that 7th wicket for it to be a career best. And he has passed 500 wickets in all formats
Well done
during
to
the
him.
course of the match. And this next one is played back. There's no run. He's also greatly enhanced his prospects of getting to 50 wickets again this season, because he's now just 6 short, with potentially 2.5 more. Well, 5 more innings to bowl in potentially if they get to bowl them more.
And Rushworth is now.
So now there was a bit of
4.
confusion about what Rushworth was on. He's 2 wickets away from his 650, I believe. I think Mel Smith confirmed that to us. There was a little bit of confusion about how many wickets he was on before this game. We still think it's 43, but there was some suggestion it was 44. But if it was 43, then he's now on 45.
Okay.
Sanderson, right arm over, and that's gone past the outside edge of Brathwaite, playing a defensive shot, and the bowler is getting fed up now. He says, look, they've beaten the bat. How about the one actually hitting the edge?
That was a real double teapot there, wasn't it? He walked down and virtually stood there and looked at Brathwaite, as if to say, what have I got to do?
like every bowler going back to his mark, he looks as if the entire world's against him, but they all do that, don't they? He comes in now, Ben Sanderson, bowling well from the Birmingham end. And this time Brathwaite does get a bat on that one and plays it down the pitch for no run. Another tight over from Ben Sanderson, but still no breakthrough for Northamptonshire. Warwickshire, though, find it difficult to score runs at 21 without loss after 13. I suggested that if they batted all day, there'd be about 50 runs shy at the end. At this rate, there might be about 150 shy, but
it hasn't been electric scoring rate throughout the whole game, has it?
No, I was saying earlier, I think the only time when the batters were scoring at a reasonably brisk rate was during the course of, not throughout all of it, but during part of Emilio Gay and Clunea's partnership. Northants innings.
Tom Taylor to continue from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and the left-handed Yates pushes this one out into the onside, and there's no run.
To be fair to Warwickshire's batters, they have a bit of rebuilding to do after the Surrey debacle, so you can understand them wanting to build an innings. Rob Yates admittedly didn't play in that match, but he'll be aware of what went on.
Yeah. And it followed as well, didn't it? Straight on the heels of that collapse they had in the semi-final of the 50-over competition.
93 all out, yeah.
Taylor in, bowls full delivery, which is played defensively. Back to the bowler by Yates. Taylor just takes the ball in his right hand as he follows through.
The threat of rain seems to have gone now. The ground staff have gone back to boil the kettle.
Has Andrew nipped round to see the gate man round the far side of the field, who he seems to be able to forecast the showers and whatever?
All the brollies have gone down as well,
That's
so I think we're okay now.
They go up a bit quick, some of them, don't they? This next
understand
one wraps
that.
him on the pad. I think it's going to be perhaps a little bit high. It hit him on the thigh pad. Perhaps pitched outside leg stump as well, but not out, says Rob Bailey.
Well, they're still encouraging each other, Northants. One thing, they'll still look at the scoreboard, see it's just 21 runs on the board, so if they could get a couple of quick wickets, suddenly they'll be on top.
Taylor bowls, and this beats the outside edge of Yates' bat. He's playing defensively from the crease and just pushing at that ball. There's no great intent, and it wasn't going to go anywhere with the shot he played had he actually hit it. If he'd have edged it, it would have been a bit of a sort of a poor shot to have got out to, but Taylor didn't catch the outside edge. He's looking to cause a little bit of trouble here to the left-handed Yates. He's in again, and Yates is driving this one, or looking to drive it away through extra cover. It squirts off an inside edge through square leg, and he'll come back for two somewhat fortunate runs, I think. Certainly not where he'd intended the shot.
No, it's got a significant inside edge going to square leg, and the bowler still causing problems.
No, it takes Yates into double figures. He was to 10. Warwickshire 23 for no wicket in reply to Northamptonshire's 250 all out.
Bit of cloud cover now as well. Might be helping a little bit.
Last ball of Taylor's second over coming up, and he's in, and this is turned, but straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run there. There's the fielding. End of another over, 23 without loss. We've had 14 overs, so Warwickshire taking it very, very steadily, just touch over 1.5 an over.
Yeah, it's proving difficult for them elsewhere. Notts 94 for 2 now, right against 446. They have started down at Old Trafford, and Lancashire are going very nicely, 68 without loss. Replying to Middlesex's 194. Middlesex in a lot of trouble in that game. Yorkshire are batting on, 493 for 8 against Glamorgan at Cardiff, and Sussex 80 for 1 lead Leicestershire by 234 at Hove. Derbyshire 68 without loss, replying to Gloucestershire's 377. We're going to see a change of ends for Jack White. First 5 overs for 7 runs. 3 slips in place. And right arm over. Oh, that one bounced a bit. And has he got him? He has!
Yes.
Caught behind, a bit of bounce. And Brathwaite trying to fend it away from his chest has gloved it to the wicketkeeper McManus, who's taken a good low catch. And Jack White, we say Icky Thump, I've got a wicket. It's 23 for 1.
Yeah, it just surprised Brathwaite. He got himself into play what he was anticipating, just to push, set defensive shot, readjusted the shot, but the bounce did for him, and he wasn't able to readjust. And another disappointing innings from Craig Brathwaite. He's still looking for a score in his here in his second match for his new county. And the new batsman coming out is the Warwickshire captain, Rhodes. But Brathwaite out for 9. Well bowled Jack White.
Yeah, again, he battled for a while there, Brathwaite, as he did, I think, in the first innings at the Oval. Wasn't able to go on to make a score. And that is the danger when your scoring rate is so slow that you can feel you're battling and being solid, but suddenly you lose a wicket, you look up the scoreboard, and you've hardly got anything on the board. Yep. So Will Rhodes comes out to join Rob Yates. And Northants finally get the breakthrough that they'll feel they richly deserve. Although I should think Ben Sanderson will be slightly chuntering after all the times he beat the bat and had Brathwaite in all sorts of trouble, didn't get the wicket, and then Jack White rocks up from his end and gets one first ball of his spell.
I don't recall seeing a ball do anything like that, though.
I thought in the first innings, Olihan Dorby got a few very early on in the yesterday.
That was
to do a bit.
That was came off quite a full length, that one, and veered up. Anyway, it's well bowled and a good change of ends from Northants.
So, Will Rhodes, the left-hander with that short boundary on his leg side. White comes around the wicket to him and Rhodes plays it past him to mid-on for no run.
So Warwickshire just got to be careful here. Now that they don't have a little collapse of wickets, and really looking for one, if not 2 batsmen to make really substantial scores.
White in, and that tucks Rhodes up, makes him look a bit uncomfortable. Ball drops down by his feet, and there is no run, or it's still just 23 runs on the board. And White wearing number 9. I always think that a strike bowler should want to wear number 9. As Jack White is, he comes in to bowl. This taken by the wicketkeeper. That's like a striker, a goal
it's like
scorer.
A football.
You want to be a number 9.
They don't wear number 9 so much now. They sent the strikers.
Some of them still do. Some of them like to.
The old days, the number 9 was definitely your target man.
White. The Warwickshire flag still blowing quite briskly behind him. A few grey clouds coming overhead, but nothing too threatening. That's left by Rose. It was wide of off stump. No need for Rose to play at that. Still Warwickshire not getting runs on the board.
The flag today, yesterday it was at half-mast, which we believe was for Heath Street. And it's back today to the top of the flagpole. So, and no Northamptonshire flag this time, which
I've seen that many away flags this season.
No, it seems to be a tradition which seems to be dying out a bit. That normally the away scorer carries the flag with him, and
here's White round the wicket, left by Rhodes again. A wicket maiden from Jack White, and Warwickshire 23 for 1 after 15 overs now. It's hard work for them, so a long way behind Northants' total of 250.
One of the things I always like about Northampton, their kit, the red numbers on their shirts really do stand out, and so good to see that if you're going to have a number on, make sure people can read it. And certainly their red caps, or it's a maroon cap rather than red. I think people would be upset if I call it a red cap. It's a maroon colour, but looks very smart. Taylor again started his third over. He's in bowls. Yates runs this away to backward point. Just opening the face, but straight to fielder at backward point, and there's no run. So he's on 10. Brathwaite was dismissed for 9s, and it's been slow going for Warwickshire here in the 16th over.
Yeah, Northants maintaining good control. 3 bowlers used so far.
This one from Taylor is it's not a convincing shot. He's going to get 4 runs for it, squirting it away through where 4th slip would have been. It runs down to the Thwaite scoreboard. In the air for a while, not in the end perfectly safe, but off the outside edge as he went to look to drive into the offside. Not quite to the ball.
Yes, not a case of him opening the face of the bat and running it there deliberately. I don't think he was looking to drive that through the covers.
Little moral victory for Tom Taylor.
Some welcome runs there for Warwickshire.
Yeah. So he goes on to 14 Yates, 27 for 1. And the hold-ups one discussion going on as to, I would imagine, whether the field is right. But, Proctor and Taylor talking. This next one down the leg side, and a good tumbling stop from Manners behind the stumps prevents any extras. But that certainly wasn't. He's got the field with 3 slips, a backward point, extra cover, and mid-off, and you really don't want to be firing them down the leg side with the bulkier fielders out on the offside. He got away with that one. 27 for 1. That's Taylor into Yates, and Yates is defending back, a no ball. So Warwickshire will get a couple of extra welcome runs, take them on to 29 for 1.
Yes, the second no ball of the innings. I think Ben Sanderson bowled one earlier. Warwickshire bowled just the one during the Northants innings. 20
buys they had in there, 250, so quite a few leg buys actually this time in the Northamptonshire innings. Yates, who missed the Surrey game, is on 14. And he defends this one up to Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run. Sun shining brightly on the city centre. We're in shade at the moment here at the ground, but looking over the top of the stands at the Birmingham end, at the top of the Wyatt stands, the sun is shining on the multitude of cranes and new building going on in Birmingham. Taylor in bowls, and this is left by Yates. Ball goes through to the keeper. There's no run.
Rob Yates would be keen for a performance here. He did quite well in the white ball competition. He got a century early on against Glamorgan, but got that 43 against Sussex in the final group match. Just last championship match before the 50 over competition, he got 10 and 30 against Middlesex here.
Taylor comes in, bowls, and Yates is solidly playing it up to mid-off. End of another over. 29 for 1. Yates 14. Rhodes yet to get off the mark. And Brathwaite is the 1 wicket to fall. Brathwaite for 9.
He still comes on a bit of criticism for his first class average. He has got that up to 30 now. His first class average is 30. I want to pick it up a little bit more.
Have you still got your stats up there, or have you clicked off them?
Well, yeah, after.
I was going to ask, how many centuries has he scored in his career? 'Cause he seems to have scored a lot of centuries, but had a lot of...
9.
9. Well,
He's got a good conversion rate, actually. He's passed 50 on 15 occasions, and 9 of those he's gone on to make 100. What he tends not to do, he did do it this season, didn't he, with the 228 not out, but generally, when he's got to 100, he's not gone on much more than that.
But it seems to be 100, not a lot.
Yeah. White comes round the wicket to bowl, and that's played to point by Rose for no run. But yeah, he did have that double century this season.
I suppose that's why the average is so low for somebody who's got that many centuries in a very... still a fledgling career, really, isn't it?
It's 228 at Trent against Nottingshire's the 3rd highest score in the First Division this season. Just 1 short of Joe Clarkson, way short of Daniel Bell Drummond's marathon. This one is defended by Rhodes, there's no run. It's actually not been that many double centuries this season. There's been a total of 6 in the county championship, which doesn't feel a lot to me. 4 of them have been in the first. Yeah, 4 of them have been in the First Division, but there's only been 6. And actually, we're quite well into the season, because I note down double centuries, and we're quite well into the season before I had a chance to note down my first double century of the campaign. So they've been perhaps less common than they are sometimes. As this Rhodes edges that, and it's just past a diving 3rd slip. He did, I think, play it with reasonably soft hands, so had there been a 4th slip, it might not have carried. But he does get a 4 down to 3rd. It is a bit of a false shot.
Yeah, in the end, I think the likelihood of the catch being taken was pretty thin, but it was very low, and it was another one which has been much of the case. Azad sort of went across for it, but it was well to his left and low down, so not sure you could put that down as a potential chance, but it's caused a change in the field and a 4th slip to come into place. I can only assume
they must have thought that had there been a 4th slip there, they might have had a chance, because they've stuck one in now, but it would have been a question of whether it would have carried, but it was certainly in that line. White bowls it short, and Rose has pulled it towards the short boundary on the leg side for 4. That boundary hasn't been exploited all that much in this game. I think there's only been 1 6 in the Northants innings. But Rhodes did decide to have a go at that invitation, and he gets 4 runs for it, 37 for 1.
Yeah, well, it sat up quite nicely for him. There's a man at mid-wicket. Had he mishit, that's the only player really that would have come into play, but he put it right over his head and well wide of him, so it was cleanly picked up and hit.
The next one from White. Rhodes turns it around his pals. There's no run that time. He's on 8, 37 for 1.
A little spurt of, what's that, 3 boundaries now in the last couple of overs, so that's moved Warwickshire on a bit.
Karanea was the only Northants batter to hit a 6, 1 6. 27 fours in the Northants innings of 250. Warwickshire thus far have hit 3 fours. 4 fours. 5 fours, I'll get it right in a minute. That's left, there's no run. They've hit 5 fours so far. 37 for 1, 17 overs bowled. And Warwickshire are 213 behind Northants' first innings total.
Got quite a few people in the ground who are taking advantage of the last 2 or 3 weeks of the cricket season, who've travelled here. There's one gentleman who's come down from Carlisle, who's visiting here today, and then He's going around 2 or 3 of the other counties, or a couple of the other counties during the rest of the week. Just hope the weather tomorrow doesn't spoil that for him. And a couple come up from the south coast to watch some cricket. So people just using the last 2 or 3 weeks before it all finishes till next April.
Yorkshire all out for exactly 500 against Glamorgan at Cardiff.
Taylor will continue from this pavilion end. He's bowling to Yates. And he's in and bowls, and Yates is defending it out into the offside. It runs up to Keogh, who's up at mid-off rather, and does the fielding.
.37 for 1. It's pretty warm and sunny out there, though there is a cooling breeze. Floodlights are still on. With 1 or 2 dark clouds not too far away.
Taylor bowls. Yates is solid in defence. Comes right out the middle of the bat, but no attempt to make a scoring shot off that one. They put floodlights on straight after lunch, after the break. The rain.
I can't remember now, to be honest.
They weren't on before lunch, I don't think, were they? I can't remember.
Don't remember, I'm afraid.
I couldn't see them from the museum.
I mean, it seemed quite bright when they came on after lunch. Suddenly
it rained, didn't it? Yeah.
It started raining.
A couple of people come in really quite wet. This next one is going to bring runs. Flick down to long leg for 1, and that's all it'll be as the ball is returned back to McManus, and total goes on to 38. Yates goes on to 15. It's one of those times now where reading the scoreboard becomes a little bit tricky because the sun on the yellow figures makes them quite difficult. 15 is on. Rhodes takes guard.
How many years since that scoreboard was not manual?
I would say, Clive, it's probably 15 years, at least.
Yeah.
Turn it in bowls. This is turned to mid-wicket. There's no run. Because
If I had to guess, and it would be a guess, I'd say slightly more than that.
Could be.
But probably not much more.
I remember in the initial days we had lots of occasions where we were commentating where there was no scoreboard because the system didn't work and whatever software they'd put in wasn't very effective, and so you'd have no score at all or scoreboard at all to be able to work from. Did make it interesting. We had games where we had the tiny little manual scoreboard over the other side, which is still there, funnily enough, just in case. Turn around the wicket in bowls, and this is going to be runs, and it's certainly going to be 3. It's probably got the legs just to make the boundary. Yes, it has. Turned away through mid-wicket, and nicely turned away. So Rhodes goes on to 12. That's his 3rd boundary, and Warwickshire move on to 42 for 1. A spurt here with the scoring.
Yes, well, Luke Proctor obviously wanted to stretch his legs there because he sprinted in chase of that ball without ever really having much chance of getting it, but you can't fault his effort.
It's quite a long chase, that one as well. That's probably picked one of the longest boundaries on the ground today. Taylor again continues round the wicket to the left-hander and draws Rhodes forward, but in the end just snatches the bat out of the way. Goes through to the keeper. 42 for 1. We've had 18 overs.
Well, as captain, looks like Will Rhodes has decided he wants to get the scoreboard moving a bit.
Yeah.
Run rate has improved somewhat since he arrived. He's hit 12 or 14 balls. A chat with Rob Yates out in the middle. Probably saying to Rob Yates, you carry on the way you are, but I'm going to go for a few shots maybe.
Yeah, Will Rhodes, I think, will be a little disappointed with his season with the bat. He's struggled a little bit and hasn't bowled a lot this season.
So Jack White is bowling to Rob Yates. Ooh, he nibbled that one outside off stump. Goes past the outside edge. And he's got a couple of half centuries in the one-day cup. Captain of the team that of course didn't feature in the T20 Blast at all. He was in the squad. I say he didn't feature at all. He was in the squad for pretty much every game, but didn't actually get out on the field. And Yates hits that into the ground. It goes over the head of Jack White. There's no run. I did ask him about it actually after he made big runs. 50 over games. Do you feel a bit miffed that he didn't play at that? And he did sort of make the point, given that Warwickshire won 11 of their 14 group games, they probably feel that they, or the pairs I should say.
Yes, it's a bit difficult making much of a fuss, really, isn't it, when you've got that sort of record.
You might suggest he plays in the quarter-final next time, though, since the Bears always seem to lose that. That's a forward offensive by Yates, and there is no run. Second day of this county championship match. A little bit on and off for rain. Lost 23 overs yesterday. I think we've lost 13 so far today. So that's 36, of which, all being well, we should get 16 back at the end of today and tomorrow. Yeah. Wheel Rose 436 runs before this innings in the championship. That's Yates who works that one through two fielders on the leg side. I don't think he hit it totally out of the middle of the bat, but it was a conscious aim to place it between those two fielders inside the imaginary circle, and he's able to claim 2 runs, 44 for 1. Yates onto 17.
It's forced a change in the field. Mid-wicket has now gone back onto the mid-wicket boundary, so there's plenty of space. If Yates just wants to turn it into the onside, there's a comfortable single at least, but they're protecting the boundary.
White in, and Yates works it onto the leg side for 1. He's onto 19. It is 45 for 1 Warwickshire, so they're just 205 behind. 250 is not a gimme totally responded to. It does mean one decent partnership and you sort of feel you're well on your way, I guess. But then Northants managed one big partnership, but the rest couldn't quite build on it. 147 added for the 3rd wicket. White round the wickets, left by Rhodes. End of the over. Rhodes on 12, Yates on 18. Got 3 that over. Warwickshire 45 for 1 off 19, trailing Northants by 205.
They picked up the rate a little bit, but it's still relatively slow, 2.5 and over. But they're just beginning to get going, these two. Rhodes leading the way. There's some dark clouds over to our left, which don't look particularly promising. And I know we've sort of been keeping an eye on the forecast for the day, and the forecast for the next 2 or 3 hours is not very good. Taylor starts a new over, and Yates offers no shot to a ball going through. Proctor starts to warm up down below us, as going through the motions of jumping up and down, so whether he's thinking taking over from White, but just starting to loosen up. There's Taylor again from this pavilion end, past umpire Bailey, in and bowls, and Yates comes forward, looking to run it away in the gap between point and cover, but it's too straight, and cover is quickly across to prevent the single.
Northants will probably feel they've been unlucky to have only got 1 wicket so far. Ben Sanderson in particular seem to be short of luck. Tom Taylor's causes problems as well. Just the 1 wicket to show for it. That of Craig Brathwaite, who was caught behind off White for 9.
That's Taylor again. In, bowls, and again it's brings a defensive shot from Yates, who gets everything behind that ball, which was fired into leg stump, and plays it back into the offside. So Taylor will be joining part of the in and out. That revolving door at Worcester's going to be need to be well oiled for at the end of this season. There's a lot going, and quite a few coming. Taylor, one of them, as this one is left by Yates outside the off stump.
They do a revolving turnstile there, I think, at New Road, don't they?
They've still got the turnstiles.
I think they have. They're you go through the office, I think, down the stairs through there. I think they have.
Haven't been through that for a long, long time.
Luke Proctor is showing the umpire the ball.
Gosh, is that the first time in this match?
No, I think it happened once in the Northants innings. They didn't actually replace it.
He's not going to replace it this time.
No.
Rob Bailey still told him to get on with it, I think. This is just coming up to the time where you think, oh, might be able to get another one, which might be just a tad harder. Anyway, he didn't, so Taylor's still got that old ball. He fires it in and wraps Yates on the legs. The ball always appeared to be going down the leg side, and from the way, even though Yates came forward to play it, he was looking to turn it away, but the ball wraps him on the pad, and appealed mostly from behind the stumps for that. But, negative response from umpire Bailey. It stays on 45 for 1. Yates stays there on 18. Still got the floodlights on. Probably are going to need them in the next 10 minutes as this dark cloud comes further across the ground. Taylor in, bowls to Yates, who leaves outside the off stump. So a maiden over from Taylor, and Warwickshire stay on 45 for 1.
And Yates have a chat out there again. I've had 6 wickets fall so far today. Runs have been fairly slow coming. We've had just 100 runs scored today for those 6 wickets. Jack White to continue from the Birmingham end. I'm doing my 3 o'clock update, and then invite Andrew to come back in. This could be an attritional match as White comes around the wicket, and Rhodes as well to turn it around into a gap and get an easy single. Rhodes onto 14.
Yeah, that's the thing that White's got to be careful of. He's pushed his mid-wicket back onto the boundary, but then he leaves that big gap, and if he just veers off the line outside off stump, it's just very easy single for either of the left-handers just to drop the ball into the onside and amble through for virtually free single every time.
Still 3 slips in place, and White round the wicket is left by Rob Yates. Second day of this match, of course. Still time. The game has moved at a fairly slow pace. All results still very much on at the moment. Still waiting for my first tie in a championship match. We might get that, you never know. White round the wicket to bowl. Yates hits that into the ground, back to the bowler.
I was just going to have a look and I think on the scorecard we've got somebody on the wrong number. I'll have to have a look with
White balls towards the city centre before turning. White tarpaulin sight shields behind him as he bowls to Yates. Just pushes the ball back to the bowler. Still the Warwickshire flag blowing quite keenly. The crowd modest today. There's a few in the public areas, a few in the members areas. And White leans forward, bounces in, and gets a leading edge from Yates. Ball drops to the ground and goes out to the offside. He was looking to work it into the gap on the onside. There is a comfortable single there if he gets that shot right, but he didn't quite manage it. And it remains 46 for 1. Update coming up in 20 seconds. White, last ball of the over, and he's bowling to Rob Yates. Defends, there's no run. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are having to work hard here, having bowled Northants out for 250. Ollie Hallen-Dolby taking a career best 7-wicket haul. They found runs quite hard to come by. They are 46 for 1 in reply. They've lost Craig Brathwaite, who after batting pretty carefully for a while, edge 1 from Jack White to be caught behind by McManus for 9. Yates has survived thus far. He's on 18. Will Rhodes has come out looking as if he has some intent to try and push the scoring on a bit. He's on 13, but Warwickshire still 204 behind at 46 for 1 after so Tom Taylor's about to come in. It'll bring Andrew in here.
got slightly cut off in full flight there, I think, didn't you? Taylor continues from this pavilion end. He's in and bowls. And, Rhodes drops the bat down, and there's no run. 46 for 1. As these two looking to get the board moving a little quicker, but in the 22nd over, I thought Proctor might be loosening up, but he's still doing some exercises, so he must be thinking of coming into the attack. Taylor bowls well wide outside the off stump. Rhodes has nothing to do with that. Good afternoon, Andrew.
Afternoon again, Phil. Yes, I think I noticed when you mentioned it, Luke Proctor starting to limber up. I'd be surprised if he wasn't into the attack at some point. He's Northamptonshire's 4th seamer, and these two have put in all three really. And Taylor's into his 6th over now, but White and Sanderson have been excellent, and maybe his slightly different mode of attack, rather skiddy, quick arm, might get something out of this pitch. We'll see.
Taylor in bowls full and driven up to the aforesaid Proctor. Mid-on. Again, there's no run. Just gone back into the shell again, Warwickshire. They have that little burst hitting 3 or 4 boundaries, and it's dried up the last 2 or 3 overs again.
That hasn't been easy, has it? And to be fair, the Northamptonshire seamers, as they have done for a good part of the season. I think, you know, you look at Northampton's position in the table and you say, well, you know, why are they down there? And the reason, really, you look along the table and you see 4 as of today batting bonus points. There's not a lot of blame to be attached to the bowlers, really.
This next one is turned nicely in the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. They're going to get a single because Proctor's are quickly across and gets that one back in to McManus. Another single to Rhodes. He's on 14, 47 for 1. Warwickshire trailing by 203.
I haven't managed to nip down and have a word with our weather prophet in the car park yet. As to
you haven't
what
been round the other side of the
No,
ground?
I haven't.
I thought you might have legged round during the...
I don't do a lot of legging these days, Phil. It's quite a long way around.
It is a long way, yeah. It is. It's further round this ground than you think.
Especially after having had pudding and custard today.
This is turned... Well, I'm back on the diet, and it really is. It's an intensive diet, which is absolutely necessary. So, and I'm back with one of the big slimming companies. So, as I'm now spending money to keep, I've got to stick to it.
Well,
so far, so good.
Well, keep
a lot to do.
The radar, as opposed to the weather prophet in the car park, would suggest that there is some rain maybe coming this way, but it's still quite a long way away. So hopefully we're all right for a bit.
Taylor bowls and Yates is watchful, and last ball of the over runs it away into the offside. It stays on 47 for 1. Proctor is walking up towards the Birmingham end with a purpose, taking his hat off, and which can only mean one thing.
The Birmingham end, Luke Proctor.
There you go, confirmation that Luke Proctor is coming into the attack, and Jack White's just having a trot off the field for a comfort break or whatever. Justin Broad is on at the moment. Just one point, earlier on when Clive and I were talking about national counties cricket in Herefordshire and the fact that Alex Russell, Northamptonshire's leg spinner, has played national counties for Herefordshire, and I said he's doing 12th man today for Northamptonshire. Well, the eagle-eyed among our listeners will have spotted that, talented lad though he is, he would have done very, very well indeed to be 12th man here for Northamptonshire and be bowling for the second 11 at Nottingham. So I'll come on to that in a second as Proctor bowls his first ball round the wicket to Rhodes. It's just back of a length and Rhodes turns it out to deep mid-wicket for a single. He goes up to 16 and Warwickshire to 49 for 1, 201 runs behind. And indeed Justin Broad is doing 12th man today. So I think Alex was here yesterday, but playing for the seconds. Match started today.
Yeah, I think Henry Brooks, who was here as 12th man yesterday for Warwickshire, I think he's playing for the second team today. I don't know who the Warwickshire 12th man is actually today.
Here's Proctor in and bowls to Yates, who on drives up to Rob Keogh at mid-on, and there's no run. Northamptonshire spin options here, of course. Simon Kerrigan playing his first championship match of the season. Rob Keogh, of course, as well. Safe Zay, bowled a little bit in the Lancashire match. But as we were saying yesterday, Simon Kerrigan won't have particularly fond memories of bowling here last year when he was basically bowled into the ground by Northamptonshire. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Yates, who's pushing forward. It goes off exactly an inside edge, but the inner portion of the bat out towards Kerrigan, who's sweeping out there at deep mid-wicket. They come through for a single. It's 49 for 1. Yates is 19.
He did bowl well in the 50 over game here.
Bowled very well in the 50 over game here, yes, albeit
only about
2 overs.
3-4 weeks. Is that all he bowled, 2 overs?
Well, they only had 2 overs. It was 10 over match, wasn't it?
Oh, of course it was. It was reduced, wasn't it? Yeah,
he bowled a very good 2 overs. Those 12 balls were outstanding, but yes, I was
trying to talk him up.
he did. He bowled very well. 3 slips in places. Proctor in, bowls and beats his opposite number, Will Rhodes, outside the off stump. Goes through to Lewis McManus, who lifts his gloved hands above his head and applauds his captain. There's a bit of sunshine bathing the ground at the moment. Yes, but last year he bowled in the championship match 52 overs, 0 for 174, and it took him a long time, to his 100th over, if I remember rightly, the season, to get his first championship wicket. Here's Proctor in again, and that's clipped nicely by Rhodes, but only as far as Kerrigan, who's out there for the purpose. The deep mid-wicket in front of the Hollies stand, so he keeps it to 1, but that is the 50 up for Warwickshire. 50 for 1, exactly 200 behind.
Very generous applause from the crowd for 50, isn't it?
Well,
normally it's a smattering,
ripple,
but,
a ripplette, but
yeah,
no, I
but
think
they're realising how difficult runs are.
Absolutely, I think they're appreciating the fact that these two are working very hard. It's not easy out there at the moment, but they're doing a good job for this side. Is Proctor in again, bowls, and that's a beautiful on drive by Rob Yates for 4. Well, that could be the shot of the innings. They say the on drive is the hallmark of the class player, and that was absolutely perfectly timed by Yates. It races away for 4. Rob Keogh has to trot back to the front of the Thwaite scoreboard to retrieve. It takes Yates up to 23, Rhodes is 18, and Warwickshire are 54 for 1. And we were saying about the fact that Northamptonshire's bowlers can't, really take too much of the blame for the situation that Northamptonshire find themselves in. As I say, Jack White has been excellent, Ben Sanderson. The rest, I suppose, you would have to say, maybe just lacked a little bit of penetration. The conditions haven't been there. Rob Keogh had a very good year with the ball last year, finished with 30+ wickets and gave his captain control, but there just haven't been the conditions for the spinners this year. He's taken 11 wickets, but they cost him nearly 53 apiece so far. So, and Luke Proctor similarly going into this match, 7 wickets at 49, and of course he had a shoulder injury as well.
Taylor starts a new over. The first ball is left outside the off stump and through to the keeper.
And it just seemed for a while, Phil, he's a very, very handy member of the Northamptonshire attack, but it just seemed for a while after suffering that shoulder injury back in May that Luke Proctor didn't entirely trust the body, trust the shoulder, and was reluctant to bowl himself. Now we're going to have another look at the ball. This time Rob Bailey thinks there's enough in the protest or claim by Northamptonshire that the ball is in some way.
I find this very strange that an over and a half ago he decided the ball was perfectly okay.
Well, he's decided the same now, but he's just sought confirmation from his partner Neil Pratt. But the upshot of it is that Tom Taylor has got the ball back in his hand and is going to have to carry on bowling with it.
Here he comes in again, and this one is outside the off stump again, and no shot offered. Ball through to the keeper.
Bright sunshine now, which is very pleasant to see. But as you mentioned, Phil, there's just I think it's a way away, but over to our left, which is where pretty much the weather is coming from, there's a little bit of darker cloud around. I don't know if the forecast is still as iffy for tomorrow as it was earlier in the day when we looked, but
no, I'm afraid it's no better. Still, from 4 o'clock there's rain about. It's in, and again Rhodes has nothing to do with this. That's it through to the keeper.
Down the message, the electric, was it down the wire the electric message came? It is no better, it is much the same, as Alfred Austin nearly wrote a few years ago. Yeah, it's been frustrating, isn't it? Because it's a good contest so far. It's attritional, yes, but it's absorbing watching. But if you keep losing time to the weather, it just
makes it difficult,
disrupts the narrative, doesn't it?
Taylor again comes in and bowls, and this time it's played nicely. That's a lovely shot by Rhodes, and that's going to run away down to the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, down to the fence for 4, and that was always going to go. Fell in behind that one, Proctor, and just retrieved it from the boundary. So Warwickshire move on to 60.
Yeah, no ball as well.
Oh, extra bonus again. That's Taylor's 3rd, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Warwickshire were very disciplined, only bowled 1 in the whole innings, but so Ben Sanderson certainly bowled 1 earlier on, and Taylor's 2nd.
Yeah, so it's 3. 60 for 1 Warwickshire. They trail by 190. Comes Taylor again, and this one is left. No shot offered by Rhodes through to the keeper. He's on 20, 23 to Yates. 64. I was just looking up, we're talking of Kerrigan, just staying on that subject. He only took 10 wickets in the last season.
Yep.
And how many this year, do you know?
This year he has not taken any because this is his first championship match.
Oh, right.
This is his first championship match of the season. He didn't feature at all in the first team. I think I might have mentioned this when I was on with Clive yesterday. This year, and he suddenly appeared in the team against Sussex in the second one-day cup match.
This one is turned into that same gap again, but not with the same timing or force from Rhodes, but he'll scamper through for a single. So he goes to 21, 61 for 1.
Which came as a little bit of a surprise because he wasn't actually in the squad that was announced.
Oh, right.
And suddenly he found himself playing the following day.
Yeah.
But he hasn't had an awful lot to do this year. So he hasn't played in the championship until today. Last year, I mean, he bowled beautifully at Canterbury. He picked up 5 wickets in the second innings, as did Rob Keogh. Bowled Northamptonshire to victory, but that was about the only notable performance last season.
Taylor in. This is left by Yates through to the keeper. End of another over. We've had 24 overs, 61 for 1, 23 to Yates, 21 to Rhodes. Warwickshire trailing by the moment by 189 with 9 wickets left.
So yes, it's been a bit of a frustrating season, Phil, for Simon Kerrigan thus far.
And he's getting now, what is he, 34-ish, 33,
like
34?
that, yes.
Yeah, it's... I remember when he played for Lancashire, I think I've said this before when we've been in previous commentaries, made his debut against Warwickshire at Old Trafford. And he looked a real... I think he took 5 wickets in the innings, 4 or 5 wickets. Ian Bell and Jonathan Trott were playing, and you thought this guy is going to be a real find.
Yeah, well, he's done some good work for Northamptonshire, but I say last couple of seasons things haven't gone quite as he would have hoped, or certainly as the support staff would have hoped, as Proctor starts a fresh over outside the off-stump, bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes, who leaves it alone, goes through to Lewis McManus. We have 40, I'm trying to see the board, 42 overs left, is that, after this one? So plenty of cricket left in the day's play. It's noticeable, I was just thinking back to the Northamptonshire innings yesterday. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Rhodes, who drives crisply but straight to mid-off, and there's no run. It was when the ball started to go a little bit softer yesterday, and some of the hardness had gone off the new ball and it stopped nibbling around quite as much, that Karun and Gay managed to step up the rate a little bit and accelerate. Here's Proctor in, bowls to Rhodes, who turns that nicely down to Sanderson at long leg in front of the Holly stand, and it's another single to the Warwickshire captain. He goes to 22 and Warwickshire to 62 for 1. So it could be that history will repeat itself today. Will Rhodes just comes down and has a word with his partner Rob Yates. Sanderson just keeping himself loose down at long leg, so it may be the sort of the rotation of the seamers will continue and Sanderson will be back in the attack soon. Here's Proctor in bowling to Yates down the leg side. He's looking to try and tickle it down towards the pavilion, doesn't manage to get anything on it, and it goes through to Lewis McManus, stays at 62 for 1. Elsewhere in the other matches, Kent bowled out for 446, but Nottinghamshire making a good fist of their reply after losing a wicket in the first over. They're now 153 for 2. Stephen Mullaney 76 not out, Joe Clark 57 not out. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Yates, drives without any power or timing up to mid-off, and there's no run. Middlesex have also just pegged things back a little bit against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Middlesex bowled out for 194 and Lancashire looked to be cruising along at 80 for 1, 80 for no wicket. They're now 96, well they were then 96 for 3, they're now 110 for 3. Luke Wells is still there on 59. Proctor in, bowls to Yates, defensively forward out into the onside. Proctor comes across towards mid-wicket, cuts it off himself. That's the end of the over. 62 for 1, 23 rather to Robbie Yates, 22 to Will Rhodes, and Warwickshire 188 runs behind. The umpires come together to chat about something, I'm not quite sure what, but they've lost the The wickets of Keaton Jennings for 29, Josh Bohannon for 7, and Phil Salt for 0. 2 wickets for Josh De Caires, he's having a good month.
Because he had a terrific game in the last match.
Yeah, and 110 for 3. So Lancashire still in a decent position, but just clawed it back a little bit, and it is indeed going to be Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, so out of the attack comes Tom Taylor. Ben Sanderson comes into the attack at the pavilion end. I was just having a look while you were talking there at how many bonus points Northamptonshire got last season where they finished mid-table with the bat, and last season they picked up 31 bonus points with the bat, and this year 4.
4.
Yeah,
yes.
It does speak volumes, doesn't it?
It does, I'm afraid, yes.
Sanderson, who is unfortunate, I think, not to have a wicket to his name already. He's in for his first ball, and immediately he beats the forward push of Rhodes.
That's what he does, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what he's been doing for a few years now. Just quickly canter through Division 2. Yorkshire 500 all out against Glamorgan, who are 15 for 1. Bat very much dominant at Bristol. Gloucestershire 377 all out. Derbyshire 121 for no wicket in reply. And at Hove, Sussex 117 for 2 in their second innings against Leicestershire. So they're 271 runs ahead with 8 wickets in hand in a very strong position.
Strong plays there. This next one, he's Rhodes running it away, just leaning into it and running it with an open face to backward point. There's no run. Bright sunshine now. The ground is bathed in. It's one of those days where 1 minute you're in shadow and shade, and then the next minute it's bright sunshine, and as I speak the bright sunshine disappears and the clouds come back across. But they are moving quickly, the clouds, that's one good thing. Sanderson in bowls, and forward comes Rhodes. Again, back to the bowler who fields up his own bowling. There's no run. Luke Proctor continues to look at this ball. He's
not happy.
He's not.
I think it seems to me more than a little coincidental that they've just gone quite a long time without a wicket, and they're just thinking we can just do with the ball
change.
It does something here. Just get us back into this.
Yeah, it's eventually he will persuade the umpires that the ball is square. This next one is pushed back down to mid-off, and Taylor does the fielding. The ball hardly rolls to him. There's no. It's a good line, but Warwickshire not trying to push or work anything here. Just happy at the moment to accumulate.
Well, to say Sanderson's been tidy would be an understatement. He's in his 8th over and he's conceded 8 runs.
He's doing it OHD, isn't he? Oliver Hannon Dolby did exactly the same thing. And comes Sanderson to bowl, and this one again is left. Rhodes comes forward, covers his off stump, takes the bat out of the way and lets it go through to the keeper. Taking no chances against Ben Sanderson.
After this ball, Phil, I shall just need to nip to your left to go and update BBC Radio Northampton, but I will be back very soon.
You do that and take over from me then. Clive coming for you now.
I've only got a minute or so to do. So it's juggling, as we said the other day. It proves that men can multitask.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, well, we saw that yesterday. This one is through. Rhodes, who it was sort of difficult shot. We've had your listener who was watching 3 different sports events and cooking the tea and eventually eating it, but without stuffing on his chicken. 62 for 1. Warwickshire. 23 to Yates, 22 to Rhodes. And we have had 26 overs. Clive will rejoin in a second, and Andrew will be back once he's done his update. And Luke Proctor will continue from the Birmingham end, as that sun which we were enjoying has now disappeared, unfortunately. Proctor in bowls. Forward comes Yates. No shot offered. Ball through to the keeper. An awful lot of this. Warwickshire just letting the ball go outside the off stump. They're not trying, not risking anything.
Yes, it's a steady accumulation. But They're doing okay.
Proctor bowls. This is played up this time to mid-off. And again, another dot ball. So we had that little spurt a few overs ago where Warwickshire hit 4 boundaries in 3 overs, but we've gone a bit more into the shell the last 4 or 5 overs. It's 62, so 188 they trail by still, as this one Yates turns into the onside, looking for the single, but he actually had played it up towards Taylor at mid-on, and Taylor was able to get quickly round onto it and prevent the single. Had he played it probably 3 yards further to the right, he would have been able to amble through for an easy single, because the mid-wicket is right back on the fence. Proctor is in and bowls. This one is edged down and caught at slip, at third slip, and taken by Azad, and Proctor has got a wicket. Rob Yates has gone for 23. Warwickshire lost their second wicket. Now 62 for 2. And again, another very low catch, or just getting to the fielder, but
well, I think he juggled that, didn't he?
Just a bit.
Azad took a couple of attempts to hold on to it, but an important breakthrough. I was about to say that Warwickshire's start actually even more cautious than Northants was. Their 50 came in 139 balls, their first 50. Northants' first 50 came in 117. And that was okay as long as they weren't losing wickets, but that second wicket down, it's Northants right back into it.
yeah, it was a long, patient innings, but gone for 23. Those two added 39 runs for the second wicket.
72 balls Yates faced in total for his 23, and now England's Sam Hain marches out to the crease.
I hope they pick him, Clive.
I'm sure you'll get a game or two. It's a 3-game series. I imagine everyone will play.
Right, whilst we've got the break, I'll make way for Andrew to rejoin us, having got him a wicket.
So Hain be his last game for Warwickshire this season, I would think. I think he'll miss the last 2 matches with England duty for the 3 ODI matches against Ireland. I'm sure he'd like to make a nice impression here. Help cement his place in the 11 that actually start against Ireland. But Proctor, 1 for 8, tosses the ball from one hand to the other, exuding confidence as if he can't wait to get out at the new batter. In he comes, right arm over. Oh, Hay just withdraws his bat from that rather belatedly. He did get his bat out of the way, but he was a little late in making that decision. A slightly nervy start for Sam Hain,
whose record against Northamptonshire over the years has put him almost in the Josh Bohannon class of players who Northamptonshire would happily never see again through choice.
In comes Proctor to bowl, and that's solidly played by Hain to mid-off. And the end of a successful over for Proctor, and Warwickshire replying to Northamptonshire's 250 are 62 for 2.
Yeah, double 100 here, of course, for Sam Hain last year in the Championship against Northamptonshire. It's interesting, isn't it, with Proctor, and the number of times when he's bowling well, and as I say, it was when I was on with Phil, I was saying he had this shoulder injury back in May, and it seemed even when he was back in the side after that he didn't quite trust his bowling and was a little bit reluctant to give himself a lengthy bowl. But he's one of those individuals who can be a very handy little partnership breaker. Here's Sanderson running away from us to bowl to Will Rhodes, who plays it up to Taylor at mid-off, and there's no run. Sanderson into his 9th over, no wicket for 8. Still, I'm sure, in Rob Bailey's ear to try and get the ball changed, although perhaps after picking up a wicket they won't be quite as insistent as they were before. But he's
I never knew, but apparently there is a limit to how many times they can ask in county championship.
Really?
Well, I didn't know that, but I heard it discussed, I think on Test Match Special, actually, because they were talking about how slow Test cricket is.
no more than twice and over, presumably. Here's Sanderson in bowls to Rhodes, who works it out into the onside. Safe save, quickly in from mid-wicket, cuts off any possibility of a single.
I can't remember how many times it was, but they were saying, because England were just, after every ball, practically asking the umpire to change the ball. Whereas apparently, and I didn't know this is the county championship, you can only ask something like 2 or 3 times in total, presumably with one particular ball. So
here's Sanderson. Yeah, I think that's sensible. Sanderson round the wicket, bowls to Rhodes, who turns it just in front of square on the leg side. It's Safe Save who comes across again to field, and there's just a single, takes Rhodes up to 23, and Warwickshire to 63 for 2. Field changes over for the right-handed Sam Hain.
Presumably they don't want to use up all their reviews.
No,
I presume the umpires do have the right to actually make decisions themselves. If they've used up all their requests and the ball is actually falling apart, presumably the umpires can then decide off their own.
Well, again, you would hope it's a little bit of a common sense thing, isn't it? So one takes nothing for granted. But here's Sam Hain then about to face Ben Sanderson. Keeper standing up, 3 slips in place, and Sanderson in, bowls to Hain outside the off stump, lets it go through, taken by Lewis McManus. Northamptonshire would dearly love to see the end of Sam Hain early on. If they could nip him out quickly, they'll feel that they're right back into this game on a pitch that, as we've been discussing, is not, it's not a minefield by any stretch of the imagination, but it's just, as Emilio Gay said yesterday, it's nibbling around a little bit. It's not the easiest, certainly not the easiest to bat with any fluency on. As Sanderson is in, bowls to Hain, covers up, pushes it out into the covers. Simon Kerrigan with this towel hanging out the back of his trousers fields, and there's no run.
Chief ball dryer then?
Yes, he's been probably been the designated BMO now, ball maintenance officer. But yeah, he's, I tell you what, he's got a lot of ground to cover there in there at extra cover. If it goes past him, it's yours. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Hain, comes across his stumps, works it into the leg side. Keogh comes in from mid-wicket to field. Another tight over from Ben Sanderson, at the end of which Warwickshire are 63 for 2, with Will Rhodes on 23. Sam Hain still looking for his first run, and that is tea. So nothing like taking us all by surprise, because that wasn't my understanding of when tea was going to be, but it obviously is the umpire's understanding of when tea is. So there we go, 63 for 2 at the break. So Rhodes is 23, Hain is yet to get off the mark. Warwickshire have lost the wickets of Craig Brathwaite, caught by Lewis McManus off Jack White for 9. That was 23 for 1. And Rob Yates caught by Hassan Azad at third slip off Luke Proctor for 23. That was 62 for 2. It means they trail by 187 runs. We still have 39 overs to go in the day, so it's going to be quite a long final session. But nevertheless, the game interestingly poised. Northamptonshire 250 all out, Warwickshire 63 for 2, Clive.
Yeah, so we'll be back in just under 20 minutes' time. I'm just saying it's much evenly poised. Runs have really been hard to score today. What will we have? We've had 118 runs scored, 7 wickets taken. And we'll see what happens in the final session. One thing I would say is conditions at the moment, because if they're going to be good in terms of what's overhead in the sky, we'll see in just under 20 minutes.
the edge, and that's taken as well. That's 4 in a row.
Shout to catch, there's no on that.
Latest scores from other matches taking place around the country today, starting at the first Central County Ground Hove in the match between Sussex and Leicestershire. Sussex in their first innings were dismissed for 262, and in reply Leicestershire were dismissed for 108. At tea, Sussex in their second innings are 123 for 2. At the Sea at Unique Stadium, Bristol, the match between Gloucestershire and Derbyshire. Gloucestershire in their first innings were dismissed for 377. Derbyshire in reply at tea are 128 without loss. At Sapphire Gardens, Cardiff, the match between Glamorgan and Yorkshire. Yorkshire in their first innings were dismissed for 500. Glamorgan in reply are currently 27 for 2. At the Emirates Old Trafford, the match between Lancashire and Middlesex. Middlesex in their first innings were dismissed for 194. Lancashire in reply at tea are 114 for 3. And finally at the Spitfire Ground, Canterbury, the match between Kent and Nottinghamshire. Kent in their first innings were dismissed for 446. Nottinghamshire in reply are currently 160 for 3.
Orange, is it the orange? Yeah, that's your hitting zone. You don't have to hit orange, that's just the zone. Between yellow and orange. Right. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lovely. I'm doing magic. I thought he went too early. But yeah. Right, ball, innit? Right. 3, 2, 1. 3, 4. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, bud. Right. Right. Yeah.
Would like to get this one right.
That's right.
One more, yeah.
Give us a minute and a half, another set, yeah?
How many?
Another 10. Minute and a half off. Yeah. Sorry, bud. Yeah, go come through. Yeah. Once you're halfway, just cross the ball. Yeah, once you're in that stride, right. Focused on. When you get halfway, if you have to stop. 5, last 2. 3, 2, 1. Drop drive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Last one, guys. Dead. 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What did you What were the words that you said to me about what do I appreciate? What do I appreciate?
Please welcome back our umpires Rob Bailey and Neil Pink. Please welcome also the Northamptonshire team led out by Luke Proctor. Together with the not out Warwickshire batsman Sam Hain, and face the first ball of the evening session, Will Rose.
Well, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome back to Edgbaston, where I'm delighted to say the players are taking the field again. What's the start of what's going to be quite a long evening session, assuming we get all the overs in, because we have 39 overs remaining to be bowled. Warwickshire resuming on 63 for 2 in reply to Northamptonshire's 250 all out. The not out batters, Will Rhodes and Sam Hain, making their way out to the middle. The umpires, Rob Bailey and Neil Pratt, already out there, joined by the Northamptonshire fielders led by Luke Proctor. And the match intriguingly poised. Andrew Radden, Clive Eakin with you at the start of this session, and Clive, that second wicket for Northamptonshire, just giving them that little bit of a lift in the few overs before tea.
Has, definitely. I suppose the biggest issue this match has got is moving on, because scoring runs has been fairly slow going. And what we are now, the final session of the second day, we've had 12 wickets. But yes, I think it's pretty evenly poised. Will Rose has tried to push Warwickshire on a little bit. Sam Hain now at the crease.
Sam Hain with a first-class average against Northamptonshire of 131.6.
Okay, so an average day for him will be all right.
As Proctor is in, bowling the first ball of the session, and that's driven by Rhodes up to mid-off, and there's no run. Beautiful sunshine now over Edgbaston, and if we were looking at to the west and where some of that weather was coming from, it looks rather as though that a lot of that might be missing us, I think, so let's hope that's the case.
Call Hain scoring, he didn't score a century, but it was almost as good as, he scored 80 odd at Northampton on, come back to that.
Here's Proctor round the wicket, bowling to Rhodes, who on drives up to mid-on this time, no run.
It was on a comically slow outfield. There was a reason for it, I forget exactly what it was to do with new grass being grown or something, and it was a comically slow outfield, so you know, you'd hit a shot that would normally sail to the boundary and it was sort of stopping 3/4 of the way back. So that 80 felt worth more than that because of that.
Well, he's made 300s, including the double here, of course, last year, as Proctor is in, bowls to Rhodes, who leaves that alone, goes through to Lewis McManus. I think I'm right in saying, and my memory might be at fault, I think he might have made his maiden 100 for Warwickshire against Northamptonshire a few years ago. But his record against Northamptonshire in first-class cricket, 7 matches, 7 innings, 2 not outs, 658 runs, highest score 208 here last year, average 131.6. Here's Proctor in, bowls to Rhodes, who turns it out towards mid-on, who's just Taylor's a little bit on his heels maybe, and they're able to come through for a single. Rhodes to 24, 64 for 2.
It's always easier to say sitting up here. I think Warwickshire will need to try and start getting the scoreboard to move. Maybe even take a risk or two. They've got to start getting some runs on the board. Occupation is one thing. You need the runs as well.
Here's Proctor in again and bowls, and that's left alone by Sam Hain. Goes through to Lewis McManus. In fact, the that first big score that Sam Hain made for Warwickshire against Northamptonshire was a double 100. Here at Edgbaston, 573 for 9 Warwickshire made. His Proctor in, bowls to Hayne, who's off the mark, clips that away out through mid-wicket and is going to run all the way for 4. A long chase out there, but Jack White isn't going to catch up with it. It goes all the way out to the, almost out to the hover cover, and Hayne is away. 4 to him, 68 for 2. 4 to Sam Hayne, 24 to Will Rhodes. Yeah, he got a double 100 in his first full season back in 2014, right at the end of the season. He made 208 out of Warwickshire's 573 for 9 declared, and Warwickshire won by an innings. That was back in 2014.
And an email from David, who's often here but not today. He says, listening to you sat on the hotel balcony overlooking the Mediterranean Sea in Puglia, Italy, the heel of Italy. 33 degrees but tempered with a cooling breeze. I should imagine tempered with some other refreshment as well. Bearing up manfully under the strain, says David. Pay knees with a decent glass of red, there we go, and looking forward to dinner under the stars. Presumably Warwickshire have to now score 300/350 to justify yet again putting the opposition in. Thank goodness for Ollie. Regards, David. Well, look, Warwickshire as Sanderson's coming into bowl, and he's bowling to Rhodes, and that goes past the outside edge. He plays forward to that. I think Warwickshire took a bit of stick for putting Surrey in at the Oval, and obviously it didn't work out terribly well. However, I think their decision to put Northants in here was pretty reasonable, given the overhead conditions.
That was the thing, I think.
And to be honest, it's a decent bowling performance. They bowled him out for 250. So, and yes, Ollie did a lot of the work, but I mean, I think Chris Rushworth contributed. I think Craig Miles bowled well as well without getting a wicket. I think it was a decent enough team bowling performance, but now Northants are trying to replicate that, and Sanderson bowls to Rhodes, who plays it back to him. There's no run.
Yes, thanks to Phil, who's reminded me that, in fact, yes, I back in my mind that he got that maiden 100 at Northampton, which was the case. Made 134 against Northamptonshire at Northampton in 2014, and was youngest Warwickshire centurion, and in the same season made the 100 also against Northamptonshire at Edgbaston.
Sanderson in the bowl to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Becoming Warwickshire's youngest double centurion, so and Phil tells me still is.
He probably would have been disappointed at the time if he'd been told how long it would take him to break through to the England team, but at least he's finally in the squad. And yes, I know it's something of a shadow squad, but it is a full international. They are full internationals, and there are more in the winter where England may look to mix and match a bit. Sanderson bowls, and that's turned round his pads for a single by Rhodes. 69 for 2 Warwickshire. Lost Craig Brathwaite for 9 and Robbie Yates for 23. I shall say that again in a minute and a half. I've got an update to do. Left-hand, right-hand combinations of fielders and umpires scattered at various corners of the ground to prepare for the right-handed Hayne. And Sanderson, the wicketkeeper standing up, 3 slips in place, comes into bowl to Sam Hayne, who defends that solidly enough despite the oohs and ahs. And there is no run. And
we have a surprise visitor, Clive.
Yes, I've seen that, yeah. In comes Sanderson to bowl to Hayne. That's defended, there's no run. I've got an update to do. It's always slightly intimidating. I got told off by Ashley Giles once for doing an update within earshot of the players, and he didn't think the players necessarily want to hear what I thought how they were playing. Anyway, that update's coming in 10 seconds time. End of that over. 69 for 2. And this is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are 69 for 2, replying to Northamptonshire's 250 all out. It's never looked easy for the batters out there. Runs have been fairly slow coming for both teams. Warwickshire have looked to dug in, but they've lost Rob Yates just before tea. He was caught at third slip. The catch juggled, but ultimately held on, and Yates went for 23. Will Rose, the Warwickshire captain, has looked to try and move things on a little bit. He's on 25. He's been joined by England's Sam Haynes, we can now call him, who is on 4, and Warwickshire are 69 for 2. I think I got away with that.
Well, you haven't been bodily attacked by the Warwickshire head coach, so you're okay. Nice to see Mark Robinson up here in the box with us. I'll move out in a second, so you can give him a thorough grilling.
Proctor in to bowl, and that's left, and there's no run. 69 for 2. It's a little bit of a breeze blowing across the ground. Well, yes, joined by Warwickshire head coach Mark Robertson. Thank you very much indeed for popping up, Mark.
No, it's lovely, isn't it? One of my old clubs again, you see. So
yeah. As in comes Proctor. The bowl to Rhodes, who plays that back. There's no run. We'd be saying it's fairly evenly poised at the moment. Would you concur with that?
Yeah, we're trying to work out the wicket in the sense. It seems to have done more from tea time onwards than it did today and tea time onwards yesterday. And what sort of where the wicket was in the first part of the day, we felt the ball got wet, which affected everything. And obviously there was a great partnership as well.
Rose has turned that one round his pads. That's a good shot for 4. Nicely timed and placed by Will Rhodes. And we haven't seen too much go towards that short boundary, Mark, but Will Rose has taken advantage of it a couple of times.
Yeah, left-handers privilege. There's a drift onto those pads, but it is short out there. But I think both teams have bowled very well. That's the first thing. The wicket has nibbled. And batting's not been easy, and as I say, I think especially from tea time onwards, it seemed to do more. It seemed to bounce more. Our bowlers definitely felt that, and they felt more in the game from that point onwards.
Proctor comes in to bowl. That's left. There's no run. Must say a word for Ollie Hannon-Dorby. He's notching up these new career bests.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? You see, you can't beat a good Oldham. And he's got a big heart, we know that. He's a crowd favourite, and he runs in all day, and he got it what he deserved, really. Felt Rushy got better, obviously better from the oval, better for the game, and he got better as the game went on, which was nice. So that's also good signs for us.
In comes Proctor to bowl, and that's left. There's no run. Was Ollie's a classic example of patience, because he got the early wicket, and then there was that partnership. And wickets weren't coming. And I looked up the scoreboard at one point. I thought, blimey, he's conceded about 1 run and over.
Yeah, look, he was relentless, wasn't he? I think can't fault the efforts yesterday. I had a little bit of word at tea time. I think the effort, the intensity was fine, but our execution wasn't. We needed a little bit more raw clarity how we were going to try and get back in the game. And Milo bowled a great spell and backed up. But Ollie was all day, wasn't he? He was a pick of all day. Got the late rewards with a 2 at the close of play, and then picked up the rest today. So he's an outstanding bowler, isn't he? He's an outstanding ambassador for this club. He's our moral compass in the dressing room, and deserves all the plaudits when he gets them.
So Sanderson to continue. Still 3 slips in place. The sun out now. It's best weather we've had really all day. Sanderson comes into bowl, and he just hurried up a little bit there, plays it onto the onside. There's no run. And come into this game, Mark, I mean, obviously you had the chasing experience at the Oval, and you were very honest about that performance. Plus you had the disappointment of the 2 white ball knockout stages. Are you sort of in the need of a pick-me-up a little bit as a team coming into this game?
Well, I think you always, if you've had a couple of setbacks, you're always looking for something, aren't you? We had a really good few days training, which was good.
Hayne just clips that one round his pads to square leg for 4. 2 fielders on the boundary, and he's placed it right in between the two of them for 4 runs. He's on to 8, 77 for 2.
And look, there's a lot of things play factors in sport. Luck is one, and there is a luck factor. We feel we've been on the wrong end of a couple of things at the Oval. We felt we had a lot of marginal LBW decisions yesterday. On a different day, they're out. You spring that partnership. But what you can control is your attitude and your desire, and that's the bit we stressed at the Oval. We knew we were light in personnel, but we were good in attitude, and that's the bit we have to keep and to maintain.
Sanderson, right arm over, and that's pushed out to the offside. There's a bit of hesitation there from Hayne, but he is through for the single. It was Rose going to the danger end. And it's 1 run.
And the message, as I said, was this desire to improve. You know, so we looked at Surrey on that game. That's where we want to be. The depth of the squad, etc. We wanted to have a really good week where the boys were up and just to getting better and being excited about getting better, not waiting to end of season reviews to see where they are, what they need to do. Let's start now, because we want to be that champion team, and we think we're growing, but we know we're a little bit off where we do. Well, let's start now.
Yeah, I mean, you've obviously got 2.5 games still to go this season, important games, as Sanderson comes into ball, and that's played to mid-wicket, and there is a run. The fielder just dived over the ball there. Did save Zaib. He did half stop it, but couldn't stop it going through, so 3 for 1. So 2.5 games to go, but how much are you already thinking about next season? And
no, I don't. Well, you as a head coach, you're constantly thinking about progression and personnel and everything, who's going to be with you, who's not going to be with you, etc. And some of the decisions you make in selection might be around that. But the real attention is these next 2 games. As I say, it's about improving, not waiting. It's about improving now.
Sanderson bowls. He got a bit of bat on that. There was a shout behind the stumps.
So it's about improving now. You know, if you're Chris Benjamin, who's may play next week, depending if Al Davis is fit, it's about getting ready. And you know, he hasn't hit enough red balls in the last year and a bit due to all the white ball exposure. You know, when are you going to change that? How are you going to find time to do it? And that's, you know, the challenge you're putting down to Henry Brooks, etc. It's you can't wait. We find the time now.
Yeah, Sanderson comes into bowl to Hayne. And there's an appeal for stumping, and well, I think they're appealing for everything really here.
Everything there, caught behind, stumping the lot. Yeah,
I don't get any of it. Well, it's Sam Hayne. They're desperate to get him out.
Oh, it's a good piece of bowling, isn't it? He's nipped the first one back, inside edge, close to being LB, and the second one nips away. He's a horrible bowler to face. It's a perfect wicket for him. We've got to get some. Our goal would be to get in some overs into his legs so he feels a bit tired, and you know, that age starts to catch up on him.
You mentioned Chris Benjamin, and some of your players didn't have the happiest of hundreds. Sam Hayne had a pretty decent 100, but players, particularly the ones at Birmingham Phoenix, I know you got some of them back for the 50 over competition, but does that have an impact?
Yeah, it does. Lack of rhythm, lack of cricket, rejection, not playing. You go there hoping, thinking, hey, I'm going to have a fantastic tournament, and then obviously what it might lead to, the riches that it might lead to.
Proctor around the wicket to Rose, tries to turn that around his pass, doesn't turn it around quite as much as he would like to, and plays it to mid-on for no run.
And then you come out of it, you've not played, you've not hit any balls, you're out of rhythm, you feel a bit, as I say, rejected, which is not nice for anybody to feel you're not being picked and you're overlooked. So you do, and that's the same as when an England player comes back. But my vast experience as a head coach, we used to only have it with England players, now we have it when they come back from franchise, and that's a new dimension.
So Rose plays that one to mid-on, there's no run.
So that, you know, so for Henry, for Jacob Bethel, I think they were, as younger players, were victims. I mean, in a perfect world, and just purely cricket that have played for us in a 50 over, bowled, Henry would have bowled his 10 overs every day. Jacob would have batted up 4, got continuity in their cricket. But it isn't, it's very hard for them, and they come back in and they're trying to play a catch-up.
Proctor to Rhodes. And Rose defends that, plays it to mid-on, there's no run. On the other hand, as I say, Sam Hayne had a pretty decent 100, and also Big Bash final last year, now in the England squad.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with saying about the franchise, it's just sometimes where it can upset a player, especially when it's in the middle of your season and you're coming back into different formats and a younger player. So Sam obviously came back, he had some success, came back in a good place from it.
Proctor around the wicket again, bowls. Rhodes finds a gap there on the leg side for a comfortable single.
And it's something that we're trying to educate players to be able to manage better. We've got to help them do that. But for the younger ones, it's a harder experience because they haven't got that resilience built in yet to be able to do it.
Yeah. Presumably, do you lose Hayne for the final 2 championship matches?
I will definitely the Middlesex game and see where we are for the Somerset game, whether we get him back late into the match, whether it's something that we wanted to have him back on day 2, day 3, day 4. I think we'll see where we are, what's happening championship wise.
Well, they were appealing for a catch. Hayne was actually getting his bat out of the way. I think they were trying to imply that it brushed his glove on the way.
Oh, look, it's, as I said, just watching this, isn't it? It's edgy watching because it's every ball's like a hand grenade going down. It's constant moving. What Will Rhodes has managed to do is just feel a few punches back, isn't it? It's amazing when you can do that. The wicket looks a bit flatter, but you almost feel you could lose 2 or 3 quite quickly, the amount the ball's passing the bat, etc.
Proctor bowls and Hayne plays that as onto the onside. It is a no ball. So,
we enjoy those when we're batting, a little bit of an extra ball. But I think it was the second most we beat the bat any day of the season. Yesterday, the other day was the game against Kent. We were trying to ball them out on that last day. We did eventually, and that was the most it went past the bat. Shows what the wicket did, and sometimes that little bit of luck you need.
Proctor bowls, and that's left by Hayne. There's no run. How's Craig Brathwaite sort of fair? I know he sort of battled in a couple of innings, hasn't he, without actually making a total.
Yeah. Look, he's a Test captain. He's been good round the dressing room, helping me make some plans to try and help. Shea Simmons is obviously one of our young potential bowlers who's obviously had a difficult year due to, lost a close family member, etc., in college and everything else. So another Barbados connection there, but he's a good man, and he's got that experience and hasn't quite got away yet. He'll be disappointed having done some hard work today, but I think it's one of these wickets that you're never going to feel in on, isn't it? I think you had a great partnership for Northampton yesterday. They played really well, especially the Indian who left so well, but I think they would have felt at any point they were vulnerable.
Sanderson into bowl to Rhodes, and that's driven to mid-off. There's no run. That's obviously important, your overseas player being a good influence around the change room, and you've generally had that in the last couple of years, haven't you, with most of your overseas? Yeah,
they come at different stages of their careers. Obviously, Craig come as a Test match captain and is comfortable in his own skin, etc. Obviously, last year we had a younger overseas, and he's learning off us as much as we're learning off him. Probably more so the other way around. He's learning off us. So the Maxwell and Haas have been excellent this year in terms of influences in the dressing room. Obviously, Haas gives you that enthusiasm and the ability as well. Max, he didn't quite come off the way you like on the pitch, but he'll lead a legacy with the players as well, which is important.
82 for 2, even managed to sneak a championship match out of him.
We got it, I tell you, we did. And it was a fascinating bit, because I think it was the flattest wicket ever at Kent, as we know, and he's 40 not out at lunch. We're about 300 for 4, and he couldn't eat his lunch because he was nervous. Which is amazing for a bloke, 34-year-old, played all the cricket he does, and it just shows you, no matter how great you are, you still have a vulnerability around you.
Sanderson, again, around the wicket left.
And it was a great insight to our players as well, who get nervous, to actually, even the best do. And it might not even seem an occasion where you should be nervous, but, the best players, a lot of players hide what they feel, don't they? They hide what they're doing. When you're out there, you're an actor. That's your stage. You're acting confident and pugnacious, but what's going on underneath, there can always often be a vulnerability. Oh, look at that.
That's left. There's no runners with Northants. I was going to ask you about Northants at some point. So, since Andrew's shown you, what's he shown?
It's a fantastic picture of myself in my playing days, looking very youthful. Not changed much. What year would that be? 1986. There you go, the Northampton team. Some great players in there. Wayne Larkins and Adam Lamb, Nick Cook, except David Capel. Oh, it's brilliant. It's good to see Dave Ripley. Some umpires now on that in that photograph as well. Oh, actually, it's retired umpire with Nick Cook.
In comes Sanderson to bowl, and that's played So down the pitch will be cut off. There's no runs. How do you look back at your time in Northants? You just listed the names there. It was a strong team in those days.
I'll talk about it to our players too when I came to the club, that my upbringing at Northampton was how I'd want a young player to be brought up. I got some hard love at times, but I got a lot of support and love as well from the players.
Who were your coaches there? I know coaches
we had Bob Carter, but it wasn't so much. It
No,
was a dressing room ran the dressing room. And I had some great, one here now, Rob Bailey.
In comes Sanderson, and that's turned to square by Will Rhodes. He's going to get a couple of runs for that.
But some people like Rob, Nick Cook, they would, if I was getting it wrong, they'd tell me. But they wouldn't just leave me then. They would support me in how to get better. If I was down, they'd pick me up. And it was a fantastic dressing room to be in, with some fantastic players as well. Some great players, possibly a little bit too social at times. We seem to be in every season 3/4 of the way in, doing very, very well, and slightly blow out towards the end as we run out of steam, led by Alan Lamb obviously. But no, it was a great club and a great ethos there, and it reminded me a little bit when I was at Sussex. And the one advantage sometimes the smaller clubs can get, if they can encompass it, if that's the right word, and nurture it, is you can get a closeness with your supporters, with the players, because you all live in digs around the ground, and that's the one advantage. You can't compete with the bigger clubs for budget, for facilities, but you can compete for closeness.
Proctor in, and Hayne defends that there's no run. I mean, I think there were quite a few teams that were not bad on the social front. Even Warwickshire, when they were winning trophies in the 90s, I think.
Absolutely, the Dermot and everything you do, and you come across them in your social activities that you're involved with as well. But it was a great time. We had Dennis Lilly there for a couple of years, which was an incredible experience myself as a young bowler to be nurtured by and mentored by.
Proctor to Haynes, defends that onto the onside. It's 84 for 2 here, Warwickshire.
And how you get brought up as a young child with your mum and dad to you as a young player is important. And I said they were the lessons that I learned. I learned what a good dressing room was, what a good senior player was. A good senior player told you, but led you as well in the right way, and he looked after you, and he taught you the game. He taught you how to behave.
Proctor bowls, that's left by Hayne, taking well the wicket keeper.
The worst dressing rooms are full of cynical old pros who teach you what it's like to drink too much, or they want it to rain and want to be out of the arena, not in the arena. And as I say, I was lucky that my upbringing was a good one. So it was a special time, and I went back to Yorkshire in the end, and sometimes regretted it, but sometimes loved it as well.
And that's played by Hayne to mid-on, and there's no run. 84 for 2.
And that's so I came in here, and I looked at somebody like Sam Hayne, and I felt he was in the shadow, and one of my goals was to try and bring him out of his shadow, because I think he'd been in a very strong dressing room, dominated and kept in his place a little bit, and he's at times can be a bit insecure. Sam was to give him the space and confidence to come out.
He's driven that one back to the bowler, who fields it. There's no run.
Always been a great player, but I felt he could have more influence in the dressing room and more confidence to speak in meetings and things like that. And I wanted him to, and the likes of Ollie Dalby does the role perfectly, to help run the dressing room. And I don't want meetings when nobody sits there. Everybody should have an opinion, no matter whether it's right or wrong.
Just dropping a fielder towards the long boundary at square leg, most of the way back. When he bang one in short, Proctor bowls. He doesn't, and it's left by Hayne outside off stump. 84 for 2. But you sort of alluded to it earlier. It is the way a game has changed. Even the time that I've covered it, obviously since you played it, coaches were. I mean, there were coaches, but they weren't really
ball collectors sometimes.
Yeah, and they weren't like football managers, if you like, which they're much more like now.
No, and look, there's a good side of it and there's a bad side of it, and it's all the best dressing rooms I've been in. I've got good shop floors and good senior players, and I did a little bit of piece for the board here, and the championship winning teams of the last 10 years have an age group of a certain age group, and it's generally over 28. They've got a proportion of players of that who's got that experience and got the badges, etc., of the war wounds. That's why, you know, someone like Rushy comes in. If you get the right older player, they're never too old because they give you so much. If you get the wrong one, they're just cynical and they're just playing out their time.
Sanderson to Rose, so lets that go.
In a perfect world, we'd have a senior batter, you know, of test match quality, etc., to help Yatesy, etc. But that's what we'll grow to and try and get. Sam's contribution in the dressing room has changed over the years, as I said, the last couple of my time here, 3 years, as he gets more platform to speak, etc.
Rose on 33, and in comes Sanderson to bowl to him, and he pushes that one to mid-ball. This is going to be a tight one. Well, it's well judged, to be fair to Will Rhodes. They had to scamper through. As the ball went to the fielder, but in the end they got there easily enough.
And I think we've got to remember, speaking of Warwickshire, that some big personalities left the club and retired, and that leaves a vacuum and a gap, doesn't it? Some good personalities, big personalities, you know, with Belly and Trotty and Barks and Wright and people like that. And in the short term, it creates a vacuum of leadership and experience, and to recreate that and get that back takes some time. And that's where you grow teams and you grow people, and some step forward and some don't.
Sanderson, right arm over the ball, and that's played to mid-wicket. There's no run. I know the season's not over, and I mean, you can still finish. There's quite a large sort of area you can still finish in the championship. But how do you look back at the season? I mean, looking at the white ball season, I haven't actually double-checked, but I suspect your win percentage is probably as high as anybody's across the two white ball competitions. Yeah,
you know, it is.
I thought it would be.
Yeah.
Obviously, the disappointment then of losing the two big knockout games, as Sanderson comes into bowl, and that's played to back a square leg for a single. I mean, is that just one of those things, or is there a reason for it, do you think, that having played so well in the group stages you couldn't quite get over the last hurdle?
Well, the hardest thing ever is to win. I'm lucky that I've been involved in teams that have won, but I've lost a lot as well. I've lost a lot of games. You do. I've got to a lot of semi-finals, quarter-finals, lost. I've got to some quarter-finals and won and got to the final. To win is the hardest thing, and it's a habit that you have to try and get and build up to. The season is where we are. What is showing is where we are. We haven't got quite the depth of squad that we want yet to be properly up the championship.
Sanderson to bowl, and that's played down the pitch for no run by Rhodes. And
from a white ball, I think the T20 especially, you know, we were fingernails away from winning that, and we fought so hard against Essex, that game to lose, and they're the fine margins. Where we are in white ball cricket is reflected where our players are in franchise cricket. There's only Sam who plays, so that shows you that we're getting people into it, which is a good thing, but we haven't got that domestic proper quality yet.
So turned round onto the leg side by Rose, down to fine leg for a single.
But what you want Benjamin and Mosley and the likes, Yates, whoever, that you want them to grow into those players. And that's, as I said, we keep talking about growing. And year in year we've grown. But winning's not easy, and getting over the line's not easy. The first thing you've got to give yourself a chance to be able to do that by getting out your group, and then the next bit is coping with one-off games and some of the pressure and vagaries that could go with that. And, you know, I've looked again, because you do your homework, you look at all the team success rates in one-off games, and we are no worse, no better than anybody else. The two teams that excel are Hampshire and Essex. Everybody else have got similar records to us. There's two teams who stand out at getting to finals day, if we're talking about white ball.
Proctor about to start a new over. The sun still baking down here. It's 87 for 2, and Rhodes leaves that one, goes through to the wicketkeepers.
More pleasant day for cricket. Yesterday was
yes.
A lot of the boys cramped up. It was humid and the ground was soft. There was a lot of cramp going on. That was quite heavy work for them. That's why I was proud of them in terms of their commitment, the desire, their intensity. It's a lot more pleasant for cricket. It's a nice use. When I came in, you said there's a nice little breeze going across the ground.
And the pitches here, obviously, so many pitches used here. It's difficult for the ground staff to keep producing pitch after pitch as Proctor comes into Bond. Rose whips that away to mid-off. There's no run. And have you been happy with the surfaces?
Yeah, look, with Gary, you're trying to work with him to be a little bit brave in terms of what amount of grass cover. I think we've got to try and find the right amount of grass cover. We probably went a little bit too far against Middlesex in a quest to get the pace and the carry we want. Probably went a bit too sideways, but then equally we had overhead conditions, and so we've gone for lighter grass but sort of touch of green. And the groundsman, the players, myself as a coach,
Rose leaves that one outside off stump.
we have to be brave enough and look to improve. And the same thing as we try and emulate what is the best, and if things go wrong and don't come right, we can't lose sight of why we're doing things. As long as you have a plan and a reason and you know what you're aiming to do, as I say, our quest and our passion is to be the best and to win on a consistent nature. And that's not an easy thing just to do. Every club in the country will be trying to do something similar to that.
Proctor bowls and Rhodes guides that onto the leg side for another single. He's looked pretty good out there, Will Rhodes.
Oh, Will's got. I'm going to give him the kiss of death because I get sub. But he's got a good history of finishing quite strong, and he's had an excellent couple of weeks as a leader. So you always look at him in two ways. You look at him as a leader, and you look at him as a batter, and you're trying to get him to separate that. So he's two players with three players because he bowls as well, and he's making sure he doesn't take any poor form or lack of runs into his leadership, because we always need him in the dressing room, and obviously you need him to score, but he does score quickly when he's in, which is important.
Proctor to Hayne, push out the onside, there's no run. Do you wonder about finding a role for him in the T20? As he said himself when I asked him about it, he could hardly complain because you won 11 out of 14 group games. But he didn't play at all. I know he was in the squad, but he didn't play at all. Is that something that is that a frustration in some ways that you haven't been able to find a place for him in that?
Well, he's played the first year and obviously fell behind a couple of the other players.
Proctor to bowl. Ooh, Hayne ducks under that.
Well, they all want to play. Michael Burgess wants to play, and you can only play 11, can't you? So that's a competition, and the 50 over gives them a little bit of a showcase to play. It's obviously a shorter game, but Will be frustrated that he doesn't make that T20 team, and it's where you have a little bit feel sorry for them. Sometimes it's hard for them to force a case due to the fact that the second team T20 games clash often with the championship. But when he does play in the twos, what you need him to do is to score at a strike rate that's not a 120 strike rate, a strike rate that says actually I can take the game on.
Yeah.
But he's got the desire which you want, he's got the attitude which you want, and then what he's looking for is a break that gets him in the team. For economically, we want as many double format players as we can, because that's obviously better for your budget.
Well, it's been great talking. I'm just going to do an
fantastic.
update, but thank you very much indeed for coming up, and best of luck for the rest of the season. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Enjoy some more Northants memories when you get the chance. Mark Robinson, head coach here at Warwickshire, joining us. It is 88 for 2. I mean, the game hasn't moved on massively while we're talking, but from a Warwickshire point of view, that means they haven't lost a wicket. 36 to Rhodes, 10 to Hayne. And in comes Sanderson to bowl. That's driven to mid-off for no run. Beautiful evening now. Multitasking here, Andrew. Ringing up studios and all sorts. I was enjoying that with Mark.
Fascinating, very interesting.
When this goes past Rose, keep it juggles with it.
Yeah, It's you have to stop and think sometimes when you see someone like Mark now in the position he's in, thinking back to when I remember him as a very young fast bowler coming to Northamptonshire in the early 80s.
I know, it does make you feel
very old.
Yeah, it's when the grandchildren of players start appearing. It's got to do an update now. And it's not easy work, to be honest. Scoring runs on this surface is proving quite difficult. Warwickshire 88 for 2, but it's quite slow going. We're in the 38th over with Sam Hain on 10 and Will Rhodes on 36. But earlier, yes, Ollie Hannon-Dalby, another fantastic performance from him. He took 3 wickets yesterday, bowling with miserly accuracy, and he responded today with 4 more for a career best 7-wicket haul. He took wickets with the last 2 balls of the innings, so he's on a hat-trick at the start of the second innings, finished with figures of 7 for 46, and in doing so passed 500 wickets across all formats. So a great day for him. Warwickshire will be pleased to bowl Northants out for 250, but overhauling that is proving quite hard work. We're 88 for 2.
Yes, I remember him coming to Northamptonshire in 85, something like that. I think he was there on trial for the first time.
He's played a bit on his own. I nearly brought it up. I never have, and I didn't. But I do remember, I think as it was at the time, he was heading for a record for the most number of ducks in succession, and we were just debating whether to announce it over the tannoy if he succeeded in breaking it. But
yeah, no, he was a fine bowler. His batting always left a little bit, but I always remember Mark used to come out with, and I probably shouldn't be saying this now, he's left the box. It looks a bit cruel, but he used to say, I can remember time and time again, he you know, trudge back and he'd say, it's a number 11 decision. They don't look properly. They don't look properly. You know, he's having to go at the umpires. They reckon they saw him coming in. Yeah, to the pads. That's out. Let's get back in. And number 11 decisions. But what a marvellous bowler he is, and yeah, just fascinating to listen to him. Here's Proctor starting a fresh over from the far end, the Birmingham end, and bowls to Hain, who plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Such an interesting take on the game, and I mean,
well, he's very clear with it as well.
Well, he is, and from you know, from a Northamptonshire point of view, I'm sure Northamptonshire listeners hearing that will have been actually rather as proud as I was to hear him saying that he, you know, would like the players that he works with here at Warwickshire to be brought up in the same way that he was at Northamptonshire back in the day. Here's Proctor in, bowls to Hain, who plays up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's absolutely vital. It's something that obviously a lot of supporters will discuss about, you know, club culture and ethos and this sort of thing. And you know, Mark there has absolutely put his finger on it, that it's absolutely important that you have the right environment for young cricketers, right dressing room environment for young cricketers come up in, and certainly that that group that he was talking about, those players in the 80s at Wantage Road, as Proctor is in, bowls short, rather balloony bouncer, and it's a no ball.
No ball for height,
presumably. For height, I would imagine, because it sailed far, far over Sam Hain. Said absolutely no way he could play it. So 2 more onto the total, 90 for 2. You know, the likes of Jeff Cook and Wayne Larkins and Nick Cook, Alan Lamb, Rob Bailey, David Capel, they were not only very, very fine cricketers, but, you know, good blokes as well. And it would have been a terrific environment, I think, to learn the game in. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Hain, who's back and across, plays it out into the covers, and there's no run. And as he said, it was hard love sometimes. It wasn't just a question of you know, pat on the back and everything's marvellous. If they felt that, you know, you were not reaching the standards in whatever respect, then they would tell you.
And that's a balance which we know from recent years and the various controversies we've had is quite a difficult balance.
Absolutely. Here's Proctor in again, bowls, and well, aim to whip away through the onside Hain. It goes off a leading edge out towards mid-off, safely enough. It was all on the ground, but a false shot from Hain, 90 for 2. Yes, absolutely right, but I mean, I know certainly when I was starting, even just as a journalist, to work with Jeff Cook, who for me is one of the great men of cricket, it's just an absolute delight, and I count myself very fortunate to have been around the club at that time. Here's Proctor outside the off stump, left alone by Sam Hain, and there's no run. It was great to see Jeff at the former Players' Day this year. In fact, last couple of years he's come down from Durham to be there. A man who actually has more appearances for Northamptonshire across all formats than anyone else. The man who has the most runs for Northamptonshire across all formats is out there at the moment, RJ Bailey, just ahead of Alan Lamb. But no, fascinating chat with between you and Mark. Really, really interesting stuff. Here's Proctor to finish his 9th over. He's in and bowls, and that's just dropped out on the onside. Very quick single, shy at the stumps from Proctor, who was off balance. Now, my sense is if he'd hit the stumps, I think Hain would have been struggling.
I agree.
It was a very, very tight single, and it was Proctor that set off in pursuit. He had to pick up and throw off balance, and the throw was wide of the stumps, but it was a very, very, very risky single. They've got away with it. Hain is 11, Rhodes is 36, and Warwickshire are 91 for 1. And we're going to see a change of bowling. Tom Taylor is going to come back into the attack in place of Ben Sanderson from this pavilion end.
Well, they would have enjoyed running out Sam Hain for 10, wouldn't they?
Yes, absolutely.
I think it did look to me as if Hain was just hoping the ball wouldn't hit the stumps. I don't think he was going to get there. So, still pretty slow going, but Warwickshire ticking along. 91 for 2, 39 overs. These two have been together for about 13 overs, during which time they've added just 29 runs. So clearly it is not easy out there. And Mark Roberts is saying both teams have bowled well to make it tough for the batters. Tom Taylor bowls, and that's defended by Hain. Solid enough looking defensive shot, although it did come from the inside of his bat a little bit. Northants field is encouraging the bowlers. Still very much in this.
Been a good day for Warwickshire seconds, just over the way at the community ground next door to where we are now. Bowled Lancashire seconds out for 175 today. 4 wickets for Jake Lintott.
That one's clipped to mid-wicket for 4. Nice shot by Hain. He took his rare championship opportunity pretty well this season. I mean, Chelmsford, yeah, Warwickshire were well beaten, and he did go for quite a lot of runs, but he stuck at it. He did get a fair number of wickets, plus he scored runs with the bat.
Well, today, 14 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 25, and
I think if Danny Briggs were to be injured, I think Lintott would probably get the call, as he was earlier in the season, and that's defended by Hain.
Chris Benjamin got a catch and a stumping behind the stumps as well. Wicket for Henry Brooks. So Lancashire 175 all out. Warwickshire seconds in reply. Just started their reply at 12 for no wicket. Hasn't been a great day for Northamptonshire seconds. It's just quite a young Northamptonshire second team, captained by 17-year-old Addy Sharma. At Nottinghamshire 285 for 4 at Lady Bay ground. Wicket for Alex Russell.
Taylor into ball, that's left, and there is no run. 95 for 2. You mentioned Chris Benjamin there. Mark Robbins just alluded to him. It could be in the side for Middlesex. There will be a vacancy with Sam Hain disciplining, but Alex Davis could be in contention. Mick, I spoke to him. He was actually in the corridor earlier, and he says he's coming on well with the recovery from the injury that effectively ruled him out of the 100, or most of it. Taylor bowls, and that's played back down the pitch. There's no run.
I was trying to think of Robbo's finest hour in Northamptonshire colours, and I suspect it would have been the NatWest Trophy semi-final in 1990 when Northamptonshire played down at Southampton, the old ground, Northlands Road, the old ground at Southampton, and
Oh gosh, yes.
it was a wonderful game of cricket, and eventful and a little controversial at times.
In comes Taylor. That's left. There's no run. I remember many a happy hour with the later Miss John Hughes up
Yes.
that hut at the end of a ladder. There's no way we'll be allowed anywhere near that now.
Well, we did that game. I was commentating on. I mean, I can't believe it was 33 years ago for a start, but I was commentating on that game with the late Ted Corbett, who you may remember, used to write for several of the newspapers and did a lot of work when Dennis Lilly was over with Northamptonshire, which Mark was talking about. And we were on that roof, that flat roof, with a table and a ladder. As you say, there is absolutely no way that you get away with it now. But we managed. But yeah, there was David Gower was when he was at Hampshire, and he made some runs, and David Capel, I think, gave him a bit of a send-off when he was out. He was picked up by the cameras, and there was did a disciplinary proceedings and all the rest of it. But it came down to the last over, and Mark Robinson had to bowl it, and it must have been. It did look as though Northamptonshire probably hadn't left enough there for Hampshire to get, and Mark Robinson bowled a superb last over. Here's Jack White back into the attack for a fresh spell. That's first ball is round the wicket to Rhodes, and it's wide outside the off stump. Bit of a loosener, left alone by Rhodes. Goes through to McManus, who takes it in front of Karoon at first slip. And yeah, he finished up bowling, I say, terrific last over. And there was got Rajesh Maru out. There was a run out off the last ball, and Northamptonshire won by 1 run. Went into the final. Here's Jack White. In again, bowls and beats Rhodes, who was playing that slightly on the walk. And it beat the outside edge and goes through to Lewis McManus. So White straight away, he was again excellent in his first spell, as he has been all season really. Picked up the early wicket of Craig Brathwaite and immediately asking questions to the batters.
I recall seeing David Gower at Southampton walk off in his 90s once. County Championship match, I think it was against Worcestershire, when I covered them.
Here's White in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Rhodes.
We were having what I do not miss, and I know we still see it occasionally, but very rarely now, but it used to be commonplace, a sort of declaration bowling.
Oh yes, yeah.
And Gower has been fed this stuff, and he got into his 90s, and he said, I'm not taking a century with this rubbish. So he walked off, which was
well,
pretty good, I thought.
Classy, as you would expect from David Gower. 95 for 2. Here's White, and again bowls to Rhodes, again outside the off stump, again left alone by Will Rhodes. This game of cat and mouse that we've seen for a good part of this game. 95 for 2. It is an absolutely glorious evening now, though. All the talk going on earlier about the weather is, I don't think we're going to have too much of a problem today. Tomorrow, looking at the forecast, might be a bit different. Yeah, looking at that game, Malcolm Marshall was man of the match. He got 77 in a losing cause, but I think all Northamptonshire supporters present that day would have given it and the freedom of Northampton to Mark Robinson. Here's White, and again bowls to Rhodes, who does play at this one, and he's beaten.
Malcolm Marshall gave me what I think is probably my career highlight. He was here. I think he was here for some sort of benefit game, and I was in the studio, and I managed to arrange an interview with him. I'm not sure he was all that keen on doing it, but he did, and the producer sort of put him on the end of the line. Told me after the end of the interview, Malcolm Marshall turned around and said how much he enjoyed it. I've never, that's stayed with me.
Isn't that clever? Here's White in and beats Rhodes again outside the off stump. 95 for 2 at the end of Jack White's first over of his new spell from the Birmingham end. 95 for 2 with Hayne on 15, Rhodes on 36, 155 runs behind. We still have 20, how many overs is that to go? My eyesight's...
Yeah, I know, I'm afraid I do have to go to the bins these days. 26.
26 is when you get this light shining straight on the board. I must admit I'm struggling a little bit with the numbers, but 26 to go, so we've still got a good hour and a half left. A good hour and a half.
Yes.
And the over rate, I'd be interested to know what it's up on the board now. I think it's -1.
It's -1, yes. I don't know where Warwickshire's ended up. It was -2, and they didn't bring spinners on after that, so it could be an issue.
Well, certainly we haven't seen any spin so far from Northamptonshire. They have, as we mentioned, the options, Kerrigan and Keogh and Zabe, but we haven't seen any of them yet.
So it's Tom Taylor. He's bowling to Sam Hain, who is on 15, not his most fluent 15, but he's still there. And he plays that to mid-off, and there's no run. Leans into it. See the wind blowing quite so. The tarpaulin temporary sight screen is blowing quite fiercely now in the breeze. That must be quite a job, erecting those things. And the pitch is so far to one side.
Yes, you expect it to be a bit like the Oneidin line, don't you? And they're suddenly going to sail off into the distance with Katachurian's music ringing in their ears. Well, guess what? There's a problem with the ball. Luke Proctor has been, I think, we mentioned in Rob Bailey's ear for most of the afternoon, trying to get it changed. A couple of times Rob Bailey just threw it back and wasn't really very interested. He then did consult, didn't he, with Neil
I think
Pratt.
they're putting it through that contraption, or trying to put it through the contraption.
It always looks like a conjuring trick, doesn't it? They used to get in those magic outfits at Christmas.
It looks like it hasn't fit through, so they are going to replace it.
Well, it might be then. This is the opportunity to I don't know, maybe have a drink or something, because they've got quite a long session left.
That would be, again, the common sense thing to do now, wouldn't it? Have a bit of a drinks break. I think Warwickshire's batters are being looked after at least.
Oh, I think just the Ricardo Vasconcelos has just gone out there with the ball bag, and Justin Broad has now gone out with the drinks carton, like the milkman.
Yeah, looks like some sort of blackcurrant drink they've got. Some have got water, some look blackcurranty. So, where are we? 95 for 2. Goodness me, it is hard work. 41 overs bowled for that 95 for 2. They're going to struggle to get to maximum batting points from here.
Well, I described this on my update on BBC Radio Northampton at 25 past 4 as a day for the connoisseur.
Yes.
And I think that's probably about right. It's been a little short of thrills and spills. It's been fascinating. It's been absorbing stuff. But it's been a little bit attritional, I think is maybe the word. There are probably others. But well, they've changed the ball. Now let's see. I mean, I was saying Northampton's been trying to get this ball changed for ages. Let's see if it actually does anything different to the old one.
Taylor has it in hand and will bowl. By my calculations, the run rate has been about 2.3 all day per over. That one is played to mid-off, and there's no run. Shouts and 145 runs scored today so far. We've seen 7 wickets.
Was that a slow hand clap I heard coming from side? It might just have been on the field, but I thought I heard it coming from somewhere. It might, as I say, it might have been just a bit of clapping on the field, but I don't know whether somebody was starting to get irate down. They used to get irate here, didn't they? At the front of the bar over to our left. I sat up there a few times with a few angry punters.
Taylor bowls, and that's driven to mid-off. There's no run. We haven't had a get on with it shout yet, which always comes. I've said this before, but get on with it at cricket grounds always comes in a Yorkshire accent today. You notice that?
I remember sitting up here on the balcony over to our left. Well, it used to be the old restaurant, members' restaurant and bar. In '87, it would have been when Northamptonshire were playing Warwickshire here in the Championship.
Taylor to Hayne, drives that. That will do. That's livening things up a bit. That's possibly the shot of the day.
Agree.
Driven through long off for 4.
That was glorious. That's just a perfect off drive from Sam Hayne. And interestingly, having said it, but there's no sign of any spin, Simon Kerrigan's just having a little bit of a limber up, so maybe he might come on. And again, I suspect the over rate might come into this because, as we say, Northamptonshire are behind, and the whole day has just felt a bit slow, hasn't it, really?
It has somewhat. In comes Taylor, and Hayne a little bit of a leading edge there. He's trying to work that towards mid-on. Ended up going towards mid-off. There's no run.
I'm trying to find that 87 game here because Northamptonshire were trying to chase down quite a stiff target set, I think, by Norman Gifford. I think he was captaining the Bears at that time. And yeah, Northamptonshire needed trying to work out the target.
Taylor bowls, and that's driven by Hayne, and that's not timed as perfect as the previous one, and probably won't go all the way, and it won't, but they will get 3 as Luke Proctor chases it down, and the 100 comes up for Warwickshire, and it's come up off 257 balls, so the second 50 has taken 118. So they have accelerated. They're getting in nosebleed territory. They've gone from first 50 took 139 balls, the second took 118, and just by comparison, they are still some way behind Northants. This was about the time when Northants was scoring at their quickest, and they got their 100 off 187 balls. So, what, 13? That's 70 balls ahead of Warwickshire.
Yeah, looking at that game, it was indeed Norman Gifford who declared, left Northamptonshire. Mark Robinson was playing in this match. Left Northamptonshire to make 222 in 27 overs, which is tough now, but then was just absolutely no chance. But dear old Ned Larkins, as he often did, went out and smashed it, and he hit 73 off 50 balls, 3 6s, 8 4s. Tony Merrick and Gladstone Small and Paul Smith were the bowlers used, as Jack White starts his 11th over from the Birmingham end, and that's clipped away uppishly by Sam Hayne, but well wide of the fielder. It was an attempted dive, well, it was a dive by Safe Say, but didn't stop it, and it races away to mid-wicket for 4. So all of a sudden, the scoring rate has stepped up a little bit. It's another boundary to Sam Hayne. He goes to 26, 106 for 2.
Poor old Luke Proctor has to run practically into another county to fetch it. You can see him as the ball, basically thinking, I've got to fetch that.
Yes, yours, Luke.
Yes.
And I was looking at Paul Smith. I think Paul Smith was a fantastic cricketer, and you think what a wonderful cricketer he would have been now, and how much he would have coined it in global T20 franchise cricket. I mean, think of a player who was just tailor-made for it. But he did go around the park a bit that day, and I remember sitting up there and the bile directed towards Warwickshire in that game. Here's White in bowls and clipped away again. Carbon copy, another long chase for Luke Proctor, who sets off a little wearily after it. It's not going to go as far as the previous one, but he's hauled it in a couple of yards inside the rope, and they come back for 3. And now Jack White's starting to look a little frustrated. 109 for 2 takes Hayne up to 29, and it was a toss-up who they were going to have a go at first. Norman Gifford, who for some reason seemed to be not terribly popular with the members at that time. Paul Smith, Tony Merrick, whoever. They all came in for a certain amount of stick on that day.
Just to say, Sam Hayne, who hit 15 off his first 43 balls, has hit 14 off his last 5.
White in, bowls to Rhodes, and Rhodes is beaten. He drops his hands out of harm's way, but I think after the ball had gone past, he has almost doubled his.
Yes,
close to doubled his score, isn't he, in 5 balls? But again, it's as Mark Robinson was saying, it's a sort of surface where you've got to be patient, and these two came together at 62 for 2. It's now 109 for 2. Still got 24 overs to go in the day after this one. As White round the wicket, runs in and bowls, and Rhodes has gone aerial, and he's given that a huge whack. One bounce for 4, straight back over the bowler's head, goes into the tarpaulin at the far end of the ground in front of the big Oneidin line sight screen. It brings up the 50 partnership between these two. And, well, Jack White, who has been model of accuracy and consistency throughout the season, is suddenly taking a bit of a hammering here. 11 off the over so far, 113 for 2. Boundary for Hayne through mid-wicket, 3 for Hayne through mid-wicket, and now Rhodes has plonked him straight back over his head, first bounce for 4. Rhodes on strike as White comes in again, bowls to him and cuts for 4 more. Through backward point. Big gap between third slip and backward point. This time, at least it's not Luke Proctor having to fetch it. It's Rob Keogh trotting down to our left. The game has burst into life.
I don't know where this has come from.
15 off 5 balls in the over. Rhodes is 44. Warwickshire 117 for 2. And Hassan Azad has been dispatched from his fielding position at third slip down to third man.
He's going down there rather wearily, isn't he?
Well, he is. He doesn't look terribly enthused at the prospect as he walks down immediately down below us. So Jack White's having a chat with his captain Luke Proctor. Proctor's presumably saying, please don't make me have to go and chase another one. But 117 for 2, 15 off 5 balls in the over. White's figures have just been dented somewhat. Here's Rhodes on 44, facing White. And he's played that into, it's a bottom edge. It bounced over the top of the stumps. And for a moment, Will Rhodes thought he was in trouble. In the end, it bounced comfortably over the stumps. But that's the end of the over. 15 runs off it, 117 for 2. Rhodes is 44. Hayne is 29.
Well, let's move the game on a bit. Good response, the last ball there from White. But Warwickshire survived that. And two of their senior players out there now. It's interesting. Will Rose on 44, Sam Hayne 29. Interesting comments from Mark Robinson on Sam Hayne. He's trying to make him a more dominant force in the changing room. Encourage him to come out of himself a bit. And the umpires are consulting. Now, what on earth? Is it the ball? Have they just changed it?
They have just changed it.
Oh, obviously not happy with the new one. Oh, there we are. 1-2 in the crowd, beginning to get.
Oh yes, it's just the odd little.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, Clive. Actually, I don't blame them. If you pay good money to be here today, it's as we say, it's been really interesting cricket. But you had the kerfuffle earlier with bowling, the delayed lunch break, and then bowling one over,
yes.
Off for 40 minutes. Then it rained again, and they couldn't start again after lunch.
Tom Taylor in, and well, it's back to normal now. 4 defensive from Hayne. Bounce bowler, there's no run.
There've been 3 or 4 looks at the ball, and is it bad? Is it still in shape? All the rest of it. And I feel a certain sympathy for those that have paid at the gate today. Maybe sometimes we take it for granted. We're in the privileged position of being here every day and watching every ball of what the counties do. But if you're here for a bit of a one-off, sometimes it can be a bit frustrating, can't it?
Taylor in to bowl. Oh, he comes down the pitch. Hayne hit it up initially. It's safe. It doesn't get past mid-off, and there's no run. But Hayne looks to have intent at the moment, and Northants will hope that he makes a mistake in doing that. He's on 29. Taylor turns, 2 slips in place, and Hayne defends that one, just punches it past the bowler. Luke Proctor comes across to cut it off. Heading down the pitch, just prods the pitch. Gets set for the next delivery. It's beginning to look a little ominous from a Northants point of view, Sam Hain. They will hope that they can nip that in the bud. Taylor bowls and he defends that, Hain. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are 117 for 2 after bowling Northants out for 250. Batting's been pretty difficult all day for both teams, although Warwickshire have suddenly changed gear. Sam Hain, who scored 15 off his first 44 deliveries, then hit his next 5 for 14. So he's on 29. Will Rhodes has also got into the act. He's looked to be positive when he can. He's on 44. Earlier, Ollie Hallandorby, a career best 7-wicket haul as Northants were bowled out for 250. But responding to that hasn't been easy for Warwickshire. They're 117 for 2. Pleasure.
I see they're off.
Newsreader, thank you, me.
Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? I see they're. You wouldn't get me doing that. I see they're off for bad light at Old Trafford, where Lancashire 125 for 3 in reply to the Middlesex 194 all out. While Nottinghamshire 190 for 6 against Kent, so a long way behind.
Taylor bowls. Oh, he dances down the pitch, Sam Hain. He's pushed it into a gap. There probably was one there, but they took too long debating it, Hain and Rhodes, and in the end had to decline it. And Hain tried to move it on that over, wasn't quite so successful. 117 for 2. Now, it'll be interesting to see whether Jack White stays on after his last expensive over. He'll look to potentially buy a wicket and see if...
Well, he bowled 10 overs for 19 and now 11 overs for 34. He is indeed going to continue from the Birmingham end. The breeze that I think you mentioned earlier, Clive, is certainly much more noticeable than it was earlier on. The flag at the Warwickshire flag at the far end of the ground is really tugging at the mast now. It's been so still in the last few days, hasn't it? So humid. So Nottinghamshire 190 for 6 against Kent's 446 all out. So Nottinghamshire still 256 behind. So we've kept the third man in. Hassan Azad down there on the boundary. They have a long leg on the boundary, deep mid wicket on the boundary, and 2 slips in place as White comes in round the wicket to bowl to Rhodes, who plays it out towards mid-on. Proctor is quickly to the ball, cuts off any possibility of a single. Yeah, Lancashire 125 for 3, replying to the Middlesex total of 194 all out. I think they've been off for a while actually at Old Trafford. At Cardiff, Glamorgan struggling, bit of scoreboard pressure maybe. Yorkshire made 500 all out. Glamorgan at 82 for 4 in reply. At Bristol, Gloucestershire 377 all out. Derbyshire 202 for 3. And down at Hove, come on to that one in a second, because here's White running into bowl to Will Rhodes, who's gone aerial. It's gone straight up in the air, and I think he's going to be safe for his very good catch by Safe Zabe. I thought it was just going to drop safe, but Zabe took it really well, coming over his shoulder, running down towards point, and Will Rhodes pays the penalty for trying to step up the pace. He goes for 44, got a big leading edge straight up in the air. It looked as though it might just drop safe, but Safe Zabe, we said earlier, is very quick across the ground, has taken an excellent catch. So White gets his man, Rhodes goes for 44, and Warwickshire 117 for 3.
Well, that was obviously what Northants hoped, having White having gone for a lot of runs the previous over. See if they could maybe tempt the batters to have another go at him and get the mistake out of them. That's exactly what's happened. So Zabe did do well. Rose would have thought for a moment I might have got away with this, but the fielder kept his eye firmly on the ball and sprinted to it and took the catch. Made it probably look easier than it was. Stan Mosley now walks out. He'll be keen for runs, although he was one of the batters that came away from the Oval with a little bit of credit, having batted well in the second innings.
Just to bring you up to date with that other match that we didn't mention at Hove in Division 2, Sussex 197 for 4 in their second innings against Leicestershire.
I just it's a high time we brought Phil in.
It is.
Bring him in.
197 for 4 in their second innings, so leading by 351. So Phil will come in to replace Clive. I'm then going to go off in about 15 minutes to update BBC Radio Northampton, so you can come in for me. One way or another, it'll all run like a smooth, well-oiled machine, as it always does. 117 for 3 here. So just the wicket that Northamptonshire needed. Still trailing by 133, Warwickshire. A commendable effort by Will Rhodes just to try and get the game moving, but it's a difficult surface to force the pace on, as we've been saying really for the last day and a half, Phil, and Rhodes paying the price. But what a good catch that was by Saif Zaib.
Yeah, it was, and it's just kept Northamptonshire sort of on fairly even keel. They're still 133 lead. If they pick up another couple of wickets before the end, before the close of play, they'd feel it's a reasonable day.
Still plenty of cricket left to be played as White comes in, bowls first ball to Mosley, who's forward, plays it up the pitch, and White fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. White in his 12th over, he's picked up 2 wickets now, so 37 for him in the championship so far this season.
Another left-hander for him to bowl to, so it's 3 at the top of the order for Warwickshire. One goes, another one comes in.
Yeah, the Lancashire match, Northamptonshire had 5 in the top 6 left-handers. Here's White in, bowls to Mosley, takes a step down the pitch, works it out to mid-wicket. Kerrigan fields, and there's no run. I'm not sure how big a records man Jack White is. I suspect the answer is not much of one, but don't say he'd quite like to go past Ben Sanderson's figures in the last couple of seasons. Sanderson was the leading wicket taker for Northamptonshire in the championship in 2021. Picked up 43 wickets and then 41 last year in Division 1. So White now on 37 as he's in bowls, and he beats Mosley outside the off stump. There's half an appeal for a catch behind, but
he's convinced he got a little nick on that. He
White was interested. Nobody behind wasn't terribly concerned. 117 for 3. It stays.
It never helps the bowler's cause if the wicketkeeper doesn't appeal, does it, for a caught behind?
No, they weren't. He wasn't terribly fussed there, was he really?
No.
Bright sunshine, and the shadows of the stands to our left are starting to encroach on the ground now.
Well, just as we said yesterday, got it completely wrong at the back end of the day so far. It's a beautiful evening.
Here's White in, bowls to Mosley again down the pitch. Appeal for a catch behind down the leg side this time. Not out, says the umpire. And again, not a huge amount of interest from behind the stumps. It was a good take by Lewis McManus down the leg side. White was convinced he got something on it. He may have got something on it, but it wasn't bat or glove, says umpire Neil Pratt. End of the over. 117 for 3. Successful one for Jack White. Picking up the wicket of Will Rhodes. 117 for 3 with Hayne on 29. Dan Mosley yet to get off the mark.
It didn't help White's cause there that McManus had to go diving down, and by the time he actually took the ball, he was flat on the ground, and so that the appeal was coming simply from the bowler, and then he couldn't really join in. But I don't think he obviously felt that there'd been anything with the bat, and anyway, neither did Neil Pratt, so it really made little or no difference. Tom Taylor going to continue, starting his 11th over of the innings from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and Hayne turns this one one-handed, just square on the onside. There's quite a big gap there. There's a man back on the square leg boundary, but 118 for 3. Hayne moves on to 30.
So where do the I'm sure there are probably absolutely no malcontents here at Edgbaston, but where usually on most of the county grounds there's a little area where those that have a bit to say sometimes tend to congregate.
No, we don't really have that here, I have to say. I know what you mean. Yes, usually there's quite a few grounds. the very vocal person who shouts at everything and gets a bit of a reputation.
A tractor at Taunton.
Yeah, we don't have that. I'm almost tempted to say, I'm pleased to say, we've had in the past the people, but the current flock of spectators, there's not one who would stand out as being the most vocal.
So I just remember from that '87 game, the front of the old members' restaurant up on the balcony.
Yeah,
there,
it was a very different ground though.
Absolutely,
you were much closer. It was much more where you were in contact, and of course the players were much closer to you. You hear that they could be in Birmingham as far away as we are from them. This one is driven into the offside. There's no run. You don't get that. So when you're in here, you're sitting well back in the seats. You can get the odd one from the Hollies, but you've still got a long carry to get your voice through to the middle. And once you're in this members area, you're pretty much isolated from the rest of the ground. So it's not like you get to know each other. People at the Birmingham end wouldn't have a great deal to do with people at the members end. This next one is worked by Mosley down to a third man, where he will get a single. There's a man placed down there, and Mosley gets off the mark. He takes Warwickshire on to 119 for 3.
Yeah, Northamptonshire for many years. Of course, the West Stand was the place that all sorts of players, including the man after whom the stand at the far end, R.E.S. Wyatt, Bob Wyatt, famously batting at Northampton in I think 1938, sat down and refused to carry on because he was fed up with the racket, and the abuse coming from the West Stand.
Well, that sounds a bit like you would expect from the stories which you hear from him. The big shot for LBW as Hayne plays forward. Taylor looks back now. He did get support from behind the wicket and the slip cordon, but Rob Bailey's not interested.
Got a big stride in, didn't he? Big
stride, long way down.
And hard to tell if there might have been just the hint of an inside edge as well, but he was well down the pitch, and the ump's got to be guessing really in those sort of circumstances.
Yeah, it's these days as well when you've got television towing them. They're I think err on the side of caution on those all the time because they can be analysed afterwards. The pictures are pretty good, I think, these days to be able to see what's going on. Anyway, not out, so Taylor turns again and comes in and bowls, and Hayne has nothing to do with this one. It goes through harmlessly through to McManus. It's the end of another over. Warwickshire are 119 for 3. They trail by 131. I hadn't noticed, but in the studio next door to us is Oliver Hannon-Dolby.
Oh right, is he about to give a broadcast to the world or something?
No, I don't think so. I think he's in with one of our Academy directors and speaking to him. He hasn't looked our way, and he hasn't offered me the ball to the museum either. So he's clearly not listening to our commentary.
Well, I say we say thanks again to Mark Robinson for coming in, spending a really interesting half hour with Clive, and so some real food for thought. Now we just start to lose the sun behind the cloud at this time, and the difference it was bright, almost dazzling sunshine about 5 minutes ago, and now it's just starting to go a little bit darker. The lights are not on. We've still got 21 overs to go. Here's Jack White starting a fresh over to Dan Mosley outside the off stump, left alone. Mosley lifting his bat out of danger. It goes through to Lewis McManus. So 21 overs from here takes us
past 6.
Well, and the rest.
Well,
6:30 if we don't. 6:30 if we don't get any spin. If we get a bit of spin,
we've got to get Kerrigan into this action.
Well, you'd think so.
I've got a football match at 8:15. Can I send a note out to the skip? Yes. Luke, can you get Kerrigan in and somebody else slow at the other end?
Here's White in bowls to Mosley, who's beaten by a beauty from White. Zipped off this pitch, a little bit of lateral movement, bit of bounce as well, despite the fact the ball is 46 overs old.
The wicket is still doing. There's still plenty there for the bowler, isn't there? It's
absolutely
hard work for the batsman. 250 is beginning to look quite a reasonable score, you know.
Well, we were saying at lunchtime, Phil, that just talking in the press box about how far short of par it was, and the consensus was it was a bit short, but not
massively.
Not massively. Maybe 300 would have been
Yeah.
par for the course, but well, we'll see. Here's White in bowls to Mosley, who again is down the pitch, drives it up to Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run. Hoping that Jack White gets back to his mark fairly swiftly, because I might have to hand over in mid-over because I've got to go and do an update at 5:20. So we were right for a bit, I think, but the breeze is certainly getting up, and it's interesting listening while Clive was doing his update on his station earlier, and they were saying that the forecast for tomorrow is a damp start. So
Right.
question of at what point damp start becomes a damp day. Here's White in bowls to Mosley, who's on the back foot, drops it down right in front of him, and obligingly picks the ball up, having presumably obtained permission from Jack White.
You never know these days.
I was always told that you, and I can think of dear Brian Reynolds, who was one of the great men of Northamptonshire cricket, coach for many years, and he absolutely hated to see anybody picking the ball up. It was one of his bête noire.
We were coached as youngsters that you never touch the ball.
No.
You know, that's for the fielding side to do,
absolutely.
and you don't need to be polite. Leave it.
Here's White in outside the off stump, left alone by Mosley. Oh, well, you learnt in the tough school, you see, Phil.
Well, we used to hit them to the boundary. They didn't sit down in front of us.
One ball to go in the over. The sun has reappeared, thankfully. Although there's a payoff, because it also makes the scoreboard slightly more difficult to read, but never mind. There's a long leg on the boundary still, deep square. And Hassan Azad has now been banished from the slip cordon down to third man.
Yes, he's been in there nearly all day, hasn't he? Till now.
And here is White in bowls, and Mosley plays it out just in front of square, out towards mid-wicket for a single. Simon Kerrigan dazzled by the sunshine, but it's just a run. Mosley goes to 2, Hayne to 30, end of the over, 120 for 3. I shall go and update BBC Radio Northampton, and Clive will come in my place.
Thank you, Andrew. That's 120 for 3, and I thought Kerrigan was going to come up and perhaps take his cap off and have a bowl. He's having a chat at the moment with Rob Keogh, but he's not going to be asked to turn his arm over as of yet. It's going to be Tom Taylor to continue, and he'll be bowling to Dan Mosley, who is on 2 and 30 to Hayne. Hayne just starved of the strike temporarily. Warwickshire trail by 130. As Taylor starts a new over from the pavilion end, he's in and bowls, and that's played, brings Mosley forward and runs it into the offside. There's no run. Can Clive his binoculars. The sun back out again. It's a pleasant evening. That breeze is blowing quite strongly across the ground. The flag at the far end is blowing, as we look at it, out to the right. In comes Taylor. An awkward looking shot from Mosley. It's, the ball goes right through him. He's looking to force it, and I've seen this before, it's quite a difficult surface to try and force the ball on. And a little fortunate there to get away with that one. It flew through to the keeper.
It's 2 or 15 balls, and yet he has come out with attacking intent.
Ball's just not coming on, is it, to him? And they're really struggling. As they're having almost to manufacture these shots to try and force the pace. Here's Taylor again. He's in and bowls, and this one is run out to cover point, and there's no run.
I think it's a difficult one for Warwickshire. I think you sense that they're beginning to fret a little bit about the time in this game. We're coming towards the end of the second day, and we're still 3 wickets into the second innings.
Yep.
So they want, and they're still well behind, so they want to try and get the scoreboard moving, get the game moving, but that's easier said than done.
Yeah, I don't think there was any time through the Northamptonshire innings while they really tried to force it that hard. This one is beating again. Taylor goes past the outside edge.
There was a spell during the partnership of Gay and Broom where they were scoring a little bit more rapidly. Partly because I think Warwickshire were striving for wickets, and Rushworth and Miles were bowling well, but perhaps bowling in such a way that meant that runs were coming a little bit more readily.
We had that little spurt with Hayne and Rhodes from the Warwickshire point of view, but Mosley is finding it quite difficult to get this ball away. And they're also full credit to, as Mosley plays this next one away into the offside, and again there's no run. Full credit to the Northants bowlers. They've kept a good line and made it very difficult for Warwickshire to start to get after them.
Yeah, both teams will bowl well, I think. Bowling performances.
Don't think there's going to be a lot of batting points in this game, though, Clive. Taylor again comes running away in bright sunshine, bowls. Mosley's going to get runs this time, turning it away nicely off his legs through mid-wicket. Don't think it might, I'm saying not, it will do. It does cross the boundary and gets across the mid-wicket boundary. It was probably helped because it ran all the way across the cut square. And it's a big square here at Edgbaston, and that probably helped it. And the chase in the end was two men after it, but couldn't get to it. So Mosley gets his first boundary. Warwickshire move on to 124 for 3. We've had 48 overs.
Well, Safe Zabe is one of the quicker fielders, I think, in the Northants ranks, and he chased it at full pelt but couldn't quite reach it. And he took a good catch from top edge from Rhodes. Just left wondering whether the fielder would be able to reach it, but he did and took a good catch. 124 for 3. Brathwaite 9, Yates 23 and Rose 44. The batter's out. 2 wickets to Jack White, 1 for Luke Proctor. And Warwickshire still battling their way almost halfway now to Northants' total. I said sort of early in their innings, if they batted through the day, they'd probably be about 50 behind. It looks like it'll be a bit more than that now. 19 overs to go in the day. White to continue.
Yep.
Fielders on the long leg side boundary, square leg. It's a wide long leg is White. Comes in with a slightly ungainly run, right arm over, and Hayne tries to work around the leg side, doesn't succeed, and then touch of the Australians from Jack White as Hayne was just sort of guiding the ball back, but was out of his crease, and White threw at the stumps, but he did hit, but Hayne had got back.
Yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with that one. It was fairly legitimate. He wasn't ambling down to tap the wicket or chat to the other batsman. And then he very politely replaces the bails and then goes down and does a bit of gardening and gets himself ready for the next delivery.
So White in again, and that's the leading edge. There's a big LBW. Shandy's got him, and just playing across the line, Sam Hayne, and he goes for 30. And that's 2 wickets in fairly quick succession. They got Northants right back in this.
Yeah, Hayne went a long way across his stumps. Neil Pratt had a really good long look at that. And he probably was, I haven't got the replay on that, but that he did look as though he'd played across. So Sam Hayne goes for 30, and Northamptonshire have got a 4th wicket, and they still have a lead of 126. So Warwickshire got work to do here. 124 for 4.
Well, there have been contributions from Yates, Rhodes and Hayne, but none of them managed to get as far as 50. And 4th wicket, and so 3 now for Jack White.
He's bowled well though, I think, Jack White. He's fully deserved those. New batsman will be Ed Barnard.
Opened the batting in the 50 over competition.
I thought he did extremely well opening the batting in the 50 over competition, and I did half wonder whether they may, with Davis being injured, whether they may have actually gone with him in the championship.
Perhaps if they hadn't signed Brathwaite, they would have done. But anyway, there's a chat with Dan Mosley. Opened the bowling as well in that 50 over competition. Had a good one-day cup, did Ed Barnard. Warwickshire need him now to build a partnership with Dan Mosley. Well, the game has moved on a bit now in the last sort of hour or so. Warwickshire have scored runs somewhat quicker, and Northants have taken a couple of wickets, so we're a little bit further advanced now. 124 for 4. Nagging feeling that this match, as so many matches are, is going to be down to the 3rd innings.
Yep. I think these next 18 overs are key though, because Warwickshire, from their point of view, will want to get through tonight with certainly no more than 5 wickets down at the absolute maximum. Whereas if Northamptonshire could squeeze another 2 or 3 tonight, scoring on here is difficult. They will hold a significant advantage.
White to the new batter, Ed Barnard, 2 slips, and Barnard just runs that down, past the slip cord and down to 3rd to get off to the mark with a nice single. 125 for 4.
That wind's picked up during the day. I'm just looking at the sight screen, which is at the Birmingham end. It's a huge sheet which goes across and covers a massive amount of seats. But it's billowing quite strongly now.
Mark Robinson was saying that the fielding conditions are a little bit more comfortable today, so some of his players were cramping up a little bit.
Oh yes, I heard that. Yeah.
In the heat.
Yeah.
A little bit better today for Northants. In comes White, coming round the wicket now to left-handed Mosley, who plays that back towards the bowler. Looks to field off his own bowling, and safe save, almost trips him up as he picks the ball up. There's no run at the end of all that. Northants needing a win really in this match. They're not out of the equation as far as first division survival is concerned yet, and that is played down to fine leg for a single.
Just got up on him a little bit, that one, didn't it? And he got to use the one hand to steer it away down there.
That's very considerate of my BBC Radio WM colleague who's doing the bulletin. She sent me how she's going to introduce me in the bulletin. In cricket,
nice.
It's been tough progress for Warwickshire's batters as they reply to Northamptonshire's first innings total of 250 at Edgbaston.
No, you don't need to
The
say
latest
anything,
news comes live from Clive Eakin. Right. Okay. I'm ready now.
Don't get that service all the time, do you?
No.
See, it's respect for age, Clive, they're giving you.
In comes White, right arm over. Oh, that's in the air, and it is short of mid-wicket. He got rather excited there for a moment. Safe ends up falling backwards because I think he was having to adjust to make sure he stopped the ball, which bounced in front of him. But it was a false shot. 126 for 4.
Yes, little heart in mouth there. Luke Proctor is back on the field.
$126 for 4. And Tom Taylor.
I'll leave you with this because you've got to do your update.
Yeah, it might be a while. We're on to football news, so that might take a while. Tom Taylor, number 12 in his back, super sub. Ball to Mosley. A couple of fielders spread out on the leg side. Should Mosley be tempted to try and pull an attacking shot into that area? Taylor around the wicket. Mosley leaves it. Goes through to the wicket keeper. Wickets of Rhodes and Hayne, particularly crucial for Northants because they were beginning to get going. And if they'd managed to last a little bit longer, Warwickshire could have found themselves in charge. But those 2 wickets have reined them in. Taylor in again, that's punched out to mid-off for no run. Most of the crowd doing at the start of the day seems to have stayed in. And Taylor back to the end of his run-up. Around the wicket once again to Mosley. Plays back to that, and it's very well stopped at backward point. That's 4 runs saved. Is that Hassan Azad there? And that was a great stop. Well, they're 126 for 4, and they've lost a couple of crucial wickets of late because it has been tough for them throughout the innings. But Will Rhodes and Sam Hayne did then change gear and began to get going, but neither of them were able to go on. Jack White dismissing both of them. Will Rhodes got a leading edge and was very well caught by running Safe Zab for 44, and Sam Hayne then playing across the line was LBW for 30. Attacking on this pitch with the bat has proved difficult throughout. Edgbaston is now on 1. Dan Mosley is on 7. Earlier, 7 wickets, a career best for Ollie Hannon-Dalby. Saw Northants all out for 250, which looks a competitive total now with Warwickshire struggling a little bit at 126 for 4. I'll finish off this over. Take it for Taylor into bowl, and that's blocked by Mosley to mid-on.
They kept a really good line throughout the day. This one, Taylor, it's not been easy to score off. Warwickshire's still a long way from a batting point.
In comes Taylor. And that's turned round. Mosley was looking to try and get that into a gap for a single. There is plenty of space at the leg side, but he couldn't quite get it round enough. And it was cut off by Luke Proctor at mid-on. And so no chance of a run. 126 for 4. The end of 50 overs, Warwickshire.
Another good over from Taylor. Continues to keep it tight. Now, White is going to continue at the Birmingham end. He's in a white floppy sun hat down at fine leg. He comes slowly in. He's not any pace. No hurry to hand the ball onto Neil Pratt. Just slightly behind on the over rate at the moment. Only the 1 over. It's going to be Ed Barnard to face. He's on 1. Mosley is on 7. Warwickshire 126 for 4. We've had 50 overs. We've got 17 more remaining tonight. If the light does hold, as White comes in on starting his 15th over in his first delivery, Barnard ignores that one outside the off stump. It was looped through to McManus and there was no run. The crowd has pretty much stayed on into the latter part of the afternoon to watch. There's never been a huge crowd here today, but they've enjoyed their cricket. Most of them are sat round by the Thwaite scoreboard, and across in the Holly stand there are a few over by the wire, but not too many as it's far from the wicket. This one down the leg side. Did he get a glance to that? White thinks he did. McManus went diving down to his left, took it low, but got no response.
I'm not sure White really did think he did. I think it was more the reaction of the wicket-keeper and the slip Gordon that made him ask the question. It's a good take by McManus.
Was an excellent take down the leg side. And Barnard looks back, and he was in no concern. He stays on 126 for 4. Been very much the same attacks throughout this match so far. Just had half a dozen overs from spin. As this one, Barnard runs away to backward point. There's no run. Keir does the fielding. Backward point. Yeah, we saw Danny Briggs bowl a couple of overs last night and then 3 or 4 overs this morning, and that's been it. It's been seam all the way apart from that. White doesn't hurry himself, White, does he? He's just tossed the ball away and dropped it, then had to go and collect it. Here he comes. In again to bowl, and Barnard is just defending this back down to, well, no, the bowler doesn't bother to pick it up, he lets somebody else do it for him. And then his hand, he walks back.
I wonder if the short boundary is one of the reasons why neither captains use a slow bowler option too much.
I don't know.
For much of Northants innings, had a left-hand, right-hand combination.
Yeah.
Can make it a spin bowler vulnerable.
White comes in and bowls, and this is played solidly up to mid-off. But again, there'll be no run. Kerrigan is running around at extra cover trying to get involved in the game. He's not really had to play a major part so far in this game. He's not been involved too much in the field. It's a short boundary, but it's not. It certainly hasn't been brought into play a huge amount, has it, by either side?
No, well, I've been spinning this on, but yeah, no, it hasn't. I think there's only been 1/6 of the match so far. Will Rhodes did exploit it a little bit with a couple of 4s out over there.
Well, last ball of White's 15th over, he's in, and Barnard is defending it back out of the offside. 126 for 4 it remains. Barnard stays on 1, another maiden there, and Mosley is on 7. We have got 16 overs remaining in the day. The light continues to hold, there's no floodlights on, although I will just say that looking across from where the weather comes, it is a bit on the dark side. But let's hope that blows over the city rather than over Edgbaston.
Tom Taylor bowling from the pavilion end. It's been a long session for Northants. They've had some success in it with a couple of wickets, but it's been hard work. Warwickshire have now doubled their score since tea, but they've lost 2 wickets in the process. But the score has been doubled from 63 for 2 to 126 for 4. Mosley comes down the pitch and plays that one to mid-on.
You get the feeling Mosley is looking to try and force this, and just needs to be careful because we've seen it before that you can get out on this, the ball not quite coming, and trying to make some shots or give yourself some space, and he's doing it by advancing at the moment. And so far, he's just had that one boundary.
Taylor straining down the leg side. Mosley has a swing at it, misses, and once again no run is added to the score.
There's probably an opportunity there. He'll feel he missed out on that one. If they've got something on that, there's a big gap. There's a man down at long leg, but he would have had to have made an awful lot of ground had Mosley been able to get a bat onto it.
Mosley still on 7. Taylor bowls to it, plays back to that, steers it back to the bowler. It's another dot ball. It's been an intriguing match, one that's perhaps lacked the thrills and spills a little bit.
Yes, it's not like the high-scoring games which we've had over on this side of the ground in recent times. This side of the ground, of the square, tends to produce quite high-scoring matches.
That one is clipped round his powers by Mosley in a well-judged single. So he's on to 827 for 4.
And Luke Proctor there was a little bit on his heels, and they took a very comfortable single to him.
Taylor moving his field around a bit.
Just noticing the lights on the cranes, the warning lights which are on the cranes, are now beginning to actually just become noticeable over on the city.
Taylor's put a long leg in, a square leg. He's in, and oh, that's off a bit of an inside edge there of Barlow. He didn't know much about that. He's got his second run, but it was a somewhat fortuitous one, 128 for 4.
I think that's one back. There was Northamptonshire batsmen had several of those during the innings, but got away with them. So that's one to level off a bit. But it could have gone anywhere, couldn't it? It had gone into his stumps. He certainly didn't know much about that.
Taylor. Feel it. Putting a fielder just down a wildish third, and that's short. That's gone. Has he taken it, the wicket keeper?
No, missed it.
No, it's gone, missed it.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it would have been a great take. That's a flowing pass then for 4. He didn't get any bat on that, did he? Oh, he did.
He did,
But
yes. He got a bit of a nick on
so,
it. Yeah.
132 for 4, and Mosley is on to 12.
Yeah, it flew down there, and it was just too wide for McManus. And I think also he was slightly wrong-footed when he came round on that. So,
Floodlights now coming on.
yes, that light has dropped and got.
Ben Sanderson.
So Sanderson
Pop back
is,
on. Yeah, let's get Andrew back on.
is coming back on, and he's going to replace White. And Andrew will be just replacing Clive, and he'll take over from me for the last 10 overs or so. Sanderson, who's still to get a wicket, he comes in from the Birmingham end to bowl, and Barnard lets that one go, just takes a pace down the wicket, but takes the bat out of the way and then watches it go harmlessly through to the keeper. 132 for 4. Still leading by 118, which has taken Warwickshire 52 overs to get to 132. So this is still going to take some pulling back yet from Warwickshire. Runs just are not easy to get on this wicket. In comes Sanderson again and bowls, and this one is run away, but good diving stop by Gaze does the fielding and prevents any run at second slip. He diving across to his right. There was a man down at third man who would have restricted it to a single, but not to be.
Quite a major story in terms of county cricket that's been breaking in the last half an hour or so concerning Middlesex, which I've just been trying to sort of read through a very long and very wordy ECB statement, but I'll try and summarise it best I can at the end of the over.
Is it? I won't make a guess. I'll let you tell the story. I think I might know what it's about. Sanderson comes in and bowls, and this one is flashed away down to third man. It's just a single down there. So Barnard moves on to 3, 133 for 4. The floodlights are on here now because it has got very gloomy in the last 10 minutes.
It has, isn't it? And I think we were saying earlier, when we just lost the sunshine for a little while earlier, the difference, because it was so bright, and now we've lost the sun, and I have to say, it doesn't look as though it's going to come back at the moment. I think it looks to be a little bit filled in out there. I think we might be all right in terms of rain, but whether the light's going to hang on, we've still got 14 overs to go.
Yeah, I question whether we're going to get all those 14 in, you know, Andrew.
I think you're probably right, Phil.
Sanderson comes around the wicket to bowl to Mosley, who punches it up to mid-on, but there's no run.
I think it's always this time of year, isn't it, when we even with the slightly earlier start, and also, I mean, it's a discussion. I know I'm sure you have a commentary box here, and I have various commentaries around the country, and we talk about the very well-meaning regulations to add more time on when you lose time to the weather.
Sanderson in bowls, down the wicket comes Mosley. Doesn't time it at all. He gets sort of caught almost between shots. He's in the wrong place for the length of ball, but he gets enough bat on it to push it up, and Taylor has to come charge it running in from mid-wicket, and from extra cover rather, and they can get through for a single. So Mosley goes on to 13, 134 for 4, but he was looking to, I think, try and launch a ball over the infield, but just nowhere near the right position for the shot. Sanderson again now back over the wicket to the right-handed Barnard, who flashes at that one. It bounces just in front of Gay at second slip, and there's no run. End of an over. Just a little bit of sense of a little bit of frustration.
Yeah,
in the
I think that's probably right. Yeah, the light thing. I mean, it is difficult, isn't it? Because you know, routinely, and I think back to very early on in the season when Northamptonshire were down at Canterbury, and also an occasion last season when Northamptonshire played Lancashire, when they'd say, okay, we're going to add more time on, and that's brilliant, and you want to make sure that people get, as we were discussing earlier, value for money. But the trouble is, it then often takes you, what, an hour and a half plus beyond the scheduled close. Now, if you're playing in June, then if you're finishing at 7:30, okay, probably the light's going to be okay and you're going to be all right. Here, if you're looking at potentially going right the way through until, 7:15, something like that, in September, mid-September, that's quite difficult as Taylor starts a fresh over to Dan Mosley, who has clouted that over extra cover for 4. It was in the air, and Simon Kerrigan took off to try and catch it, didn't manage to do so. So obviously Mosley's decided to follow the example of Will Rhodes and try and be as positive as possible, and he's whacked that for 4. He goes to 17, 138 for 4. While they're retrieving the ball, just quickly, this story that's been breaking. England and Wales Cricket Board, the ECB, have basically agreed a number of conditions to be imposed on Middlesex County Cricket Club and the Middlesex Cricket Board, following breaches of the County Partnership Agreement, which is basically the agreement the ECB has when it gives money to the various counties. Here's Taylor in, bowls, and that bounces a little bit on Mosley, but he plays it well, steers it down to third man, well fielded on the boundary. So it's just going to be a single. takes Moseley to 18, 139 for 4. Following an investigation into funds provided to Middlesex by the ECB, the ECB have basically concluded that the club has been financially mismanaged over a number of years and is in breach of ECB financial regulations. Now, this goes on at some length about a business plan that has now been put in place. In recognition of the breaches of the financial regulations, then the ECB have said they will reduce payments to the club by £150,000, of which £100,000 will be suspended until the end of October 2025. And this is the bit that's slightly more interesting, I'm sure, for most cricket lovers, as Taylor runs in to bowl to Ed Barnard, who gets an inside edge onto pad, just drops down into the offside, and there's no run. ECB will impose points deductions on the club equivalent to the maximum points for one win in each of the County Championship, the One Day Cup and the T20 Blast, suspended until the 31st of October 2025. So it's not a question of taking points off at once, but basically they have a financial plan, including year-on-year profits and so on, which they're going to have to meet by the end of October 2025, as Taylor is in bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Ed Barnard. Or presumably those penalties will then come into force. That's my reading of it anyway. There's a long statement. Obviously it's online. I'm sure the BBC Online will be covering it as well.
So although it's got financial mismanagement, it says,
yes,
there is no penalty.
Not immediately.
So it's suspended.
Yes. Yeah, there are financial penalties and points deductions, but they are both, in both cases, suspended until the end of October 2025, presumably to try and give the club a chance to pull things round. Here's Taylor in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Barnard again, stays at 139 for 4. So
might be difficult persuading some of the clubs who have been docked points in the past and have subsequently gone down, things like that.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that it comes on the day, of course, that Durham are promoted, and lots of there's all sorts of people saying, oh well, you know, they'll try and find an excuse to not to promote them. Well, I'm sure that isn't the case, but anyway, so there's quite a complicated story, but it's an interesting one. And
it's not the story about Middlesex, I thought.
Oh well, that might have to wait. Whatever it is, it may have to wait for another day. Yeah. That's an absolute jaffer from Taylor that has lifted left Dan Moseley. It's the end of the over, and I just wonder, at 139 for 4, how much longer we're going to be out there.
I don't think for very long. It's quite black over to the left.
It is now getting decidedly murky here at Edgbaston. The lights are on.
I'm going to make way for Clive, and I will be with you tomorrow.
Lovely. Thanks, Phil. Great to have your company with us as ever. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy the football tonight. 139 for 4. Middlesex have actually issued a statement in reply, basically saying that, outlining the measures they are taking to put their house in order, and saying more information will be made available to members. But yeah, interesting story, as I say.
I can hear the comments from Chester Street already.
Well, as I say, it's a long, and if you want to read it all, it's all there for you. But it is obviously a very, very important story in point of view of county funding.
Sanderson in, and Moseley plays that to mid-on for no run. One hopes that financially they're okay at the end.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, quite.
There might be some tins around the place for us to pop our loose change in when we go there to Lord's.
Oh, of course you're there, Steve.
Yes. Oh, yeah. 139 for 4 here. In increasingly gloomiest conditions, but the moment we're carrying on. Moseley playing quite aggressive, always danced down the pitch there, and he hit that straight to a fielder, and that's a tight one. Well, I suppose it's a well-judged run in the end. It looked as if that was going to be tight, but well, they got there in the end, so no harm done.
But ECB are basically saying that the financial plan needs to be put in place, and obviously it does limit potentially Middlesex's spending, and requires them to turn year-on-year profits as well.
Well, I might charge you submission. Yeah, that's anxious times for them. I'm sure Kevin will tell me all about it when I get down there. Sanderson to bowl, and that's hit into the ground. It's well stopped. Runs saved again. There's been some decent fielding from Northants today.
Yep, they've been good. They have been pretty good in the field, haven't they? This is now the only Division 1 game playing. You won't be surprised to hear. Nottinghamshire 219 for 8 at the close at Canterbury against Kent, replying to Kent's 446 all out. Nottinghamshire still 227 behind, and close of play at Old Trafford. They haven't got back on. Lancashire 132 for 3, still 62 behind Middlesex.
That one's off a bit of an inside edge down to back of square leg for a single. All the journalists of that game thinking, oh, we'll get a nice early finish now. They'll all be scampering around trying to get a reaction to that story. 141 for 4.
We've all been there. We've all been there at some stage. In Division 2, Glamorgan 130 for 6 in reply to Yorkshire's 500 all out at Cardiff. Derbyshire 252 for 5, replying to Gloucestershire's 377 all out at Bristol, and close of play at Hove. Sussex 234 for 5 in their second innings against Leicestershire. They are 388 runs in front.
Well, you mentioned we're the only First Division game on now, and I'm delighted to say are joined by listeners on Sports Extra with news that it's been a tough battle for both teams batting. There's a short delivery which Mosley has a swing at and misses. Mid-on appeals as if that's come out of the middle of the bat and been caught. Nobody else raised an eyebrow. It's 141 for 4 here at Warwickshire. They bowled Northants out for 250 with Orihan Dobby finishing with a career best 7 wickets. That looked like a good effort with the ball, but Warwickshire have not found batting at all easy. And Jack White has been the most successful bowler. It's I'm nicking your over. I'm
no.
Oh, right,
doing absolutely splendidly, Clive.
Anyway, Sanderson bowls, and that's pushed out by Mosley for a single. So Craig Brathwaite was caught McManus bowled White for 9, and Rob Yates caught Hassan Azad bowled Potter for 23. That was 62 for 2, and runs really hard to come by. Then Will Rhodes and Sam Hain did suddenly change gear and started hitting the ball about a bit. But crucially, from Northants' point of view, they nipped those efforts in the bud somewhat. Will Rose getting a leading edge and very well caught by Safeside for 44. And then Sam Hain, LBW to White for 30. Have I talked as far as a possible finish here? Because we're thinking the light's a bit dodgy, but it looks like the umpires are going to... Oh, is the light meter coming out?
Yeah, I think it is. The other thing to say is, Clive, it is decidedly murky out there now. We've still got 12 overs to go. The floodlights have been on for some time, but as soon as we lost the bright sunshine that we've had for much of the day here at Edgbaston, it's just closed in a little bit, and I'm not entirely sure how much more cricket we're going to get. But it is going to be Tom Taylor to bowl from the pavilion end, and the umpires already, before Taylor had even got back to his mark, the umpires are now going to have another chat. Batters are having a consultation as well. I'm not at all confident, you know, that we're going to carry on here. I think the batters have made their own decision. Yeah. I think they're ready to go, and that is it. That is bad light to stop play. We still have 12 overs in theory remaining, but the players are heading off the park. 142 for 4, which means that Warwickshire are still 108 runs behind. Rob Bailey has asked Tom Taylor to underarm the ball to him, which he has done. I'm not sure we're going to get back.
Well, I'm not sure we can now. Am I not right in thinking because we're after 6 o'clock?
Past the scheduled time, we may, that may be just about curtains.
Yeah. Well, there we are. It's been an interesting day's cricket. It's not been a thrill-a-minute type of cricket, but it's been intriguing, it's been a battle, and it remains pretty evenly poised, with Warwickshire 142 for 4, replying to Northamptonshire's 250. So I'm just chuckling Sports Extra handing to us, and
this we had to hand them straight back again.
I think it's the second time we've done that today, but anyway,
I think it's something personal.
Okay. So there we are. We think that's it for the day. I've got to do an update in about 53 seconds anyway, but we're assuming that's it. So we'll be back tomorrow from 10:30 in a match that is still very evenly poised. I think my money remains on a draw, but it could still go anyway. Either side could still win this game. It could even be a tie. You never know. But it is done for the day with Warwickshire 142 for 4. So we'll say a very good evening and look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where the second day's play in Warwickshire's County Championship match against Northamptonshire has just come to a premature end. We presume it's an end. They've come off a bad light with 12 overs still to bowl. Warwickshire were 142 for 4 when they came off. They've not found batting easy after seeing off Northants. They bowled them out for 250 with Ollie Hannon Dalby taking a career best 7 wickets. But it's been fairly tough going for Warwickshire. Craig Brathwaite out for 9, Rob Yates for 23. Will Rhodes and Sam Hain then did for a while try to take the attack back to the Northants bowlers, but that didn't last for too long before Rose went for 44, Sam Hain for 30. Jack White has taken 3 of the wickets. Dan Mosley, 29 out, has tried to play his shots, not always been successful, but he's still there. Warwickshire at the close, still 108 runs behind at 142 for 4. Saying at the close, clearly it's not officially the close because the umpires have stayed out there. So once again, I don't understand.
Well, no, I
clearly.
think the only thing I can think of is that it's a question of whether they came off before 6 o'clock, and it may be that they did just in certainly their timing come off the park just before. But I mean, I think the odds of getting back on are very, very slim indeed, but they have to go through the process.
Well, I was going to say, we're going through the motions a bit here, aren't we? I should imagine the players are already getting changed.
But we're already in the realms, of course, of losing overs, and we only had 12 to lose, so I don't think it's going to be very long before the umps do the inevitable. But they haven't pulled the stumps out yet, importantly, so they are still at least having a chat out there. You mentioned, Clive, you've never done a championship tie.
No, I've not. I've waited a long time. I've come close a couple of times. Yeah. I've done what you described earlier as a match here where the scores finished tied with the team batting second taking 8 points. I saw that here once. We came close a couple of years ago when I blame Jonathan Trott because I think he was captain at the time, but I think he was guilty of a slight misfield, which prevented us getting the tie, which had looked possible at one point. But you had one. I think I listened to you. Did you describe one?
Yeah, well, we did. Well, I did a one-run defeat for Northamptonshire and victory for Yorkshire a couple of years ago with Jonathan Doidge and I did that up at Headingley when I famously said Northamptonshire have never lost a match by 1 run, which they hadn't at that point, brackets until now. But I have done a tie in my first season in 1984. It was Northamptonshire's last tie with Kent at the county ground, set, I think it was about 328 to win, and sort of to and fro on the last afternoon. Duncan Wilde made a very good 100. And Jim Griffiths, and we were talking about Mark Robinson earlier being renowned as a serious rabbit down the order, and Jim Griff, I suppose, was his immediate predecessor of that sort of title. Jim was run out, I think, going for the winning run, so that was a tie. And I thought, first season, must all the games must be this exciting. Well, not quite, but I can say I've done. But Northamptonshire have only had, I think, 3 ties in championship cricket.
I don't think Warwickshire have had one for a very long time. Someone might correct me, I don't know exactly, but I don't think they've had one for a very long time.
Well, they did. They had one at Northamptonshire had one at Essex in 1947 when they should have won easily and made an almighty Horlicks of it at the end.
You were doing that with Dickie Davis, weren't you?
Probably. And then in 1953 at Peterborough, they tied with Middlesex when the captains, Freddie Brown and Bill Edridge, had a sort of gentleman's agreement. They were going to give Jack Robertson a couple of runs from the first innings, because they reckon he'd missed a couple because there were people milling around in front of the scorebox and the scorers had missed it. And this all is in Freddie Brown's autobiography. And he said, well, you know, let's just hope that nobody wins by 2 runs. And of course it was a tie. So when it was a tie, they said, what are we going to do about this? And they sort of said, basically keep quiet about it, which Freddie Brown did, at least until he published his book. But those are Northamptonshire's only three ties in Caddy Championship cricket. Meanwhile, the umpires are still out there with I think it's Gary Barwell out there, isn't it? The head groundsman. But it's not getting any lighter. In fact, if anything, I think it's got a wee bit darker. The rest of the ground staff are gathered in front of the hover cover, waiting the signal.
We're in a good chat, having a good chin wag, and probably about nothing of any great consequence.
Well, the thing that slightly concerns me from a purely selfish point of view here is that we need to go downstairs to do our post close of play interviews. It's quite a long way down here, obviously with my fantastic commentary position, but it is quite a long way down to get to the players. And if they're all sort of ready to go, and as soon as they get the nod, they'll be heading back, as was almost the case last night. I very nearly missed Emilio Gay as they were heading back towards the hotel. Just worry slightly whether everybody's going to have gone home by the time we get downstairs. But I have to say, looking over, and Phil did call this some time ago, looking over to our left, there is some fairly angry looking cloud. I'm not entirely sure it's going to drop any rain over us, but it is very gloomy. Forecast, I think, for tomorrow, Clive, wasn't great last time I looked.
I just spotted one thing will concern Northants a bit. At the moment, the overrate is up there as -3.
Yeah, well,
which
it's absolutely no surprise, is it? They have been very slow, and we've commented on generally. And I know, yes, you can say, well, they haven't had a bold spin and all the rest of it, but I just feel generally the pace of play today. There's been a lot of faffing, to use a technical term, faffing about. Are we going to change the ball? Are we not going to change the ball? The usual unscheduled drinks breaks. It just haven't really got on with it, as Nat Mills and Bobby would have said many years ago. Well, I'm not sure we're going to get a call yet, are we? They're still
walking towards the stumps. He's going to back into them if he's not careful.
That would be entertaining.
Oh, he's put his light meter on top of the stumps. Switch it on. Oh, he's done it now. He's having a look. He's pointing to it, saying, "Look at that! Look at that! Dear me."
So are they going to have to put it on at the other end?
Oh no! He's he's going to put it back again and check. Hang on, I've got that wrong. Sorry, wrong units. He's having a good look at it. Oh, there he is. He's putting it back on the stumps again.
He's saying, "Can you pick up Radio Luxembourg?"
Yes,
on this?
probably. God. That's Rob Bailey. He's having a bit of a mare with this, I think. Did he change the batteries before he came out?
Yes, we've all been there. Well, I mean, you have to say also there's some lights on at the far end of the ground now, and they are shining very brightly. There's.
Remember the 5 white lights we used to have at the school for a while?
I do remember well. Yes.
When it was near the change rooms, batters used to, or the players in the change room used to sort of cover the sensor with their bat to try and get the lights on and encourage umpires to take them off. That didn't last too long, did it?
But I mean, the thing to say here, Clive, is that the light has not changed really. It certainly hasn't improved since they came off around about a quarter of an hour ago. I suppose it's the fact that we have you still have 12 overs to go. He's looking at his watch, the umpire, and
they think it's all over.
Well, there's still no particular move down towards the
This is a
The
little-
hover cover. This is great.
This is
isn't it?
cricket again, and it is a little farcical. I know it's difficult. It's difficult. They've got everything right, but it just seems a bit. I mean, the sensible thing would have been to have, when they came off, to say, "Well, that'll do for the day." And
Well, here we go. It's on. It's on at this end now.
but I suppose the umpires are sensitive to there will have been occasions where they've gone off and sort of called it off, and then 10 minutes
suddenly
later
it's
it's suddenly
sunny,
nice and
yes.
say, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
So they can't win, really, can they?
It's a thankless task. But no, I mean that is a concern for Northamptonshire, and so they're going to have to do something about it tomorrow. We might suddenly find ourselves watching a lot of Kerrigan and Keogh. Might have to.
If it rains all day tomorrow, you might find both teams desperately trying to get the other
Yes.
team into bat on the final day. So they, because I think Warwickshire were a couple, at least one, if not two, -2 at the end of their innings. Well, the umpires are walking off now. The hover cover is not yet coming on.
They haven't. I think that gesture I interpret from Rob Bailey is that is it. Just gave a little signal with his hand. Let's have a little listen. I'm sure they will have the walkie-talkie and let the scorers know and let the public address know what's happening. But at the moment, they're having a conversation with somebody down there.
I was hoping they were keeping it clean because it's.
Well, yes, absolutely. we can see. But
I think it was at Northampton once where I had to apologise because a batter who was given out went to the changing room and swore so loudly it came out on FX mic.
that can happen. It's one of those where just about everybody has made their own decision. There's a few at the far end of the ground, to be fair. A few spectators are still making absolutely sure that they don't miss anything, which is great.
Maybe we'll have a beer match.
Well, there's a thought. But they are still are waiting, as of this moment, for actual confirmation that they've called this off. We still have no word from the scorers to the public address, which is usually how it tends to work. Certainly here at Edgbaston, but they haven't brought the hover cover on yet, which makes me think that.
Yeah, they haven't been given the go-ahead to batten down the hatches just yet.
But it doesn't. I mean, I
don't quite understand why.
I don't know whether you know my
the
eyesight's
stumps are still standing as well.
whether my eyesight's that bad, but it doesn't look as though it's any better.
Be a laugh if the players suddenly come out and start playing again.
Well, it would, wouldn't it?
But I can't see it. Game quite nicely poised. It needs to move on a bit tomorrow, and let's hope the weather does hold, because I think it needs to move on a bit. And I was thinking, Andrew, given how much they need to win this game, Northants, so when they get to the third innings, let's say things go quite well for them in the third innings, how brave do they need to be in terms of setting Warwickshire target and giving themselves a time and a chance to win the game?
It's a very, very interesting question, Clive, and you would think that they've got to speculate to accumulate, haven't they? Really, and you would think that Northamptonshire have got to, if that state of affairs prevailed, they've got to try and give themselves a chance, because, as I say, if they don't win this game with Kent in such a very strong position against Nottinghamshire, because if Northamptonshire don't win and Kent do, then I doubt it would be quite mathematically certain, but it would be very, very close to being mathematically certain, and then all they've got to do is beat Surrey at the Oval, which is, you know, a pretty tough gig. And then of course they've still got Essex to play in the last game at home. To be fair, that Essex and Northamptonshire had a very tight game last year. Again, last game of the season at Northampton.
Possible by then that the championship will have been decided and Essex might be on the proverbial beach or whatever.
This was another one this was another of my straw clutching exercises that I did discuss, I think, last week during the Lancashire game. But that said, there's obviously still, you know, pride and all the rest of it to play for. And you say the two sides, it was a very tight game going into the final afternoon, and in the end it was decided by guess who? Simon Harmer, who bowled beautifully on a
pitch taking a bit of turn.
Well, this was at Northampton, and,
okay.
and funnily enough, it had been a seamers pitch really throughout. And Jack White bowled beautifully on it, picked up 6 wickets in the second innings, but it was Simon Harmer who bowled Northamptonshire out on the final afternoon, proving again just what a master he is, that he can take wickets on any sort of surface. Well, this is extraordinary because we've been off now for 20, I think by my watch, 20 minutes, something like that. So I suppose in theory,
what's going on, Brian?
Brian Holford's come into the box, and Brian knows everything. But well, so yeah, the answer is we're still waiting to find out.
If I was the ground staff, I'd now be saying, let's just bring the hover cover on.
Make a unilateral call on this, but
I have been in a few press boxes with the tannoy microphones, being the temptation for a journalist to pick it up and say, "That's it for the day." We're off for the day. Actually, didn't that happen? I think it was Richard Ingleworth as the umpire, and someone did unintentionally do that and announced the game was off for the day. And people went storming and said, "We haven't decided that yet."
Well, this is slightly bizarre. As I say, we still. It still isn't getting any lighter. That's sort of not, at least as far as I can see.
Unless the umpires could see a big patch of blue sky coming over the horizon, but
the thing is, by the time
you would have thought that
we've now used up quite a bit of the time, and
maybe we'll have another 1-over session again.
Well, we had one of those, of course, immediately before lunch. Yeah, the override is up there on the board as it is -3, isn't it? So,
yeah.
So Northamptonshire are going to have to, I mean, they will be conscious of the fact, as I'm sure anybody with memories of it, of when Northamptonshire basically missed out on promotion as a result of points deduction for over 8 at Trent Bridge a few years ago, when David Capel's time as head coach, and a session when the regular captain Alex Wakely wasn't on the field, if I remember rightly, and Northamptonshire got horribly behind, and the result was that they finished up losing points, but and not going up. But well, there's a little, I was going to say, a little bit of movement down towards the end of the hover cover, but now the ground staff are having a sort of, it's like a union meeting down there or something, just deciding what they're going to do.
They're probably having a similar sort of conversation to us. So what's going on?
Well, let me say, full credit to. I don't know if there's a prize been awarded by Warwickshire County Cricket Club for the last spectator in the ground, but there's a few hanging on.
There are. Well, and the floodlights are still on, so I mean, they clearly haven't called it off yet. Though it's hard to understand how they expect to.
Well, there's a few in the Hollies stand still sort of waiting. There's probably about half a dozen at the far end of the ground. Who may even be listening to us, so give us a wave if you are. But yeah, they're still waiting, at least in theory, for the umpires to decide that the overs have ticked by.
That's the other thing, of course, people don't understand about cricket is you've got floodlights here, so and yet you're saying bad light sort of play. We know, those of us who watch cricket regularly, there's this thing about the natural light taking over from the artificial light taking over from the natural light. And it is an issue with when you've got a red ball and white clothing, but it never seems to sit right really when you come off a bad light when you've got floodlights.
Well, it's one of those occasions when the very best thing that could happen would be for it to start
shower,